Just making sure that it's not just me who can't see it, right? the
Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. Of course, I am ready, set, and I'm joined by Trev. How are you doing, Trev?
Yeah, I'm doing really good, thank you. Excited to see some of these games today. You know, 3 of the top EU teams joined by the best EECA team on top of that too. It's lining up to be an absolute belter, as you know, these teams are notoriously amazing and you cannot go wrong with watching these today.
Yeah, we got some amazing teams on the docket today. AC Milan Clash versus Navi is going to be your first match of the day. That's going to be followed by Tribe Gaming EU versus SK Gaming. After that, we'll be getting into our sort of consolation rounds, our losers bracket. Of course, it's a double elimination bracket because we want to see who ends up in 4th and who ends up in 3rd as well. We also have some fantastic prizing available to our teams, no matter where you end up in the competition, though one thing is for sure, you do want to end up in 1st place for that $2,000 prize, and I think everyone today is walking away with a G Fuel prize pack as well.
Yeah, you cannot go wrong with that G Fuel, I will say. You know, I'm powered by it right now, and I'm sure Reddy is too. So, you know, not only money, but that G Fuel going to be secured too. And today, it is going to be the playoffs. We've seen the past open qualifiers. We've had 3 of those, as well as that last chance as well. Is going to be just the playoffs. Today, double elim bracket, best of 3, best of 5 is going to be what it is, and there are the cash prizes too, as well as the G Fuel packs that you are seeing on your screen in those playoffs. We have seen all of the cash from the qualifiers going out as well in previous weeks.
Yep, and pretty soon we're going to be moving into our first match of the day. Of course, AC Milan Clash versus Navi. Navi, of course, did some, you know, had a phenomenal performance last week. They showed up in first 2 qualifiers, then they just straight up didn't show up to the 3rd qualifier, but then they come to the last chance qualifier and just completely sweep the competition, headed all the way to 1st place, and here they are in the playoffs. Definitely an interesting story that we have, especially faced up against some of our just very, very powerful remaining teams that we have on the bracket today. AC Milan Clash and Navi coming up first, and our bracket is going to be showing up soon, but our maps for today, y'all voted on them, and I gotta say, these are some great maps. I think all of them were most of them were pretty much complete clean sweeps. Hard Rock Mine and Backyard Bowl just completely sweeping the rest of the maps for Gym Grab and Brawl Ball. Bounty was starting to get close there, and Heist, Siege, Hot Zone, those ones were more close there. So hopefully for all of you who participated and voted for which maps you prefer in the playoffs, you did get to see those maps that you wanted to see.
Yep, I will say I did as well. I did take part in this community vote, and 5 out of the 6 maps that I voted for are going to be there today. So I'm really, really happy with this prize pool that we've, the map pool that we have in these playoffs. And honestly, I'm sure the players will be too. Just seems like we've got all round really solid maps, and going on into these playoffs now, it's going to be very, very close. And the same very, very similar draft process will be coming. We'll just be drafting best of 5 maps, and then it's going to be that one final game mode. No bans, but it is just going to be the one left out.
Yep, and pretty soon we're going to get to look at the bracket for today, just to give y'all more of an overview of how things are going to go. Our bracket, as usual, powered by G Fuel. Here is our bracket so far. To the top left, AC Milan Clash and Navi going head-to-head first. Then that'll be followed by Tribe Gaming EU versus SK Gaming. The winners of those will head on to the finals, and then the winner of that will face up against the winner of the losers bracket for the grand final. And the winner of that will be your grand champions, receiving $2,000 in prizing. Going to be super exciting. We're going to have loads of amazing matches between the best teams, the cream of the crop in EU here in Brawl Masters EU Spring 2021.
Yeah, and I must say this bracket's setting up to be an absolutely incredible one. I really do like the seed in here as well. It seems like we have got, you know, the 2 favorited teams in SK and Clash who have been so notoriously good throughout EU for the past few months are going to be on opposite sides of the bracket. It seems like a repeating thing in every single tournament I do watch. So hopefully we'll be seeing them meet a bit further on into the bracket, and that is going to be lining up to be an absolutely incredible game. And not only that, the addition of Tribe and Navi is nothing to worry about either, as they are going to be the teams in this region who are going to be putting up the biggest fight against those big dogs.
Yeah, I mean, you know, SK, AC Milan Clash, definitely the big dogs here. Tribe Gaming EU and Navi both had amazing performances in our previous Brawl Masters competitions. Let's take a look at our stats just between AC Milan Clash and Navi, our first match coming up, and we can see the comparison between their most banned Brawlers modes, most picks modes, and most sets won and sets lost. Interesting to see AC Milan Clash banning Stu most of Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. Sorry for that short interruption there. Just as our players are competing with each other today, we are competing with some technical issues, but we've got it all sorted out, and we're ready to head into this first match, AC Milan Clash versus Navi, and we already have the mode and map choices coming in, as well as the bans. First thing you might notice is that we do not have mode bans here because we are in the finals, and it is going to be best of 5 sets rather than our usual best of 3s. So we got some excellent maps coming up here, Trev.
Yep, and, you know, that downtime gave us a bit of a time to do these maps and modes, so, you know, it can't be all bad. Shooting Star, Kaboom Canyon, Backyard Bowl, Split, and Hard Rock Mine going to be the ones coming up, and I do find it quite unusual to see Clash, you know, selecting Shooting Star first. I thought they'd go with a bit of a more comfortable mode in something like Backyard Bowl, as we knew that that is a hugely picked map from, or mode, should I say, from those guys from the previous qualifiers. So, you know, it is unusual to see them pick Bounty, and then following up by that, Navi have picked Kaboom Canyon, back to Clash with Backyard Bowl, and then Navi again with Split, and Gem Grab are going to be selected by Clash. Looking at the bans ready, what do you make of those?
Now, of course, we see that Stu ban from AC Milan Clash. No surprises here. We already got to see those stats, and we know they're going to ban Stu, and here it is. Big thing missing here is the Bell ban, so we're probably going to see Bell played in these matches. Navi coming out with the classic Jean ban as well. I mean, right off the top of those bans right there, you can already see those characteristic bans coming out from both teams. Navi with the Poco ban, and AC Milan Clash, surprisingly, with the Surge ban. This is not one that we see very often. I mean, there are loads of better brawlers to to ban than Surge and AC Milan Clash. They decided to ban Surge rather than Bell. Of course, they had the last say, the final say in what brawler was going to be in, whether it was going to be Bell or whether it was going to be something else. Clearly, they have no issue with Bell being in play here. Getting rid of that Surge, perhaps just getting rid of like any sort of counter to throwers. We know that AC Milan Clash has at least one very strong Barley player that's going to be Guille, right, on the Barley. So that's something to note as we head into our next match. Probably going to see that Barley coming out full force.
Yeah, and I mean, as you say with the Surge ban, it is really unusual to see, especially in this meta, but I believe they're probably targeting BBGs with that, but just because of how good he is at that brawler, and, it can favor it quite a few of these maps. It's started to be played a little bit more on Backyard Bowl, using that teleport to its advantage and split. As we both know, it's a hugely played brawler on there, and it kind of forces out a different meta if it is in play. So clearly Clash just sticking to their guns, and I know they're going to be very, very good with this Bell, because that Bell in the hands of Lenane is always something to be scared of if you are called Navi. And on a few of these maps like Kaboom Canyon, Backyard Bowl, and Hard Rock Mine, it's going to be a hugely dominant force if they don't learn how to deal with it.
Yeah, that, and I mean, the other thing is, right, we're probably going to see a little bit less of other brawlers that are usually used to counter Surge, right? We're not going to see as much, for instance, Ruffs, right, because he does provide a strong counter, at least with those sandbags that he can pop out every now and then, and of course the stun that he gets with his super. So probably not going to see as many Colonel Ruffs coming out. Of course, the objective of the bans is always to narrow down what your enemy's going to play and what you're going to play. Here we are getting into a game number 1 here on Shooting Star, and already Trevor and BBG's going from mid. BBG's manages to get that blue star, but AC Milan Clash firing back with a kill. Navi now managing to secure a kill of their own, and the score turns in favor of Navi. Now 6-2, and a great start for Navi as AC Milan Clash is now forced to play aggressive.
Yeah, I will say that's a beautiful play from MMA there. He just did stay in that aggressive position after picking up the kill on Lenane, and it worked very, very well for him. That homemade recipe going to be missed now by Jason, and the head is picked up by BBG, throws it down near enough instantly. And that's quite dangerous, and he is forced out to pop out that last hurrah with that opposing head coming in. And, both of these nannies firmly going to should be winning the side, and Chaos is showing a nice vision of that now as he does take Jason extremely far down the map. But as soon as BBGs can pinch back in, it's going to be a dangerous position to be pushed this aggressive in.
Yeah, of course, Shooting Star is one of those maps where, it can really work pretty well to your advantage to be playing it defensively. BBG's actually going to go down here. AC Milan Clash now finally catching up. Jason at high risk of getting taken down. iChaos gonna get, no, not taken down by the homemade recipe. Firing back with that return to sender, and AC Milan Clash will almost take the lead here. Navi did manage to pick up yet another kill, but here comes the peep from AC Milan Clash. Is it gonna find a target looking for perhaps a kill on Jason? Though it's not gonna happen. We do see a perfectly timed last hurrah from BBGs, and as we head into the last 30 seconds, Navi is keeping up this lead.
Yeah, not looking good for Trevor or Chaos either. Both very, very low as the return to sender did come in a little bit, I think, onto him. And Lenane now on that right-hand side, just going to be not able to do anything now that the pressure from mid's gone as Trevor does fall. Good taps from him, though, and the return to sender is popped, so he cannot connect this shot without taking some heavy damage himself. And it's looking very good for Navi as Jason remains in this aggressive position, getting some shots in, and they're all very low, but they just managed to hold onto it as Navi take this first game off Clash.
Yeah, the beginning of this map is absolutely crucial. Navi really demonstrating that one here by getting that blue star really quickly and then managing to recover that kill that AC Milan Clash managed to get on BBGs there at mid. So well played by both teams, though this is, the map that we usually see the underdog take the victory, right? As they look to really pick apart what their enemy is thinking here and try and level the playing field a little bit in this mirror match, because of course it's pretty locked in here on this map. You're pretty much always going to see the Piper, the Tick coming out full force.
Yeah, definitely so, and that's why I kind of thought it was going to be a bit of a weird pick from Clash as well, because I know that Navi have a really good Piper and a really good Nanny as well on both Jason and MMA, so that really did work out for them in that long run, and you saw MMA absolutely destroying that side there. Lenane really couldn't do too much against it at all, but, they just didn't have the pressure from mid or the right lane that MMA did have to help him pick up those kills, and it really did show as the lead started to stretch, but an early pickup from Trevor does get the takedown there, and a nice pinch from all of them coming in too, assisting him in doing that. And this is a very nice start for AQM as they got all 3 players
Wow.
and another one to top it off too. And the wall break comes in from Lenane as well. And that is going to be an absolutely amazing start and the one that exactly that Clash needed coming off the back of that loss.
Unbelievable start by AC Milan Clash, just completely different from game 1. IKAOS and not even getting touched here by Navi, and AC Milan Clash now going to find this ability to back up a little bit. They might find a kill with the Peep, not going to find that kill quite just off the Peep. MMA still going down to Lena, and that is going to be AC Milan Clash keeping up this 11-0 lead. I gotta say, this is just incredible how they managed to just push forward and forward and forward, picking up 2 more kills now at 15 stars. They are not backing up all the way, though. They're keeping the fight at mid. They don't want to get backed up all the way to their spawn point because they don't want to get pinched there, right? There's only so much that you can back up. There's only so much more that you can back up, right? That wall is going to prevent you from backing all the way up. MMA taking some major damage, and Navi very, very behind here as we head into the last 40 seconds of the match.
Yeah, and this is what we expect to see from AC Milan Clash off the start of the previous game. BBG's taking a heavy fire again, just manages to get that heal off with that star power, going to be providing it to him a bit earlier on than the opposing brawlers. Chaos falling very, very low, and Trevor does opt to tank a bit, and it doesn't really work out too well as he's going to fall, as well as the opposing, as well as Chaos playing Nanny too. Lenane going very aggressive considering they did have the lead there, and if he didn't get that trade, that would have been turned hugely. But still remaining with a 3-star lead, and this could all be turned around by a really nice tick head. Nanny head from MMA here as well to pick up from Jason. It's going to be very close. And they just managed to hold on. Clash are going to be taking a game back, but nowhere near as convincing as we thought it was going to be from the start.
Oh my gosh, AC Milan Clash just completely, breaking down the gates there at the beginning and getting an amazing start. But then in just the last 30 seconds of the match, we almost saw Navi come back completely. It was a 1-star game right there, just one more kill. And Navi would have taken that one and taken us into set number 2. And this is surprising, of course, as you noted, AC Milan Clash picking this for set number 1. And they're just not performing as Navi is performing here. This is absolutely crazy. AC Milan Clash, what they need to do here is they need to get that same start that they did in game number 2 and carry it into game number 3, except they got to maintain things, right? It looked like they really did try their hardest to keep the fight at mid, but they just weren't able to hold it back all the way. They eventually had to fall back to their spawn point, and that is where Navi trapped them and got some crucial kills. So for Navi, I think the key to victory is going to be winning that first fight. We did see just at least 1 or 2 really important picks, and then from there, Navi's defense just completely fell apart. It all really comes down to those first few seconds of the game on Shooting Star.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it's just really who's going to be pushing into who that's going to be picking up the majority of the kills, and a nice return to sender from Chaos. One shot is going to be all that is required off the start, and he just can't quite connect it. BBG's, however, is going to be hit by Lenane's homemade recipe, giving them a slight lead, and the 1-star from mid is going to maintain it, even though MMA did pick up a nice kill over on Lenane on the right-hand side.
Yep, and IKAOS now looking for some footing on the left side. Of course, AC Milan Clash leading by this blue star. Trevor is the kill to get here. Lene going down, and MMA picking up an important kill. Navi keeping themselves in the lead here, that they are falling back on the defense. It doesn't seem like they were really averse to this position, though. They've been doing pretty well on defense, even in game number 1, which, of course, they managed to take by a pretty safe margin. IKAOS popping that return to sender, and not going to get that kill on Jason. Jason, of course, had that return to sender following him as he supered away. MMA carrying most of the stars, though, on Navi, looking to win this lane versus Lena. And we're going to see Navi stay in the lead here. 40 seconds remaining in the game, and Navi looking pretty clean.
Yeah, honestly, though, all it's going to take is a kill onto MMA at this point, but Chaos is looking very, very low again, and he's just able to stay alive with a nice bit of returning of the pressure from Trevor there as he does push them back, and only 1 star in it as 2 stars in it as they do have that blue one kill will secure the win for Clash, but Navi are just trying to hold on, and it's really going to come down to who is going to get the supers here as Chaos doesn't have his, and it looks like MMA's had his 3rd or 2nd super of the game, a nice dupe from him, but it's going to come back and haunt Lenane as the pickup comes in for the head as well. This could be a turnaround here from Chaos, but Navi are going to hold on to it and take the first set. Wow, look at MMA with 7 stars over his head too. Navi take the first set against all odds.
MMA just going insane here, and I couldn't agree with you more. Navi, against all odds, taking a set number 1. They were sort of the dark horse, right? They already faced AC Milan Clash in the first qualifier before they could even get into the later stages of the tournament. It was like one of the earliest rounds in that open qualifier, and they face off against AC Milan Clash, and they're out of there, right? Qualifier number 2, they were not able to make it too far. Qualifier 3 didn't even show up, but they come to the last chance qualifier, and that's how they're here today. They got first place in that last chance qualifier, and they are completely demonstrating why they were able to make it to first place in the last chance qualifier and why they do stand a chance against a team such as AC Milan Clash. Great first set coming out from Navi. Of course, AC Milan Clash playing well as usual. I think really one of the most important things there for Navi was the Nanny and Piper lane matchup, right? MMA, of course, picking up loads of stars. And I think the Nanny versus Piper interaction, Nanny is pretty favored there.
Yeah, no, I do think so too, and it didn't really show on the other side of things that Chaos just really wasn't dominating Jason anywhere near as much as MMA was on the lane, and that really did come back to haunt them, and I'm not sure that's really Chaos's fault, as he did seem to have his lane fairly firmly, but the kills just weren't coming in at all, and considering this is an AC Milan map pick, it's weird to see it go in favor of Navi, and Heist coming up next, which is a Navi pick, and if they do win this one, that's going to be huge for them. There's going to be 2 sets up against possibly the best team in the world at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, 2 sets up, that puts you 1 set away from victory. And I mean, here on Kaboom Canyon, these games can go super, super quickly, and the comps, they don't really vary too much. Like here and there, they may vary. One major difference that we'll see from our previous Kaboom Canyon experience here in Brawl Masters is we are going to see Bell coming out pretty often. Usually we see a Bell coming out in Siege, right? Siege, of course, not in the mix today. AC Milan Clash, they have banned that mode every single time, and yet they're choosing not to ban Bell, and it's going to be like one of the best modes for Bell, so we'll have to see how that exactly pans out for AC Milan Clash, but Bell, it's a possibility here on Kaboom Canyon. What do you think, Trev? Do you think either team will pick Bell here?
Yeah, honestly, you've really got to be looking towards the Bell here. I think it substitutes in what would usually come as a nice Piper pick, but you can't rule that out either. You know, we've seen quite a lot of teams playing the comp of, you know, Bell, Piper, and Crow, and just try to keep that range. But then again, Colette as well, going to be so prominent on this kind of on this map, as you know. You like to call it Colette Canyon. It's just very good all round, and I really do like the Crow here. I'd kind of like to see a Bell, Crow, and Colette comp. I feel like it's a very strong if played right. But, you know, the likes of Colette and Crow both struggle against the range of Piper, and I feel like that's why we might see that slot in with these specific bans.
Yeah, I would not be shocked to see the Crow, the Piper, Bell coming out here as well. We'll have to see. We do see the Colette and the Byron, all some pretty long-ranged brawlers from AC Milan Clash. Navi bringing out a similar comp. They're just not bringing out the Byron. Of course, the Byron's main role is to heal up Colette. That is all he is here for. Sometimes going for some long-distance damage, some skirmishes. iKaos going to get that first bit of damage. A great recovery there by Jason, able to snag that kill right there. Navi trailing by just 13% here. They're not looking bad, but they are not able to push up to mid. AC Milan Clash has taken that early game mid control, and BBG's is kind of struggling here because of his lack of range on Crow.
Yeah, I do like the position of that mine that Jason has placed on the right-hand side, but you've got to think, who on needs to go that close to the safe to get those shots on, and it's literally nobody, as Chaos with his super and Trevor as well with his range can get him on. Nice pick up on Jason he's got over there as he just trickled down, and a good trade coming through as well, but Chaos does have his super and he's going to be able to take down MMA with him as the mine does hit a perfectly timed scenario, and Crow jumps directly onto one of Kie's traps as well, and that is going to be a takedown. Heals coming in from Trevor. However, Chaos is marked, and MMA is also, so that's going to be a bit of a trade out, another super coming in, and it's all Chaos with the damage here.
Ouch. iKaos just refuses to die. Trevor is sending so much healing his way. Nothing can stop him. Of course, Belle, of course, she does have that damage amplifier, but her base damage is not very good. Jason, of course, firing into iKaos here, not able to secure a kill, especially against the likes of Trevor here on the Byron. iKaos getting in with yet another super, and Navi has not been able to touch AC Milan Clash's safe even once this entire game. MMA finally might get that first super, but no, iKaos swooping in for the kill here. IKS looking for that next bit of damage to charge up his super. BBG's not going to use his super either. Goes down. IKS with the 12% on the safe, and just one more hit would do it. Guille actually going for the kill shot here. He's going to find a little bit more damage on the safe, and Trevor finishing things off. AC Milan Clash taking Kaboom Canyon, the set that they did not choose, in a nice 100% victory. No damage on their safe whatsoever. Loads of Colette supers coming in. I think Navi is going to have to go back to the drawing board. They're not going to want to pick the Crow this time because it didn't work so well versus the Byron. The anti-heal was just not there. Plus, Byron Colette is just such a powerful strategy, and you know, you're pretty much shooting yourself in the foot if you decide not to use it here.
Yeah, I think we literally saw Chaos do 92% of the damage on that safe, and I don't think any of Clash hit the safe until those final two shots did come in from Guille on, you know, Chaos literally did 92% of damage, and that is a huge amount, and with his Byron heals behind him, there's nothing they can do to take him down, especially with this Crow pick, as you've just said. Just the anti-heal's just so good from him, but, you know, Byron's still able to provide those shots and get the heals off onto him, and even with that mark, he managed to stay up like a solid a minute at a time and get the supers off, and that's really what mattered. And you know, Navi are gonna have to change something, otherwise we're gonna be seeing AC Milan Clash taking their map. And honestly, I don't even know if they think that there's certain maps at this point, because it seems to be going opposite ways no matter who picks what.
Pretty much one thing is set in stone, and that is that we're not going to be playing at Siege today, and credit to AC Milan Clash on that one, or rather, perhaps Navi. We know that AC Milan Clash has banned Siege 100% of the time. They most of the time are going up against another team, SK, who just seems to have this 100% Siege win rate, so it's understandable why they banned Siege so much. But we are going to be getting into game number 2 here in set number 2. AC Milan Clash leading by 1 game. Navi looking to take the control here with Amber this time. They're going to be burning away those bushes because those bushes were providing so much cover for AC Milan Clash and giving them so much mid control. PPG is actually going to pick up the kill here. Guille not going to get hit by that fire fuel though, and he's going to survive here. Jason not able to survive the likes of Guille over here on the right lane, and AC Milan Clash once again appears to be taking control of mid.
Super coming from Chaos, and the heals are there from Trevor, just able to keep him up that little bit longer that he needs, but MMA with the super is going to give them the lead just off that singular push, and it seems like Trevor's going to provide him with another one, but a good takedown with that splash there. He's going to miss his super over this side, but some good taps coming in from Trevor with a pinch are going to be providing a good amount of damage, and the kill comes in. Lead back in favor, and a nice splash heal from Trevor there, keeping him up against MMA, and might even get the takedown here with that assistance. Really weird to see Navi not play the Byron after it worked so well for Clash last game, and this game too, by the looks of how it's going so far.
Looking very clean, actually. AC Milan Clash all over Navi's safe. MMA really trying to get in here, not going to get any value on that super. Tried his darndest, but it's not happening. Trevor going to secure the kill as well. IKOS at risk of going down. VBG's getting very aggressive. Going to take whatever control they can get, but Navi, they did have an opportunity to get control there. They just seem to be staggering their respawns. Credit to AC Milan Clash on that one. Navi, they're just running in and not being able to get much control, though here come 2 members of Navi, and another Colette super is going to connect with the safe. MMA taking some major damage from Trevor, and he's going to go down to Trevor's main attack. Guille now trying to push up the right lane. It does get some mutually assured destruction on Jason. BBG's also going down, and Trevor looking to set up shop here at mid. Needs to get IKOS over to that safe. One hit onto the safe is going to get a little bit more damage. Guille looking to get that last shot, and Jason trying to tank, but he's just not able to survive it. 1% left on the safe, and that is going to be set number 2 going to AC Milan Clash in a clean sweep. Our match score is now 1-1, and of course this was the choice by Navi here. Set number 2 on Heist, it's going to be going to AC Milan Clash, and as Trav put it, it doesn't seem like it really even matters at this point. It's just, these are the game modes in Brawl Stars, and this is the order that they're going to be playing. It's not really a matter of what order they're played on, right? It doesn't seem to be altering the match too much. But set number 3 is going to be on Backyard Bowl. I think one of the ones that the community chose to be one of the more popular ones, right? Just a very clean decision there on the poll as the Brawl Ball map was selected there. Yeah, both teams had Brawl Ball as the most picked game mode, so do expect some amazing gameplay coming up here.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I must say, we've seen it over the past 4 weeks, as well as just today. Should be coming out as well. Lenane's goal scoring ability is unmatched by anybody in this Brawl Stars scene. And, you've really got to be looking towards Clash to take this Brawl Ball set, just because of how well they've performed on it, and I believe their win rate is going to be absolutely through the roof on it too. Navi, you can't count them out just yet, because obviously they did feel kind of confident in this, in Brawl Ball in past weeks, as we've seen them do absolutely amazingly, but I think they on other maps they definitely depend quite heavily on the Surge, which is banned out now in this one. And obviously Backyard Ball's not the best Surge map, but I've seen quite a lot of teams force it out when they are quite like they do use it quite a lot, and that's just plainly because of that TP and the levels you can get. It does provide a huge amount of range, so honestly it's probably going to be looking something similar to what we've said in the past, with the Bell, the Crow, and possibly a Max slotting in there too.
Yeah, the Max is still in play. G not in play naturally. Credit to Navi on that. Pretty soon we'll be heading into set number 3, Brawl Ball here on Backyard Bull. One of the ones that we've seen fall out of the meta just a little bit over the course of Brawl Masters is the 8-bit here on Backyard Bull, just because he's, he's pretty slow now with the plugged in star power getting nerfed. We do see the Carl coming in very strong though from Navi. No Carl from AC Milan Clash. No Carl from Navi on this one. AC Milan Clash already going to slot in this first goal. Lena looking very good here to get that first goal. Navi, they're bringing out the Bell, Max, and Crow this time. AC Milan Clash choosing something quite similar. They do have Guille on this Carl, though. Guille actually going to pick up a kill here. The pass from Trevor to Guille. Guille not going to put this one in the goal just yet. Going to wait for Trevor to get that kill. They're going to get a little bit more control around this goal before they go for the pass into that goal. Trevor at very low health here, not going to secure the kill on Jason. Guille also looking for the opportunity to back up. And the fight is going to return to mid. AC Milan Clash, they knew they couldn't get the ball in the goal there, but maybe they will now. The damage amplifier is on Guille. May looking to get this kill. He's not going to be able to make the connection with Guille. And AC Milan Clash looking powerful as they're closing in on this goal.
Yeah, Jason with a nice gadget over this side, though, and he's kind of placing them all around this defensive line. You see one on the right, one on the left, covering these zones where they are going to be attempting to push. But Guille's just doing an absolutely amazing job. We've seen him over and over again, pressuring when he is going to be required to, and staying defensive when he's not. It just seems like the all-round best pairing to have with Carl. And now you're going to be seeing with this mark on his head, Jason going to be trying to connect the shots, but he's just in a position where he's really not getting hit by Jason at all. He gets the trade, which is probably something that you're really looking to do when you are marked. It is quite a bit of a guaranteed kill in the long run, and that could have been definitely a bit of a breakaway from Trevor there, but didn't expect the shots to be passed to him. Marked up now as well, and Lenane goes aggressive. Nothing comes of it though, and now Trevor has got to mark up BBGs in this situation. He does so, and the pickups come in too, and there's just not any signs of Navi getting out of this defensive line. Even with this speed that BBGs has, he's just not going to be able to provide it just yet, because he falls, and Navi's looking very, very poor for Navi, as they just haven't been able to make any moves at all.
Yeah, AC Milan Clash looking good because, of course, Brawl Ball, their most picked game mode, one of their strongest game modes. Navi also very strong on Brawl Ball, and AC Milan Clash is acutely aware of this. They're going to play it safe here, even though they're very talented on this mode. Guille actually looking to have the opportunity to put this in the goal. An amazing tank there from Lena, and that is going to be game number 1 going to AC Milan Clash. That was great teamwork there, because I don't think that ball would have made it in. We wouldn't have seen AC Milan Clash put that one in the goal had we not seen the tank from Lena. So great teamwork there from AC Milan Clash. It's truly what puts them, I think, a cut above the rest of the competition, though Navi has shown that they can bleed. Even though AC Milan Clash has taken game number 1 here in set number 2, Navi, they can still bring it back. They just need to not fall into that defensive position for the entire game, because AC Milan Clash was seriously locking them down in their own goal. They weren't necessarily even going for the quick goal. They didn't want to risk it returning it to mid. They just went for the control around that goal to lock them down and not let them escape their own spawn point.
Yeah, it was just that really early flying hook that came in from Guille, gave him the early pressure and the early goal on top of that too. And then they just weren't able to move out of that position because Carl, when you've got that wall peak, there's just no killing it at all, especially against the likes of Crow, Bell, and Max, who really don't have that top amount of HP. You're not going to be able to do too much at wall peaking Carl, which is where he thrives the most. And that was where he was able to be in that aggressive position when they were holding that offensive line against Navi. And that's the position you really want to be in when you clash. One goal up and, all the time in the world to deal with as you've got that offensive pressure.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how that turns out as we head into our next game. Game number 2 coming up very soon here. I want to talk about the Max, actually, because Max usually enables you to have some very, very strong pushes. It just wasn't happening, actually, coming from Navi, right? Why were they not able to push out with the Max? We'll see it. They're running the Max once again. Ace and Clash looking to employ that same strategy as last time already, as we have Guille pushing onto the right here, able to secure a kill on MMA, and we might already, already Ace and Clash securing a goal here, in Navi seriously on the back foot as they are one game away from losing set number 3 and heading into set number 4.
We've seen the exact same thing. Even a comp change from Navi's not doing anything for them. Aggressive plays from Guille, and he might be able to pick up the kill. A nice dash through from Lenane, not able to make anything of it, as a nice defense from Jason and BBGs does come through. But 1-0 up, they are going to have to try and get the ball in the goal. A minute and 50 to do it, so plenty of time, but we've seen how good AQM are at holding these lines, whether it be offensive or defensive. The ball being possession being provided to Guille as well, possibly just trying to make a nice flying hook play out here, but MMA does it first, and he's got that super, and he is going to be able to get the takedown, but a good clear from Trevor will go a long way here, and he might even be able to make a breakaway play. I don't know if they're going to spawn in time. It's going to be close. They just about do, as Jason picked it up off the line, but a really nice heads-up play from Trevor to try and get that opportunity down and in the goal, and I must say a really nice double kill and clear from him as well.
Yeah, this is absolutely excellent coming out from AC Milan Clash. We saw some fancy feet by Lynette earlier. We might even see it again. Guille getting aggressive in here. Lynette with the trick shot. Lynette sniping that one right around Guille. And that is going to be set number 3 going to AC Milan Clash in a pretty overwhelming victory. I mean, Clash, Brawl Ball, right? Name a better duo. All weight. These guys are so good at Brawl Ball. Navi, of course, strong on Brawl Ball, but just kind of not well matched up against AC Milan Clash, though we are heading into Hot Zone as well. So this could be the opportunity for Navi to come back. We have an excellent Hot Zone map, of course, the fan favorite coming in very soon here. Wondering what exactly our picks are going to be, especially considering that we have Bell in play here. Seem to work way more towards AC Milan Clash's advantage than to Navi's. What do you think, Trev?
Yeah, honestly, Hot Zone, I feel like both of these teams are very, very good, especially on Split. We've seen Navi do absolutely amazingly on this, but I feel like that is plainly because of BBG's Surgeon. Without that in play, it can change it up hugely, and it's probably going to force out this Colt B and Carl comp that we've been seeing so much in this recent meta. It did used to be a Sandy, but after the nerf, Carl has come through absolutely hugely, and, it's really difficult to say that Clash are going to be losing a mirror comp, but, Navi need to show some signs of life, as regardless of that set 1 loss, I feel like they've been dominating near enough the whole time.
They have. That's the thing, is how did they completely bounce back from set number 1, where it seemed like Navi was finally just finding a way to break down to AC Milan Clash and find their weaknesses. I think really what we saw most of set number 1 was the Piper versus a Nanny interaction, which was just kind of a decisive victory for Nanny. We weren't able to see it. The same thing coming out from AC Milan Clash, though, right? It was a little bit unexpected from Navi, though now we're seeing more of the expected outcome. AC Milan Clash just completely dominating these following sets, set number 2 and 3, of course, going the way of AC Milan Clash. Navi really need to come back here. Hot Zone, I think, is going to be their best bet. Navi, they usually ban out Gym Grab, but they didn't have the opportunity to ban this time. So AC Milan Clash probably going to have the advantage here, because Navi, they are making it pretty clear that Gym Grab is not a confident game mode of theirs. They would rather not play it, and they probably have not practiced it as much. They're not as apt in the competitive sphere. We'll have to see how they adapt to the situation, since they certainly know that there's going to be at least one game mode that they're not going to be able to ban, and maybe we should be practicing those modes that we don't usually practice.
Yeah, as you say, this is going to have to be it if they are going to win a game mode at this point. Because I feel like, gem grab is very worrying for them. So even at this point, where it's guaranteed to go that far, even if they do win this round, it is a bit of a worrying situation for them. And I'm just wondering why they haven't decided to pick Siege as 100% ban rate by Clash. You've got to look at the statistics and be smart about these picks. And I must say, Navi aren't even a bad Siege team either, so it's really worrying that they didn't pick that. But this early pressure from Trevor is going a long way, as just being in that position has really allowed MMA to just have to stay back. And yeah, going to be very, very difficult to win this side over a call, but he does it anyway.
Absolutely. And Lynette now bringing in the Gale. He's not putting down that jump pad just yet, but this is a frustrating strategy that we usually see sort of as a troll pick. AC Milan Clash, though, coming in aggressive. Guille locking it down this right lane. AC Milan Clash now looking to get this left lane. BBG's actually going down a double kill there for Trevor. Jason trying to get control on the left side. Trevor going to heal up a little bit before he heads back in. Now looking for the kill on Jason. Does find the kill, but is taken down by the Tick Super. BBG's doesn't hit that last hurrah. Lina ready with this super as well. MMA getting stunned. Lina not going to be able to get that kill just by himself. Trevor coming in to finish things off. Jason is going to get some capture on this right hot zone. Trevor also getting taken down. AC Milan Clash still in the lead here. They just need 18% and some good dodges. Guille actually trying to get this super ready. He knows that MMA is just going to spin away if he uses that super, but MMA not able to get all the way away. Guille actually does manage to get the stun, and AC Milan Clash looking like they're going to wrap up game number 1 here in Hot Zone.
Having lost that left side so early on, it's really, really difficult for Navi to come back from that. And, I will say, it is Trevor and Linane having that synergy play that they just did. I'm not sure if you saw it, but alongside Trevor running in with that gadget, using that speed to get in the faces, Linane comes in with an absolutely amazing knockback, pushes 2 of the brawlers directly into Trevor's path, so he can absolutely stomp them in that left-hand side. And that's really what won them that game, that one play, and the capture of the left-hand side that came in due to it. It's really, really unrivaled by Navi, and these are the kind of plays you expect to see from the top teams, like Clash, who are just able to synergize so well together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is what makes these teams, greater than the sum of their parts. You can have some excellent teams, right? You can have some excellent players that all come together to make one team, but perhaps their synergy between players is not so much. So you can have excellent gameplay. You can have great players that make great individual plays, but do they come together and form something stronger than just the addition of all those players together on the same roster? Clash definitely one of those. We see great individual plays from Navi. I mean, I'm not going to let go of that Nanny versus Piper interaction that we saw for the entire first set, but Clash, I mean, you can see their teamwork, you can see their passes to each other in Brawl Ball, you can see here on Hot Zone their ability to synergize and work together, the duos that they know are strong, the Gale, the Frank coming together, just, switching, flexing on whatever lane calls for them. Wherever the Call of Duty is, they answer. AC Milan Clash now looking to push up on the left lane as MMA has pretty much secured the control. Almost going to get the kill on Guille. Guille keeps on baiting him back. MMA now really deep into enemy territory. Does get taken down by Trevor Lina. And Guille actually, BBG's going down as well. And AC Milan Clash will cement this lead in the match point.
Yeah, I will say this is really, really nice from Clash as well. They realize that they have been playing that tanky comp, and that's going to force Navi to play this comp that we are seeing now with the B and the Colt. So they decided to just go something a bit different and play a different strategy. And Trevor coming in now, I don't know how he survived this long against the matchup with MMA, but he's won it as well. And that full right-hand side secured is going to be very, very worrying for Navi in this long run. A nice flying hook in from Guille, but he doesn't manage to get the trade out, which isn't too great, but an amazing super from Linane there. Does get taken down along the way, but just that super is going to free up a lot of space for Guille to come up this left side and try to keep this percentage lead now.
Yeah, it's possible for Navi to come back here. We got to see Jason with a great kill, but Trevor does take him down. BBG's now trying to get on the right lane to keep it away from Lina. Lina gets the kill, and AC Milan Clash keeps on capturing. The number keeps on going up. AC Milan Clash, they might actually close this one out right here and head to the grand finals. Just a few more percentage points at Navi. They have it all opened up. They've just got to be able to hit their shots. 1 more percent, and AC Milan Clash will be heading to the finals. The semifinal is already over for both of these teams. AC Milan Clash now taking this win in the best of 5. Congrats to AC Milan Clash. Very well played by them. Even when we expand things to a best of 5, the more adaptable team, it seems to triumph, and Navi will be dropping down to the losers bracket. Of course, it's a double elimination bracket, so Navi can still come back for the finals, though AC Milan Clash taking the win today and heading on to the next stage of the tournament.
I mean, after that first set, switch has got to have been flipped in Clash's heads, because losing 2-1 and then coming back to win every single set remaining 2-0, it shows that something's happened. They've maybe been shouted at by the coach, get yourselves together. We know we're going to be able to win this game, win these next 3 sets and just get it over with. And just wait for the winners of this next semi-final between Tribe and SK, and that's really going to be deciding who they're going to be facing. And if Tribe manage to pull off something that seems quite miraculous at the moment and beat SK Gaming, they are going to be joining them there. But Navi are knocked down to those losers semi-finals. Really disappointing for those after such a good set 1 performance. I was expecting them to maybe put a bit more fight up in the next sets coming up, but regardless of that fact, they have been knocked down, and Clash will reign victorious.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see, though we are already going to be getting into our next match of the day. We'll see how these teams perform in the losers bracket after this semifinal match. Tribe Gaming EU versus SK Gaming. 2 amazingly powerful teams. SK, I think, has been pretty dominating, but Tribe Gaming in EU is having a major come up. We even saw them win one of the BrawlMSTRS qualifiers, taking home that nice $1,000 prize. The question is, are they going to be able to bring that same medal today versus SK Gaming? Our questions will be answered pretty soon here once we get those map selections and bans in, of course. Want to talk about the rosters here. SK Gaming, they have a really excellent roster, of course. Now, keep in mind, I'm an NA guy, right? Not so much of an EU guy, so you're going to have to pardon me when I'm not as familiar with some of the really dominant players in the competitive sphere here in EU. Though SK Gaming, I gotta say, I'm definitely familiar with. I know I speak for most of the world when I say, like, SK Gaming, we're familiar with those players. Though Tribe Gaming, Trev, some of our players from Tribe Gaming, who can we expect to bring some really strong performance today?
I mean, you can't really take anything from anything away from any of these players. Honestly, you've got, Spen, Tom, and Casey over the side of Tribe, who have been playing fairly well recently, but, I'm always looking towards SK here, as they've been winning literally every single game they've been matched with. Here are some of the stats, and you're seeing an 100% ban rate on Byron from SK, so clearly not a fan of those healing comps, especially when you're not sure what maps are going to be picked. Bell going to be the most dominant ban from Tribe in 69%, but looking at that, we've got a drawn percentage of most banned game modes by Tribe, which is going to be the Siege and Bounty, 2 fairly, varying game modes of, who's going to win that. It seems to be a bit more RNG on that kind of sense, but 60% ban rate from the gem grab by SK Gaming.
Yeah, and SK Gaming, I mean, they're also picking the Siege here as their most picked mode. I don't think we've seen them drop a single Siege set in any of these competitions. Of course, we tap into the news cycle, right, and we find out, oh, wow, this is an interesting stat from SKs. They haven't dropped a single Siege set. That's going to be actually our 4th set. If we make it there, we did see the underdog take set number 1 in our last game. Tribe Gaming possibly the underdog in this situation. They're a strong roster, but we've seen amazing performance from SK Gaming so far in this competitive season. Our first set is going to be Hard Rock Mine as well, so we're finally going to get to see that map played. Shooting Star is going to be set number 2. Kaboom Canyon for set number 3. Nuts and Bolts, of course, set number 4, and it will all be decided on Backyard Bowl set number 5, and we have some great bands coming in as well, Trav.
Yeah, we are seeing the bans and the stats reigning true, as Bell is banned by Tribe and Byron by SK. But on top of that, you are going to be seeing the Stew ban from Tribe, which I feel is a bit of a confidence pick. They're feeling fairly confident today, as banning out that Stew is kind of a huge meta brawler at the moment, which meaning you kind of want to play, force these comps that are being scrimmed quite a lot. And then Sprout from SK Gaming, which I feel is maybe a little bit more unusual, considering it's not really used too much on Shooting Star and Hard Rock Mine. You do see quite a lot of aggro comps coming out nowadays. Same with Kaboom Canyon as well. You are seeing a more range, type of compers, but Nuts and Bolts is where it's going to be for that Sprout ban, and they're clearly expecting it to go the long run by the looks of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Byron ban might also be for Kaboom Canyon, just because, we see the Byron Colette is super, super powerful there. Sprout ban, I'm also suspicious of, like you were saying. I think on nuts and bolts, it's playable, right? You can get a really nice defense there, sort of walk the bot all the way around using those sprout walls. But I mean, it's not like a super utility brawler across all of these maps. You gotta wonder what exact maps these guys are planning on going to and what specific maps these bans are for. I mean, Stu, Bell, right? Okay, those are for every single map. The Byron and the Sprout, they look more specific to me. Byron, of course, for Kaboom Canyon, perhaps even for Hard Rock Mine. We'll see if we see those brawlers come out on Hard Rock Mine as we get into game number 1 of set number 1. Tom bringing out the Colonel Ruffs here. Spin with the Gene. We finally get to see Gene today. SK Gaming bringing out that Max and Gene combo just as Tribe is. That third brawler is going to be a bit different, though. Semantic now running the Rico on the left lane, actually circling all the way behind Tribe Gaming, and this is completely unexpected. Usually we don't see this sort of flank, but it seems to be working beautifully here. Tom at risk of going down, actually going to take out Semantic, and SK Gaming is going to have this early game lead, though not by barely the skin of their teeth. Jetton actually almost going down there, but he's hanging on to those 5 gems for dear life.
Yeah, I will say that's a huge turn in events there, and you saw a very, very aggressive start from Tribe, and it looked like it promised to be a hugely, really good start for those, but changed in a second as the kills did start to come in from Semantic. Rico Super 2 going to be connecting about half of that clip onto Spen, bringing him very, very low in an aggressive sandbag placement from Tom there. But look at this super from Semantic. He is literally unrivaled at the moment, playing so well in all competitions, and the pull is not connected by Spen. Firmly pinned in Spawn now with 9 gems in the hand of Jetton. It's really looking sketchy for Tribe as Tom falls too. Only KC to put some pressure on as Spen is all the way down the map, and this is looking very, very nice for SK in this first game. And let's hope it doesn't foreshadow the rest of the game, as I would like to see a bit more of a closer game than the previous one we just watched.
Oh, same here. I mean, Tribe Gaming, they look to be, really exploding out of the gates there, though SK Gaming, they seem to just completely envelop them, right? Just kind of circled around them and picked them off as they sort of closed in and suffocated them, right? That seemed to be the strategy that they were employing there. They must be doing their homework, going back and rewatching some things, because it seems like they were so easily able to adapt to Tribe Gaming's very aggressive play there. As a rush into mid, SK Gaming not resisting necessarily the push in, rather just kind of forming around the offensive bubble there, and then finding little openings around it all the way. Typically, you're going to focus your defenses sort of towards the front, and SK Gaming, they went completely behind. We saw Jetton on the Rico going behind and getting some crucial damage and some kills to force Tribe Gaming out of position and make them take, of course, a lot of damage as well. Loads of damage coming from Jetton there. Tribe, they're going to have to adapt to this one, and perhaps it's going to force them into a more unfavorable position, as they're not going to be able to play as aggressively as before. They're going to play more passively, more defensively, and, the last thing you want to do is play like you don't usually do, because you're not going to be in your element. You might feel a little bit out of place. It's not going to be as comfortable, and the stakes are pretty high, especially with the sort of opponent that Tribe Gaming is facing off against in this game.
Yeah, I will say, I've seen a lot of Tribe Gaming play recently, and it seems they've always been playing into SK Gaming's kind of play style, and I feel like that aggressive start was really them trying to, rock SK Gaming a bit and shake up the mentality, being like, oh, we have never seen this side of Tribe before playing such an aggressive style. And, I really did like that, try and seize that opportunity from Tribe there, as they do go way more aggressive than we usually see them go, pushing them all into the right-hand corner. But there was just nobody there to deal with Semantic, who was the one who pinched back and picked up those kills. We are going to be seeing the exact same comp from Tribe and SK, so both clearly feeling very, very confident in their comps. Seeing a bit more of passive play from Tribe now, as they are going to be close to this gem spawner, but not going as aggressive as they have been previously.
Oh yeah, it's like night and day. Tribe Gaming going way less aggressive. They're playing more passively at this time, and this is how we usually see Tribe play, right? They play passive, and they just barely inch forward up the field, getting control as they go. Semantic actually, once again, going to find the strong positioning, goes on the left and picks up a kill on KC. Tribe Gaming now forced backwards. We do see that power up onto Spin coming out from Tom, and this is going to be a nice little advantage for Tribe here, as SK are lacking on the damage front now. Semantic, though, actually picking up for most of that lack of DPS on the left side. It just seems like he's untouchable. Spin actually looking for the pull, and Semantic actually trying to bait it out. Spin has his attention diverted. Semantic finally getting taken down, and Tribe Gaming now are going to get to play aggressive and try and reacquire some of these gems from Skyrix and Jetton. Here comes the speed from Jetton. Skyrix, though, is too low on health to successfully get a pull. KC, also with the power-up, is going to find aggressive positioning to look for the next super. Spin taking major damage, though we just have to see the combination of the speed and the gene pull coming out from Tribe, and that is going to be their ticket to victory, as the score is now getting tied up by the gem count. SK Gaming looking clean as they have the gene pull, just as Tribe Gaming does. It's a bit of a stalemate here.
Yeah, I will say, it's kind of worrying if Tribe don't win this game, as they have got that 3-piece power-up that has been provided by Tom. So, you've got to worry. But, look at that from Semantic again in a good position, and Tom gets pulled, not able to put his sandbag downs in time, and that is going to be the countdown. No reset capability from the mid for Tribe, and Spence looking very low, and the kills come in from SK. That is a really disappointing end to that game for Tribe there, as they did have 3 huge power-ups available on those brawlers, but nothing's being made of it, and SK take the first set in a very, very dominant fashion.
My gosh. If I had to pick a, sort of MVP, like most valuable brawler right there, it was definitely Semantic, right? Getting aggressive on the left lane and getting behind, getting loads of damage, just that flank. He was completely untouchable. Unbelievable play there, and it just didn't seem like Tribe was really able to get rid of him. We saw Spin getting distracted, trying to get rid of Semantic. He had that pull ready. He's like, oh, I'm going to use it. And Semantic is going back and forth through the bushes, right? Trying to be untouchable. And it did really manage to keep Tribe back there. Not only did he get loads of damage, but he acted as such a distraction. Typically, this is not what we see, right? We saw the sort of double brawler combination there on mid from SK. We saw the Gene and the Max, of course, a powerful duo. It makes sense for them to be together, but Semantic just kind of going rogue, going on that left lane, getting loads of damage, distracting the enemy from mid and from lane. I think it was a great strategy that we don't usually see, and they really just did play it beautifully, and I do anticipate that to follow into our next matches.
Yep, straight in here, as we know how tiring it is to see these comps over and over again on Shooting Star, but it is a meta, and that's how it's going to be. Early shots coming in onto Tribe, but they did manage to secure that blue star along the way. KC not able to connect any shots so far, and same with Spen, as he does start to tap a few little tickles onto Semantic, but able to just heal all the way up by the time Spen's really able to do anything at all now. And KC taking heavy fire, Gadget coming in, and a nice last hurrah from Jetton to tank all of that damage, soak it all up, as well as take some of the ammo from Tribe Gaming, and now they are quite heavily pinned in spawn.
Yep, Tribe Gaming now falling onto the back foot, though SK Gaming is going to allow them to advance up here. SK, they're looking to play a little bit more defensive here, perhaps to pick up some kills on an aggressive Tribe. We did see them play aggressive on game number 1, and this is not how they usually play. SK giving them a little bit of room to play with their less comfortable playstyle, though Tribe already going to find that next kill with Peep. SK Gaming is still down 3 stars here and a blue star as we head into the last 50 seconds of the game. Semantic getting a nice shot there on Spin with the homemade recipe, but it's not going to get much value. Another actually homemade recipe, and Jetton is going to try and get this pinch here, going to try and pin Spin in the corner, but it's not going to pay off. Great counterplay there from Tom to try and even things out. We did see an important kill, though, from SK Gaming, and they are going to be taking this game to a bit more of an equal score. Just 20 seconds left in the game, and SK is finally picking up the lead.
Oh, I'm really not a fan of how aggressive Tom was in that scenario. There were definitely up in stars there, as it has reverted to 4-3 in favor of SK now, but Semantics might be quite out of position here, and he is, but the trade comes in, and another kill from SK is going to give them the lead still. Skyrix is the only one they need to take down. There's going to be close. Can he be taken down? Oh, the kill comes in beyond the grave from Tom, and Tribe are going to take the win in this game. I don't even know what I just watched.
Oh my gosh, that... Okay, yeah, we're going to need like an instant replay of that, because it seems like so much happened right there. It's the posthumous kill there from Tribe, and they managed to take that one. Unbelievable. Tom going nuts here, or perhaps maybe a little bit of luck Regardless, Tribe taking this first game here in set number 2, crazy. As Trav said, from beyond the grave. Tribe, they had that lead there and they kept on going aggressive. SK Gaming gave them a little bit of room to push up there and hopefully catch them in a more aggressive state than they're used to. But Tribe, they're still managing to get that game right there. Tom, the Tick, with the dream, of course. Tribe looking good heading into game number 2. Are they going to be able to pick up the first blue star to start things off strong? Tom trying to get in here. Skyrex doing his best to back him up. Jedden actually not able to get up there and get the blue star, but a great kill by Semantic is going to put that lead in SK Gaming's favor. Tribe now behind by just 1 star. Tom, wow, on very low health. Almost gets hit with the return to Cinder to finish him off. Tribe Gaming still on the back foot as SK Gaming fires out this peak to cement their lead even further.
Peep does connect onto KC, and that is going to be making it a 5-star lead. Spen looks like he maybe is having some connection issues down this back as he doesn't seem to be moving too much. Obviously healing up a little bit though. 59 HP remaining as he doesn't get taken down. 1 tile back from Semantic would have ended his life there, but doesn't manage to get it just yet. And Spen yet again healing up at the back of the map. And this is just firm pressure from SK Gaming at this point. Just keeping control as mid and KC falling low too. It always seems like they're at a deficit of HP at this point, and Spen trying to relieve some pressure now, but he's just put directly back into his spot with that take head.
Yep, Tom now looking to push up here. He has to get this next super off. Here comes the last hurrah. Jedden backing up here as well. Skyrex also backing up. SK, they are pushed all the way back to their spawn. And this time it's not a strategic move. It's because they've literally been backed all the way up by Tribe. Loads of damage coming in. We're not going to see the kill with the tick head, but we do see the kill from a Tribe picking up several kills, losing one of their members himself. KC going down, though Tribe Gaming now finding this opportunity to back up. We might see the tank here for the Nanny super. Here comes the return to Cinder to finish off Spin. Another kill coming out from SK. Tribe also gonna go down. SK picking up a game number 2. It was so back and forth there at the end. It was one kill after the other. Nanny going down, Tick going down. We see the return to Cinder to return to Cinder, the counter to the counter to the counter. And that is going to be SK Gaming taking game number 2 in just as close of a victory or loss as game number 1. It's the closest set that we've seen all of Brawl Masters so far.
Oh, I was just looking over that right-hand side at the end there, and Tom was so close to picking up another win over that left-hand side, because over the right, I mean, because they had that blue star. All they needed was Semantic, but he just 600 HP at the end of the game. Tom's shot was flying over, and you know, as we saw in last game, I was like, see that slow motion tick shot just like in the air, and you just see it coming down, and it's like so close to dying, and he almost turned it around again, and that would have confirmed the set. But on the other hand of things, SK Gaming do manage to win this, and it could go completely in their favor if they win this. It's looking very bleak for Tribe Gaming, as there will be 2 sets up.
Yeah, I mean, these games are just going back and forth and back and forth. And I mean, if we see Tribe win this set, then it's going to be the sets going back and forth and back and forth. Thankfully, we do have the best of 5 in the finals, so it's going to be a little bit more even on that front. Here we see game number 3. SK Gaming trying to pick up this lead here. Jedden actually might... Nope, he's not going to escape mid without having to use the last hurrah, but he does escape alive, and that is definitely an advantage right off the bat for SK. The Tribe, they're not going to waste this push. They've already started it, and it's too late to stop their commitment. Spin going down, and SK Gaming now has 3 stars under their belt. Tom now forced to back up. KC also forced to back up on this Nanny interaction. We've seen the Nanny Piper interaction having a bit of a rough time for the entire set of shooting stars. We saw it even in our first match of the day, and it just doesn't seem to be changing. It is a favored interaction for the Nanny, though KC now pushing up here. Spin just as well, actually winning his fight on the left side, or at least pushing back Semantic. This could be the beginning of a big push for Tribe if they're able to keep this positioning here at mid and force SK Gaming back into their spawn.
Well, say, you know, 3 stars is not enough to maintain this control, and 5 might be, as he does pick up that kill with that peep. Tom coming down to 224 HP there as well, having to back up, heal up himself. Spend very low too, and the tick shot does not connect, and neither does the homemade recipe. Very optimistic shot from Semantic there, but there he is again with the ambush lurking in that bush and picking up the kill, extending it to 7 stars. And honestly, if Tribe don't make something happen soon, it's going to be too late for them to come back. And another nanny head coming in, no jump for KC, can't do anything with it. Tom does get a trade onto Jeton though, but the heads trade each other out as well. So Mantic now in an aggressive position, and with 4 stars, that's really not where he wants to be. So he does back up a little bit, return to sender on Skyrix, and how low KC is, he cannot risk trying to hit a shot onto him. So he's going to try and rotate, but nothing is coming, and SK extend their lead to 2 sets.
Wow, amazing. SK looking clean here. Tribe, they did come close. It looks like it even came down to luck in our first 2 games here in set number 2, but it was just unbelievable. It was really, really down to the wire, down to the last fractions of a second. So that is going to be SK Gaming taking set number 2, and we'll be heading into Kaboom Canyon, potentially to finish things off. It's the match point, but it's not the set point quite yet. Or rather, it's a match point as far as the set score goes. We'll have to see who triumphs in set number 3. Tribe Gaming, they do look pretty good on Kaboom Canyon historically, though SK Gaming, they've been dominating today, and we could see that domination carry on into set number 3. The momentum is definitely on SK Gaming's side.
Yeah, no, I've got to agree with you in that sense. SK is looking so good right now, and regardless of that bounty game pickup, it really hasn't changed too much in favor of them, as it's still 2 sets to 0, and heading on to Kaboom Canyon now, it's very worrying for Tribe if they don't get these comps right. And I will say a couple of mistakes from comps did come in from Navi, and it did come back to bite them, as they just didn't have that momentum in the second game of Heist. And you know, with Tribe's performances so far, I'm really looking towards SK yet again, but, you know, you can't rule them out yet, as a reverse sweep is still possible. It's just very unlikely looking at the game modes that are going to be coming up too.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a crazy redemption arc here for Tribe if we see the reverse sweep. It is looking like the odds are supremely stacked against them. They're going to have to dig deep and reset. That's something that we see a lot from SK Gaming. It's one of the things that has propelled this particular roster to victory, is their ability to, after a loss, just completely reset and negate the effect of their enemy's momentum that it may have on them. The one thing that it doesn't really impact is the effect that your enemy's momentum has on themselves, right? You do start to get in your groove, and you enter this sort of state where you're able to focus more on your interactions with your teammates rather than your interactions on lane or with your enemies. We'll have to see if that works out so well for SK Gaming, or perhaps even for Tribe as we enter set number 3. We do have, I mean, pretty locked in meta here on Kaboom Canyon, though this time we don't have the Byron in play, so that's one to keep in mind as we're thinking about what kind of comps are going to be coming out here. I do believe the Crow could be possible. It's not going to be denying any healing, though, so it is a little bit more mysterious what exactly the role of our brawlers is going to be as we head into set number 3 here in Kaboom Canyon.
Yeah, it's a lot more difficult, but I've got to say I'm liking the look of more of these ranged comps. You know, we saw Byron come in with Colette, but Byron out of play, we're going to be seeing something a bit more range, but maybe not. We are seeing Tribe sticking sturdy with their nice little Amber and Crow, and the same on the side of SK. It's really nice to see a mirror comp outside of Shooting Star for once, and this is really going to be a determination of who's going to be playing this better. And it seems to be SK so far, as they do have a bit more control of this map. And Tribe looking very low at this point too. Early super from Skyrix is going to secure another 13% on safe.
Yep, we do see the Crow shots landing on Skyrix, though SK Gaming, they have cemented their lead already. It is a 28% lead here for SK, and Tribe is still struggling to push in on SK's safe, even pushing in on mid. Casey has laid down the fire fuel, but he hasn't been able to get control. Tom with the jump forward, and this could finally be Tribe gaining control. Spin outranged by Semantic here, and that's going to be his major downfall. 59%, now 53% remaining on Tribe's safe. Though here come the first bits of damage from Tribe onto SK's safe. That Colette super is going to take out that sweet 5,600 damage that Colette is so characteristic for it. Skyrix actually at risk of going down. The shield is going to keep him alive for just a little bit longer. Now 34% left on the safe, as SK Gaming is threatening to take Tribe Gaming EU to the match point in a near sweep. Spin now looking for the damage with Colette. Could use this super to win lane, but it doesn't look like that's what he's going to do. He's going to try and hold on to the super as long as possible, though Jeton is not going to allow that to happen. An aggressive super, but He is taken down by KC. Semantic now in a great position. Here comes the Fire Fuel to get that damage on Spin and keep him back. Semantic looking to be in a strong position here as he's playing defensively against another Amber. That's exactly where you want to be in the Amber v Amber situation, is on defense. Jetton jumping in on the safe, and the last bits of damage coming in from SK. That is going to be SK taking us to match point. Tribe Gaming supremely in the back foot here. SK looking very clean. Tribe, they got to dig deep and come back right here, right now. Otherwise, they will be dropping down to the losers bracket with Navi.
After that performance with a miracle, you know, SK looking so good right now. And, you know, Skyrix with these Colette supers on safe, as well as Jetton did a really nice heads-up play there as well. I think we failed to mention it at the time. But when Colette went in with the dash, he saw an opportunity to make his way up the map and get the kill with that crow jump when he does return to that same spot. So I think that's a really nice play to make, just firmly securing the control at mid. And that's what SK did for the majority of that game. They might have been on defensive a little bit, but 16% damage is nothing to worry about when you've got that vast amount of damage on the opponent's safe. And that's really where SK made huge moves and took so much damage off the safe. And, you know, you've got to be looking at them doing the same again if Tribe don't make any changes in how they're going to play this comp. I'm not sure if it was the sides were wrong at the start and they didn't get an advantage off that, or they just plainly got outplayed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was most of the Fire Fuel going on mid rather than winning the lane that did play a major part in Tribe Gaming's defeat there. They're going to have to recognize that at least. They're going straight for the safe this time. Spin and Tom all over the safe, trying to keep the control of mid too. A little bit of rudimentary mid control, this interaction between Tom and Jetton at mid. Loads of damage coming in on Tribe safe, but they're just going to ditch it. It seems KC came forward, but apparently was told to go back and win this lane. Skyrix actually does manage to get the kill on KC, and Spin is now forced to play against Skyrix. Loads of damage coming in on the safe. Semantic getting some easy pot shots, and the pinch from Spin and KC is enough to get that kill, though Tribe Gaming, they've lost so much percentage on their safe. They are majorly behind here. Here comes a super in as well. Another super from SK Gaming. Semantic with the super as well. Just supers flying left, right, and center. Tribe Gaming now looking to push up to mid. If they can keep mid control, then they can bring this game back. But SK Gaming, they've been playing so explosively. It looks like that's what they're going to continue to employ as we head into the rest of the match.
Yeah, I will say, I feel like I'm experiencing a bit of deja vu here. It seems like very similar percentages on safes for when Tribe get control, and it might just be too little too late here, as this really nice oil pull from KC can go a long way, but Skyrix just gets directly through it into a nice position on the right-hand side. Semantic, however, is looking very low on the left and not able to do too much, having to retreat, trying to get his super off this star power. Wherever he stands at his oil, he is going to get his super back, but there is a super from Skyrix, and that is going to be opening up a lot. Not even securing the kill on him either, and Semantic's now dashing forward down the left as well. Tom picks up a kill, but it might all be over here with a nice jump from Jetton and some shots in from Semantic, and it is going to be SK knock Tribe down to the losers bracket, and that is going to be a 3-0 sweep. And SK just look unstoppable at this point.
They look absolutely impossible to stop. Just 2-2-2, right? The only game that they lost there was in Bounty, right? And even then, it was a very close affair. Just this last minute clutch there by Tom. Tribe Tom, a tick and a dream is what it took to win that game there, but that doesn't seem to be enough to win these next games. A clean sweep pretty much by SK Gaming. Tribe Gaming EU dropping down to the losers bracket where they'll face off against Navi, a very strong roster that did start to show AC Milan Clash's weak points. So we'll have to see how that pans out when we head into that match in the losers bracket. Of course, a double elimination tournament. So both of those teams, both Tribe Gaming EU and Navi, are at risk of getting knocked out if they lose that next match. We're going to go to a short break as well, but first, let's take a look at the bracket. Trev, take us away.
Yeah, we're seeing, AC Milan Clash have taken down Navi off the start, as quite a lot of you will see if you did tune in early on. Tribe have just lost to SK, as we just watched now, in a very unfortunate affair. And they're both of those losing teams are down to their last lives in this losers final bracket. Navi versus Tribe Gaming, and on the winner side of things, AC Milan Clash versus SK. Both matches promise to be very evenly matched. And, these last lives for Tribe and Navi, you've really got to be quite scared for them in this situation.
Yeah, it's absolutely risky for these guys. They are going to have to play it their absolute hardest. Going to have to dig deep. Both of these teams are coming off of a loss. So not only is the most adaptable team going to win this next match, it's going to be the team that is able to reset and kind of forget that first game and head into the fight for their lives here in Brawl Masters. But before that, we're going to head to a short break to give our players a bit of a break, as well as us and you, because I'm sure this has been so exhilarating that you need to take a bit of a breather. So we'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. I am, of course, ready set. I'm joined by none other than Trev. Of course, slipping up a little bit on the words because I'm so excited for our next match coming up. It is the winners finals before we head into the grand finals. Of course, the loser of this one does drop down to the losers bracket, but there is only going to be one winner of that losers bracket heading into the grand finals. So an absolute banger that we got coming up here, Trev.
Definitely so. I mean, these are the two top dogs of Europe at the moment. They see them clashing in near enough every final. So it seems a bit of an early situation for them to face. But yet again, one of these teams is kind of expected to be coming up back through that losers bracket in a tough game against whoever wins versus Tribe and Navi, should I say. So yeah, definitely so. We kind of expect whoever loses this to have a really good fight in the lower bracket anyway. So you know, you've really got to look towards, you know, whoever wins this is going to have a huge advantage going forward directly to that final, the grand final, should I say. And they're just going to have a long waiting time to see who's going to be coming to face them in the long run.
Yeah, Exactly. I mean, I do anticipate that both of these teams will end up in the grand finals unless we see like some amazing turnaround from our players here and our other teams. Of course, there are amazing prizes at stake as well, so it's not like you lose necessarily if you don't make it to the grand finals. Let's take a look at the stat comparison between these two teams. AC Milan Clash, of course, with the Stu ban most of the time. SK always banning Byron, which is an interesting one to note. Clash always banning Siege, which is, of course, SK Gaming, one of their best modes. Their most banned mode, though, is Gym Grab. SK Gaming, not going to want to play Gym Grab here. The comparison between their most picked modes, AC Milan Clash, they love that Brawl Ball. SK Gaming, no question, they love their Siege. And they're pretty even here on the sets won and lost. Pretty negligible differences here. These are some very well-matched teams, and I can't wait to see how this match turns out. Who will head to the grand final, and who will have to fight their way back to the top?
I took a little amount of time to acknowledge the stats there, and then I just looked at the photos. Like, Clash have been told to look so serious, and look how nice SK look. Don't look too menacing at all, but it really doesn't translate to how they've been playing, as we've seen SK so fierce on the field in comparison to, you know, Clash have been playing very well as well recently, but it just seems like every time they face, SK usually come out on top, and the drafts have been started, as we see here. Backyard Bowl coming out first, Nuts and Bolts on Siege afterwards, Split in Hot Zone, Shooting Star in Bounty, and then we are just waiting on our last mode. But honestly, the picks do look very reminiscent of what they usually like to play and what their best modes are.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We already have these map selections coming out. Of course, our teams, they get to decide the order in which the maps are going to be played. It's a little bit different from our usual draft mode. The map bans are not as prevalent. Here we have the map selections. You get to select what order the maps are going to be played in. Backyard Bowl coming out first. Nuts and Bolts is going to be our second map. Split for our third map, and Shooting Star for our fourth map. And we are going to see our fifth map coming out very soon. Of course, less important because we quite possibly could not even be heading into those maps, but I do want to look at the first two sets. AC Milan Clash and SK both picking their strongest game modes for the first one. Of course, Backyard Bowl gonna be AC Milan Clash's pick, no question, nothing unexpected here. SK Gaming picking Siege. They have not dropped a single set of Siege. It would seem a game here and there, perhaps, but not a set quite yet. This could be the beginning, though. AC Milan Clash banning Siege every single time. I think there is a clear winner in this interaction, though. With the stakes this high, perhaps these teams have a little bit of an ace up their sleeves for their weaker game modes that is going to aim to throw off their enemy who is, better practiced on certain modes than others.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, seeing Backyard Bowl come out first is a real nice thing to see for Clash. I'm sure they're very pleased about having that first pick as well. Final pick coming in, though, Hard Drop Mine is going to be selected by Clash, which seems, a little late considering how much SK seem to dislike the game mode of Gem Grab, considering it's been banned an awful lot by those guys. But, yeah, you've got to look at this second set as well. AC are going to have the huge advantage in the first as they are the Brawl Ball team of Europe. And then on the other side of things, SK are the Siege team of Europe, and they are literally undefeated in Siege.
Yeah, they're literally undefeated, and this could maybe come to a close today. AC Milan Clash, they got to pull out something crazy to surprise SK Gaming, but I mean, when you're that accomplished, right, there's not much that can surprise you. SK Gaming, they're known, of course, to just be able to, take a deep breath and reset, kind of learn from their mistakes in a previous game and carry that onto victory in the same set. AC Milan Clash, though, as far as their Brawl Ball strat, I mean, they just have these very explosive games. They're great at making these very clutch shots, typically ones that you would not see people go for in a competitive match, though AC Milan Clash, they have the confidence and they have the success rate on some of these clutch plays, or plays that you usually consider clutch, but are just kind of, an everyday occurrence for AC Milan Clash. So expect to have some amazing first two sets. As we head into our later sets, it's going to even out a little bit more. It's not going to be as decided. These first sets are absolutely just to set the pace of the match, since we, not to ruin the surprise or, eliminate the magic a little bit, but we kind of know how these first two sets are going to turn out, which team it's going to go to.
Yeah, and the Brawler bans have come in now as well. Say goodbye to Stu and Byron and say hello to some extremely targeted bans, I will say. We've seen SK playing so well on that Gene, and Clash know that as well. Skyrix, absolutely incredible Gene, one of, if not the best Gene in Europe. And then, you know, I'd be scared of Linane's Mortis. Any day of the week, I'd be running from it. And that seems like what SK don't want to be doing here, as they do ban that out. Really do like the look of these bans, getting rid of, you know, the majority of the main meta brawlers in Stu and Byron, and then really focusing on something like a targeted ban against their opponent. We'll say, though, Bell in play is going to be a very fierce pick for both of these teams in the majority of these modes.
Yeah, that is a surprising one, is to see Bell in play. Once again, we almost never saw Bell in play during the last chance qualifiers, and now we see in the finals here, in the playoffs, Bell, it just seems to be in every other match. The Bell is going to be coming out strong. Gene not going to be in play, of course, as you said. The Mort, I think, is a targeted ban as well, just because Lena is an absolutely terrifying Mort. SK Gaming is very acutely aware of this. I mean, think about these two teams. If you tap into the official Brawl Stars esports sort of content on YouTube, you've definitely seen the video that came out. It was either today or yesterday. The sort of clash between these two teams very frequently. If you haven't seen it, go watch between the next break when we take a short break between BrawlMSTRS matches. But I mean, these teams are such fierce competition for each other. They're very aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, and we'll have to see them battle it all out here, if not also in the grand finals. Very soon we'll be moving into game number 1. We'll have to see what SK brings out to deal with AC Milan Clash's Brawl Ball gameplay, because it is consistently amazing and absolutely fierce.
Yeah, you know, I will completely. I really like the way you put the fact that they really do know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and that does translate hugely to what they've selected here. You know, even if Siege isn't SK's Gaming's best mode, which it is, it's a bad mode for Clash, which I feel is going to give them a huge advantage. And on the other side of things, you know, Brawl Ball, it is AC Milan Clash's map to lose, as they are just so good at it. If they do lose it, it's not going to be looking too good, and if they win it, it's going to be looking very good going on to the next set. So I feel like, as you said, this is really where these first couple of sets is going to be where the whole game is decided. Whoever wins this first set is going to be hugely in favor of winning the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, an early win to start things off is going to be massive, because you can have this match sort of go to a 3-2, but it can be a 3-1 if you're able to secure those wins earlier on in the match, and that's definitely going to be what AC Milan Clash is looking for here. As we already head into Brawl Ball set number 1, we see the Bell coming out from both sides, the Surge actually coming out from SK Gaming. Wonder what that one is for, perhaps to get rid of Yie on a Barley if he so chooses, but no Barley here. Lena on the Max, IKOS on the Amber on the left lane, though AC Milan Clash, they are getting pushed back here. SK looking to suffocate AC Milan Clash, as they're already going to get this. No, Lena with the... Oh my gosh, so much happening at once, it's hard to get all the words out. It was the dash upwards with the gadget, then the pass over to the left, and we saw the goal there from SK Gaming. Amazing teamwork to put that first goal in, and it just seems to be going too quickly for even me to keep up with.
Yeah, and earlier you had asked about the Surge play, and this is why it was banned. It's just so good on this map, just using those teleports into such advantageous positions. He's going to have level 3 up upon respawning now as well, which is going to give him a huge advantage. Jeton really needs to play this matchup right, but he is going to fall to Chaos. But this 1-0 lead with the ball firmly in the corner does go quite a long way, as Semantic does opt to try and auto-aim Linane all the way down, and it works out too. Linane, I mean, Guille, those names always confuse me, man. Guille is going to be falling to 333 HP, and Skyrix having this level 3, as I said, is going to be a hugely beneficial factor.
Yeah, level 3 is going to be amazing for that long-range control. We'll have to see if he's able to keep this lane versus IKOS. We do see on the left lane, Lena going down to Jeton, and Semantic with this damage amplifier on him doesn't seem to be slowing him down even in the slightest. Rather, he's sped up here by Jeton. IKOS looking for control in the right lane. Here comes the Fire Field to try and create a zone of control. Skyrix with a great teleport. And SK Gaming is going to be pushing up their backline right outside of AC Milan Clash's spawn. This is exactly where they need to be, and this is what we've seen from them already. It's great gameplay, and it's a great strategy just to enclose things. They're backing up a little bit. They're falling back as they are defending to get some shots in as they're trying to weaken their enemy so they can't make a final push. 10 seconds remaining. AC Milan Clash not looking too hopeful to take this one, and SK Gaming looks like they will actually be taking game number 1 in the unfavored matchup. AC Milan Clash looked like they were going to win this one, but no. SK Gaming taking game number 1. I do want to remark on the Surge, right? Because we saw some great Carl play coming out from AC Milan Clash, but this time we see the Surge pick to counter the Carl. It's such a tough counter to Carl, and I think it's a good pick. We didn't see Carl, but it seemed to work well just by virtue of the green button, of course, the teleport that is available to Surge. So I think good job there on the Surge pick. It wasn't exactly what they needed, though.
Yeah, I will say, though, both of those lane brawlers, obviously Amber and Max, having the same amount of HP, and they're available to be 3-shotted by Surge, so go aggressive, die to Surge in 3 shots, feed him his super. Don't go aggressive, die to the teleport and give him his super. It's a lose-lose situation, and I think that's why Surge is just so good here. As soon as he gets that level 3, he's going to be going even more ham on those players, as he doesn't have to sit defensively. He is going to outrange both Max and Amber, and that's why he's just so good, even without Carl in play.
Yeah. And we'll see if they continue to use that in game number 2. AC Milan Clash, they're going to have to find some sort of perhaps even Surge counter. Typically the Surge counters, right, they, are a little bit more close range. So we'll have to see what exactly they employ. I mean, Colonel Ruffs is entirely possible, but it's just so short range that if SK Gaming switches up the strat just a little bit, then Colonel Ruffs is going to get outranged the entire time. So we'll have to see as we head into game number 2. One thing that we have seen so far in our Brawl Masters series today is that just the first game does not necessarily determine the outcome of the entire match. You can see one team doing something completely unexpected, but it does not set the pace for the entire rest of the match. We saw it with Navi, right? They won Bounty, but then they were not able to take the rest of the match. They just lost 3 sets in a row, and it was unfortunate for them. It could be a similar story, except just sort of isolated within this one set. Could be the same thing in set number 2, but one thing is for sure that we are already seeing the unexpected start to happen, and it could go the other way in the next set. Could have the tides turn just a little bit, except this time in favor of AC Milan Clash.
I mean, gotta focus. This set is not over yet, and Clash, they've got every single capability of coming back, no matter what the situation is. We saw last time with the Navi game. Seems to be crowned the kings of comeback for Clash, and, it can start in this set right here. They want to reverse sweep the set. It's going to give them a huge advantage, especially because they're going to be the least favored team in Siege. I mean, out of anybody in the playoffs, not just this game. And they're going to be playing Brock, going to be straight up trying to open the map. And I feel like the Jesse pick is going to suffer quite heavily just due to that.
Yeah, and we'll have to see iChaos now switching onto this Bell. Lynette on the max, looking for the speed, but the defensive speed at Jetton trying to get some damage here. Doesn't even need it, actually. Does have that super available to him. Gonna have to walk away. Yeah, doesn't let that shot reflect onto Semantic or Skyrix. SK Gaming with a lot of wall break on their side. Something to note, as Gia has picked the Brock this time in a bit of an unexpected move. Typically, we don't see the Brock picked anymore. We saw it picked a little bit in our other Brawl Masters series for the victory on GG Mortuary, but not here on Backyard Bowl. Gia actually going down here, and iChaos forced to play defense. This is shocking to see AQM playing like this. Typically, they do have a dominating performance in Brawl Ball, and they're not picking brawlers like Brock. Is Brock the future? It doesn't seem so. The damage amplifier on Jetton might provide the opportunity for a kill. Here comes the area control from Gia, as he doesn't find any damage on targets, but he does find that zoning control, but it just pushes SK closer to AC Milan Clash's goal, and AC Milan Clash could not be more on the back foot here as they're faced with this 3v2, now 3v3 situation at AC Milan Clash's goal.
Jan's got to be very, very careful, as that Mark's going to give him such a disadvantage in any single matchup that he wants to try and take part in. Does have to be very careful, and I must say they're probably just going to be waiting for a speed here, as with this Jesse turret, it's going to be so explosive. You've seen him go directly for it, now you're probably going to be seeing one of them tank this, and the slow comes in, and if Semantic can pick up the kills in this goal here, which he should be able to do, the bounces from the Jesse shot too, and I don't think they're going to be able to stop this goal. Wow. Scarus walks it in, 45 seconds left. Clash have to do something now, and SK are going to be the ones trying to maintain the control. However, with the lack of walls, Brock might thrive heavily here.
Yeah, and we see no speed coming out from Jetton this time, and SK Gaming is getting pushed back severely, already losing Jetton. Lana looking to get this next goal. He's deciding, am I going to go on the right side or the left? Here comes a pass, and wow, Lana able to put this one in the goal. AC Milan Clash bringing this one back 1-1 with 20 seconds left in the game.
I mean, it's just typical Lenane at this point. What else do we expect? A super coming in from Jesse, not going to be getting too much value out of it, though. Jen is available with the speed, not going to trade out Chaos just yet, but Wall's going to be breaking in a second, and with this speed, they can do so much. On the other hand of things, Lenane's not going to be providing that to Chaos, and that could put them at a huge disadvantage. As SK start to flood in here, the ball is going to be placed in the corner by Lenane, and Semantic in this aggressive position doing so much, but slow, going to be connecting onto Jetton, is going to be taking him hugely down on the HP side of things. Duking shots madly, though, and this is going to be taken down eventually. And now, pressure in favor of Clash as they do start to push up the map.
Yep, IKAOS looking good as he pushes up the left lane. Guille looking for the next super to get some area control. Lana doesn't have that super and he needs it so bad. It's the ticket to success. It's what got them that first goal to tie things up, and it might even end tied up unless AC Milan Clash can adequately push up here. We got to see Lana get a super, and we got to see Jetton get a super. Guille ready for this one, and wow, almost a team kill. Lana able to super this one in, and AC Milan Clash will be bringing this one back for game number 2, tying us up in set number 1 already. Amazing comeback there from AC Milan Clash. We didn't expect to have to see a comeback here, but we did expect to see the AC Milan Clash victory in set number 1, and that might just be coming to fruition. Looking great for AC Milan Clash. SK Gaming, they were looking great until they let Lana slip just through the cracks there and get a clutch goal to tie things up and bring this one back for AC Milan Clash. Amazing gameplay from both sides, but we're going to be heading to set point in game number 3.
As I said, at the start of that game, Brock with the rocket fuel breaks up the map, and then what is Jessie going to do when her speed is threatened at her by Lenane? And Lenane's the one who really did force the first goal in too, and he did make a huge play in the second one to contribute. Jessie just not going to be too good against that Max and Brock picks. It could have done extremely well against a different comp, but it's just unfortunate that they decided to bring out that Brock at this certain time. And honestly, as a Jessie pick, you don't expect that at all, as Brock's been quite firmly out the meta for quite a good amount of time now. Maybe that little buff brought him back in a tiny bit, but I don't think it was prominent enough to bring it in, but apparently Clash are going to tell me otherwise.
Yeah, evidently. I mean, the rocket fuel did seem to help out quite a bit there. We'll have to see if they employ it once again in game number 3. I mean, they brought out something completely unexpected, the ace up their sleeve. Didn't think it was going to be AC Milan Clash that had to bring that out, but oh well, I mean, whatever it takes to win, I guess. And we are here, this is going to determine who has the easier path to the finals, right? Are you going to have to fight your way up to the grand finals, or are you just going to get to win it with this match right here and go to the grand finals this way? Sometimes you do have to just kind of reveal your hand and show what you had hidden up your sleeve a little bit earlier on to make yourself, or to give yourself a bit of an easier track for the rest of the tournament. I do think SK Gaming and AC Milan Clash have a very good chance of facing each other once again for the finals. We'll have to see who it is that does get dropped down to the losers bracket, because one of these guys will get dropped down to the losers bracket. But yeah, I mean, the surprises seem to be coming out already here in set number 1. It's very, very heated and very, very close.
Yeah, no, I definitely have to agree with you in that sense. It's a really, really close game. We've seen back and forward, near enough the whole way through. SK did have the majority of the pressure through, the dominant portion of that game, but Clash are the ones who are going to be making these explosive plays. We've said it time and time again, they're a very, very aggressive team, and SK really have to watch out for that. As soon as that max speed's popped, that's where the magic is going to start to happen, especially with Lenane on that max, and that is really where it pulled through. But, yet again, I don't know, SK maybe not the best pick with that Jessie. Regardless, I don't really know what they were trying to counter with that pick. Even without the Brock being in play, I feel like it might have struggled a little bit. So therefore, maybe just have to rethink the comp and come at it from a different angle, such as the one they did in the first game, and try and take this set.
I think it's because for some reason we do see that very frequent Jessie ban from AQM, and I think SK was like, I wonder what happens if we play Jessie, or perhaps they were able to identify the lack of a Jessie ban, but AQM definitely accounted for that. They knew that SK was aware of the Jessie, and they used it kind of as a red herring, perhaps in our earlier games to win the big games. So maybe a league-long strategy there with that frequent Jesse ban that AQM knew that they didn't necessarily need. They're saving that red herring for the big games. AC Milan Clash, though, already looking very strong here. We do see Lena on the max again. And, I mean, once we saw in our last game that first goal from SK Gaming, and I saw Lena just head back to mid, respawning there with the super, I knew that it was going to be an explosive offense. It's this extremely powerful position for Max, is to have that super at mid with your teammates healed up all the way. And that is exactly the position that SK Gaming is in right now. We do see the push up at Jen looking to get this kill. Lena going down. Chaos on low health as well, 419 health, but he's gonna hang in there. Still does have that damage amplifier on him. He's hanging on to the Colonel Ruff's power up as well. We do see the Colonel Ruff's power up. I mean, it's a powerful ability, but the Colonel Ruff's is perhaps here for the Surge counter, and it is well warranted with Skyrex here on the Surge as well. Do you see Guille going down, and SK Gaming now going to find this opportunity to push up.
Providing him with the power up there on the left-hand side too, but it didn't last long as Jeton is the one to take him down. 43 HP on Chaos, and he does survive that interaction, but taken down in the next one. And that is all of Guille's sandbags gone now, and I believe Skyrex maybe has one more teleport, which can be used absolutely hugely now, the fact that he doesn't have anything to tank it. And the same with any of the other brawlers too, they have absolutely nothing. And you're going to be seeing Semantic assist him with taking down these final sandbags here. Bounces coming off it, and the kill coming in on the left-hand side for both teams as they trade it out. I'm really liking the look of SK's overtime comp here. Level 4 Surge, Bell, and Max, if they can get a speed off at a good time, could be a very threatening pick.
Yep, Guille now looking to gain the positioning on the right lane, but he's so outranged by Skyrex, it's going to be a tough one to win, just because not only is he outranged, but this projectile is so fast, it's hard for him to juke it out. Chaos now picking up this power-up, and this is going to be a massive benefit for AC Milan Clash as we head into overtime. Tied 0-0, so SK is falling. They're dropping like flies, one after the other. Jen trying to pass this one backwards, and actually this is going to work amazingly for AC Milan, or rather for SK Gaming. AC Milan Clash is not able to get control of that ball. This is a great defensive position for the ball. Who thought that tossing your ball towards the goal would provide a great defense? SK Gaming, though, really struggling to push out of here now. AC Milan Clash trying to keep up the defense, but SK Gaming is pushing back. They have more health and not quite as much damage. They do have Skyrex on this Surge, though, and it's going to be a massive benefit with the level 3, the teleport, and the shots. Not going to find a kill. Semantic, once again, the last remaining member. Is he going to be able to defend here?
It's looking likely as Jeton, the one who defended beforehand, has come with some assistance, but now maybe the times had turned, and there is Semantic. He's had to jump as he's to knock him back, and he's missed the goal. Linane is not going to be able to put that one in, and now Semantic is the only one defending, and it's going to go to a draw as they just can't get the ball to the super Linane in time. Oh, I don't even know what happened. Jeton with an absolutely amazing defense, and I'm not sure if that was even able to go in, but I feel like he definitely should have been able to slot that ball in, especially under a jumping Skyrex. I mean, I don't know what just happened, but I feel Clash should have had that one in the bag at multiple occasions.
It's insane. We saw amazing clutches there from SK Gaming. It's so close just in set number 1. To think that these guys are going to face off against each other once again is just absolutely insane. I mean, this is absolutely crazy that we're seeing this right now. But the draw means that this game is going to be replayed. We're still going to be in set number 1. This is game 3 already done with, but we're not done with set number 1. Game number 4 on the way, and we'll have to see how these players approach this interaction once again. I believe the same brawlers, we'll have to get verification on that because we don't really see draws. And BrawlMSTRS has been very decisive so far on every single game, on every single set. Here, though, it's 2 very well-matched teams, and I mean, draws, they're going to happen. It's a complete possibility.
Yeah, regardless of that fact, I feel like those comps were definitely very, very sturdy anyway, and I feel like even if they are allowed to swap, at least one of the teams may stay the same, just at a bit of a fear of that play coming back in again. You know, in that kind of sense, I really, really like the Surge pick, but I feel like it should have done a lot more in that overtime than what it was doing. But it was just that one power-up that the Russ provided to the Bell that was really making them excel.
Yeah, and guys, just getting confirmation on what happens in a draw. On a draw, you replay the game, the teams can change the comps, and it'll be treated like the draw just never even happened. So a complete reset for both teams, and this is absolutely the move for SK Gaming to try and draw that one out. They were not, it looks like, going to be able to push all the way up to AC Milan Clash's goal, so just keeping that ball defensive and kind of staggering their respawn so they can always have someone with an invulnerability shield coming out and tossing that ball out of the way. Absolutely the strat there. It's not what we usually see from these teams, since typically they're face off against, you know, opponents that they're able to just completely dominate. That is not the case this time, and we're going to see these different sort of strategies emerge. You got to look for the cracks in perhaps the rules or just the format of the tournament and use them to your full advantage when there's so much on the line and there's so few advantages for you to find over an enemy that is so well matched, in the case of SK Gaming versus AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, it just seems like a full-out stalemate for near enough the whole game there. Maybe Clash did have a bit more pressure off the start, but SK came back and they did have a good amount, and a defense from Jetton, must say, was really the highlight of the game in my opinion. How he managed to get that ball out of there in a 3v1 situation was just really, really nice. However, you know, the roughs was really the deciding factor for AQM's compass. They were just able to get those power-ups, and I feel like that was the main factor in that dominance and overtime, just unable to get the ball in, and you're going to be seeing the same comps again. Even with the ability to switch, they stick to their guns, and I feel like even with this hard counter of Ruffs versus Surge on the left-hand side, he's still able to do a really good job, which is a really, really good trait to have as a player.
Yep, and we're going to see our third game, or rather our fourth game. It's Game 3-2, the sequel. Lynette once again getting in here with the max super, speeding up iChaos, but similar story from Jetton and Semantic. SK Gaming keeping their footing here on their defense. AC Milan Clash just looking to barely inch their way forward if they can. Lynette looking for the next super, has that next super, but no one really to speed up. He's going to speed up Guille actually, but they're going to run this ball backwards. Jetton trying to stay alive, it does find the defense, but this game is so close. Both of these teams know how close the last game came, and they're not going to risk much, which may mean that this game goes to overtime before we see really any actual significant progress happening on either side.
I feel like maybe Skyrus has just got to stay a bit more passively and try not to feed this super too much, but then again, he needs to get rid of the sandbags at the same time, which kind of warrants some aggression as well. As soon as, you know, Semantic was, Chaos was given this power-up in the last game, they really start to excel, so they need to try and avoid it. A TP coming in from Skyrus again, trying to get that level 3, which is going to be so prominent, and there it is, the power-up going to Linane. As they know that Chaos has got a mark on his head, it won't be as valuable to give it to him as it would be to someone as aggressive as Linane, who can really benefit from that 1v1 matchup having it.
Yep, and we'll see Lynette has this power-up on him. It's going to give him a decisive advantage over Jetton. We'll have to see how these two interact. We do already have this super coming out from both of them. The response, actually, from Jetton as we see that super popped. iChaos getting the damage amplifier, and this is going to be amazing, though. Same story from Semantic, getting that damage amplifier on iChaos. Semantic now getting very aggressive, needs to be able to get this last shot. Here comes the last shot on iChaos. Jetton trying to get aggressive in here. Lynette is ready with the defense, and he does have yet another super to use against SK. Here comes the fight. It's going back to SK's side, and as the timer ticks down, AQM could find this this push that they need right as the walls break down. Some irritating bear traps are gonna slow down Lynette just a little bit. Here comes the next speed as well to speed everyone in here and try and get this ball in. Right at the end, we do see Guille fall. Lynette not able to get that ball in time, and Skyrix trying to get the defense here. Lynette trying to break his ankles, and the goal into the right side of the goal. AQM winning set number 1, and that is going to take us into set number 2. AQM, I mean, no surprise that they won this set overall, but so many surprises coming out over the course of the set. We headed into the 4th game after a draw and after some last-minute plays from both teams. Just incredible that we saw AQM take this one back from SK when it looked more decisive than ever. It was 20 seconds separating SK from a nice sweep in set number 1, and yet 15 minutes later, here comes AQM just emerging from this match victorious and taking us into set number 2.
Can't say that I expected it after some of SK's plays in that game, but the sandbags were just remaining so heavily in Gear's possession, and he had those as a preventive measure to the teleport, which was the main provider of the control. And Semantic really neglected healing up in that aggressive position, and I feel like that was kind of the downfall of SK as he did go early on back to the spawn, just as the walls were about to break, and then, you know, Clash got that control back as that happened. And an early speed as well, I feel, from Jeton. The walls weren't breaking, the speed went in, and that kind of just, it died down as soon as the walls broke, and that just allowed them to flood on in and get that goal. But moving on to Siege coming up next, we are going to be seeing SK's favoured mode and probably Clash's worst, so this could be a huge turn of events or a massive win for Clash.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it pans out. But I mean, this is, you know, it could go either way at this point, right? SK, they were looking very good in Brawl Ball to start things off, and now, you know, AC Milan Clash taking it back. I think AC Milan Clash could finally start to get a little bit of a start in Siege, but SK, I mean, they definitely have the advantage here as far as the favorite game modes go. AQM bringing out some strong brawlers to start things off. It's the Carl, Barley, and Sprout. I think all of these players are on some of their most favorable brawlers. Lena, perhaps not. He's on the Carl. Better on other brawlers, though. Guille and iChaos pretty much on their mains here, but they are faced off in the mirror match versus SK, and it looks like they're already beginning to fall. SK already taking control here and gonna win the second Siege, even though the first Siege ended in a tie.
Sometimes these matchups are going to be really tough to come back from. You know, when you've got full control with a double thrower Carl combo, it is difficult, but you are seeing Guille do an absolutely amazing job of putting some pressure on, and a flying hook through the mid from Lene, not going to be able to allow him to get to that grass, and this can go really sour for SK now, as if they can get a good amount of bolts and a solid defense, this is going to be absolutely huge for the last round, and you might see them purposely lose this round now as we advance on towards the later stages of this second round.
Yeah, we'll have to see Lena now having to back up here. Guille actually also trying to look for control on the left side. This may tie up here. SK trying to keep this advantage here. It's going to be a tough final bot there for SK Gaming, as they're now going to have to equalize the 7, 8, 9 actually bolt count on the final siege. They're going to have to win it here. Skyrex actually diverting the bot around. Interesting. It looks like he's diverting the bot a little bit to give him a little bit more time to get on the safe and try and take out iChaos, Guille, and Lene before getting it on the safe. An interesting strategy. It didn't tend to work out entirely. AC Milan Clash still looking in good shape to win this final siege. Question is, how well is SK going to be able to defend it?
I mean, 33%, I mean, 23% is a difficult defense to make if you are SK, and this huge bot is going to be wailing towards your safe, and it's guaranteed at this point as well, so you've got to be looking to these throwers over the left-hand side to stay up, as they're going to be the ones who can do the damage over the water. And, oh, that might have been an absolutely incredible play from Semantic, but he could have pulled it off, and there you go. Guille falls, and Lene and Chaos are the only ones who are going to be able to do some damage now. Need to start going in as some shots do, but the wall is there, and the wall comes in too. They've got to get 23%. Whether they're going to be able to do it or not is a mystery to us all. But Lene using the flying hook in, and it looks like they're going to secure it as Guille is back and ready to go at the safe. And that is going to be the first game of Siege going to Clash.
This is crazy. Clash, they were looking a little bit rough. I mean, at the beginning, and now they're coming back full force, using that momentum to their full advantage. SK Gaming, they were definitely favored heading into Siege, but I mean, as we just saw, AC Milan Clash taking game number 1, they're 1 game away from heading into a hot zone where they could get a clean sweep. We thought that it was pretty much set in stone how our first 2 sets were going to go, but we could not be more wrong. It is getting very heated. SK Gaming, they're going to have to bring out maybe their big gun. We did see it from AC Milan Clash. It was the Brock pick that enabled them to propel themselves towards success, and now SK, they got to bring out their big gun as well to try and equalize things and not drop arguably their most important set of all of these.
Yeah, you know, I will say I'm not sure what their big gun's going to be, as it just seems like these comps are kind of set in stone unless they want to go something like a triple tank comp, which could go quite well with the vast amount of HP against the throwers that are really going to try and tickle them down a little bit. But, you know, with the Carl in play, it seems to be that is going to be the main focus. Just getting that first push, and obviously the tie really did screw SK Gaming quite a lot, as I feel like they had quite a good start, and obviously the mid control was hugely in their favor heading on into the second round after the tie. So I feel like maybe that is why it was really difficult for them to come back, and obviously Clash's bolt management was phenomenal as well, just ensuring they didn't pick up that push. It was really looking good for them as they did, you know, kind of control the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was shocking, right? Because AQM, they ban Siege every time, and SK Gaming, they win Siege every time. So you wouldn't expect AQM to have so much experience on Siege, but they're able to bait out that Siege and, you know, get that second Siege to go to SK rather than themselves, and they're able to take that final Siege just absolutely beautifully. So great strats coming out from AC Milan Clash. Didn't expect to see the Siege coming out from them this time, but of course, you know, you do have to play Siege in other tournaments, so it does make sense to be prepared and be skilled in those other game modes. It's just in Brawl Masters that we've seen him ban Siege every single time, but that is not for lack of experience or lack of knowledge of this game mode. It's warranted because they don't like to play it, but they are playing this absolutely beautifully. We'll have to see if they use the same strat in the next game. And we'll also have to see SK Gaming, of course, being the more experienced team in regards to this particular mode, what they will use to counter that strat if they have any kind of counter.
Yeah, I can't really say what they're going to be able to take, as you've said. You know, we're going to be seeing Edgar. That is very, very ambitious, I will say. Really, like, a bottom kind of level brawler at the moment, like bottom 5 for ladder pushing at least. And it's really not in a good spot, so seeing it come out is really refreshing, to be fair. But whether it's going to work or not against this kind of comp, I'm not too sure. And you're going to be seeing Skyrix trying to ensure this bolt here, and he does get it, and that's going to be the first push going to SK Gaming.
Yep, looking good for SK so far. Here comes a level 3 siege bot from SK. 2 bolts actually going to go to AC Milan Clash, though, to prepare them for the next siege. It's going to be a 1 bolt deficit they're going to be fighting at. Gotta question the Edgar here. Doesn't seem to be necessarily doing it super well versus Skyrix. Skyrix did get a bit denied there on the bubble. He was just a few fractions of a second late, though he's not going to waste it quite. Here comes the bubble once again, and the wall in order to get that next bounce on the Ike as well. Looking great from SK so far, though SK does get taken down a little bit. Semantic now looking for positioning on the left side. Luna able to get this next bolt on the right side. He's going to be the one collecting the bolts most of the time, it would appear, in combination with Guille on the left side. AC Milan Clash looks like they are going to be taking our second bot of this game. SK Gaming looking very well equipped for the final siege, unless AC Milan Clash manages to get a massive amount of damage on our second siege.
They're going to have a 6-0 lead off the back of this, and it's just really not looking too good. A nice flying hook coming in from Jet, and 2. It's going to be caught in with that bolt a little bit, and AQM really just don't want to take much damage at this point. Going to be an absolutely flawless defense from SK, but that's not what Clash are focusing on. They really want this next push, and that's going to be what they need, as 6 bolt loss deficit is really going to be difficult to combat from.
Yeah, Lynette over here on the right side trying to get the defense versus Skyrix. Here we see loads of bolts coming in on the side of AC Milan Clash, but it's not going to be enough. It doesn't look like Lynette is getting very desperate trying to get this bolt, but SK will be taking the final siege following a perfect defense. This is what we more expected to see from SK, and it's kind of what we expected to see as soon as we saw the Edgar pick. It just wasn't working. SK going to be getting this bot in here. Lynette really trying to get aggressive and get whatever he can on the safe. Great attempt at a defense from AQM, but it is decisively in favor of SK here in game number 2. Once again, we're at set point, but SK now looking to be in the same shape as they usually are here on Siege.
I mean, looking at the Edgar, it could have worked. They were just so heavily banking on SK playing the same comp again. As you know, Edgar against these throwers, it's a direct jump onto them, and that is pretty much a guaranteed kill if they don't have any of that equipment that you really wouldn't expect them to have in this kind of game mode. It's a really nice pick, and I feel like it's very, very optimistic in them playing that one singular comp, and the swap off that really did make a huge difference. I will say, Edgar has been known to be all right against BB if you can jump over that, but Sky was just playing it too well to be baited out like that, and you know, his level of gameplay, he's not going to fall for any of these plays that Lenane's trying to bait him into going for, and therefore he was just able to roam the map and pick up as many bolts as he wanted, because the Edgar damage just really isn't there against him.
That's the thing, right? And we've seen, you know, perhaps maybe it was also an attempt to get rid of the BB, but BB, of course, just able to knock Edgar back before he can even get in range. So we'll see if, you know, things change up. I don't expect to see the Edgar again. or is AQM just going to run it again? Because, you know, screw it. We're AQM, you know, we don't usually play Siege. SK Gaming, they kind of have the leg up on us. Let's take what we can get. Let's use whatever kind of gimmicks we can get in order to get the victory, because really just use whatever you can possibly, you know, use whatever strat might work, especially when you're in a very unfavorable situation such as this, and they're already one set up. Every set matters, but they're already one set up, and they can afford to lose this set if by a gimmick or whatever. So we'll see as we head into game number 3 here. Tied up in set number 2. Looked good for AQM to start things off, though SK looking to bring it back.
Yeah, they really need to pull out something similar to what they did the first game. They won a pure mirror comp against SK on Siege. That's a really good sign. So I think taking the risk that they did was really not too warranted, as they did manage to make some really nice plays in that first game and come out with the win quite decisively. Honestly, you got to kind of expect them to go for something that is a bit more hybrid, that counters a few comps, or to revert back to that initial double thrower Carl comp, which I think has been working very, very well. However, SK pulling out a BB can scare them into going something a bit more weird again.
Yeah, well, we'll see how the BB pans out this time. I mean, BB can have a tough time against some tankier brawlers. And sometimes we've seen a BB faced off against Primo. It's obviously not going to be coming out this time. AQM going to secure that first bolt versus Jetton. A little bit of luck there since it spawned a bit closer to their side. We'll see how SK Gaming handles this one. Now they're bringing out the Jackie as well. It's the double tank, sort of. They have Semantic on the Sprout and Skyrix on the Jackie to pick up all these bolts. It's more important to SK, apparently, to pick up these bolts rather than just get massive control over mid. First bot coming in from AQM. SK looking good. They have a couple bolts under their belt, though it is tied up for Siege number 2, and this bot is going to connect with the safe.
Yeah, it's looking that way, as Skyrix just isn't going to try and tank it anymore, and a bit more damage coming in from Lenane too along the way. A nice wall off, I will say, as well, but we saw two Barley gadgets coming out nice and early off Guille. Really not going to bode too well for him in the future if he does get put in these unfavourable matchups versus the Carl and the Jackie. He does need to kind of try and keep his distance. Chaos being walled off here is going to put Lenane in a really tough position. Does get taken out mid-flying hook, and this could really change the tempo of how this game's going so far, as we've seen heavy casualties for SK, and now it's looking like Clash are going to be the ones who are being turned on.
Yeah, this is crazy. Another bot coming out from AC Milan Clash. Of course, they did get that mid-control, or, you know, they didn't get absolutely free mid-control, but they did get some rudimentary mid-control from winning that first bot, and they're going to get it again. Gonna look to keep control of mid off of this first push. Semantic actually keeping the seed bombs coming and the supers coming as well. He's not able to get that final super off to get the perfect defense, but it is looking quite good from SK. We're gonna have to see how Semantic faces off against Guille. Just an amazing Barley, and he seems to actually be keeping them back at this point. The hedge coming out as well to push Lynette up on the field, and AC Milan Clash not able to keep control of mid. The final seconds ticking down, and SK will be getting this final siege. They got to do 40% damage or more to the Ike if they want to win this set.
Wall in the hands of Chaos, and this can really disrupt quite a lot of this push with Jackie and Carl. There's no damage coming over, and with the absence of the Barley, if he gets these walls right, can be a huge defense as the flying hook comes in. That is absolutely perfect from Lenane. He's going to be keeping him back just long enough, and he doesn't have any gadgets left, but the tanks are coming in, and they might not be able to do the damage here. If they don't get the damage coming in soon, it might be shut off. It's looking like Clash are going to win it.
Oh my gosh.
4% and Clash hold out on that final push. Brilliant defense from them, and that is going to be 2 sets up, and they've managed to win the unwinnable.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe what I'm looking at. AC Milan Clash taking Siege. They have banned it 100% of the time. SK Gaming, they have not lost a single set of Siege, and now faced off against their biggest rival, you could say, finally dropping that set of Siege. AC Milan Clash looking amazing as they head into Hot Zone to potentially Do excuse me if I'm lost for words at some points, because quite frankly, I am. And I think I speak for a lot of people as well. When this is completely unexpected, we're a little bit lost for words. What do you even say when AC Milan Clash almost gets beaten in Brawl Ball, but then they come back and they win Siege, which they pretty much barely ever play, because typically they just try and win before they even head to Siege.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I feel like this Hot Zone match coming up next can be really, really good for Clashes, you know. It's going to be their selection, and they must be very, very confident on it. And let me say, SK have gone from looking very, very good in both sets to looking very, very bad at the same time. And it's looking very difficult for SK to win this. They're going to require a full reverse sweep coming in on this next one. And I don't know, I feel like they might even be cut short here if Clash play this right, and, you know, if they get this comp right.
Yeah, we'll have to see as we head into set number 3, Hot Zone, and this one we have not seen, so much play on. I mean, it's going to be split here on Hot Zone. We'll see what strats are emerging here. We have seen some troll strats. We've seen just some more classic ones as well. We'll have to see. We'll have to see as we head into set number 3. I think the Frank, BB, and Gale is my personal favorite to see come out here on Split, just because it's tough to counter even when you do break down all the walls. It's like just these walls of health that are running at you, and it just seems so impossible to stop them. They have fast speed, they're juking you out, and here you are on a normal speed brawler trying to shoot them down, and yet you are really supremely struggling. We'll see. We'll see what both of our teams employ here, whether they both run that comp, which we have not seen yet. Trav, any expectations for Split?
I'm just going to say they're going to pull out that Colt, B, and Colcom. I feel like one of the teams is going to be very, very scared of that tankier comp, should I say, with the Gale and the Frank coming in with the jump pads. I feel like they need something to be able to take it down and just, you know, get rid of these tankier units. And I think a B with that slow as well as a Colt hitting the shots is going to do a perfect job at doing that. And that's why I feel like that's probably going to be the best comp to employ at this point.
Well, let's look out for it as we head into our next set. Game number 1 coming up very, very soon. Even just one win by AC Milan Clash would already set us to that match point, which is absolutely astonishing. I certainly expected us to head to set number 5 in such an even matchup, but perhaps, you know, we just need to kind of break things in, get our first warm-up here, and we'll see these teams face off again in the grand finals. It could also be a different story, though. These teams may face off against a team that they already faced in the first round, so the rematch is going to be present there for our teams in the losers bracket as well. We'll be getting into those games after this one, but in just a moment, we'll be getting into our first game of Split, perhaps one of the more frustrating games, or rather maps on Hot Zone. I think this one is frustrating for a lot of people just because it is kind of tough to wrap your head around. It's a tough map to sort of understand, and the meta seems either very specific or just kind of all over the place. Game number 1 coming up, and we already see the brawlers coming out. It's the Surge, Tick, and Colonel Ruffs coming out from AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, I must say, and there is the comp that I did suggest on the side of SK. A really nice break off the start and a good teleport coming in from Semantic. I must say, I really do like the looks of SK's comp here. That early flying hook coming in is going to be able to pierce those sandbags that Ruffs places down, and that's really going to allow B and Colt to thrive when they do eventually do that. Linane missing a couple of shots on Jet in there, and the same for Jetten on the other side of things, but Scarrick's able to hold this side against both a Ruffs and a Tick. Shooting at him is very, very, it's a very good play, I'll say, and Semantic yet again looks like he might be able to pick up this kill. Nice bait out on the jump, but he is going to be returning level 2, which can really come back to haunt them if that movement speed does come into effect.
Yep, Jetten looking good on the left side, keeping the control, looking to keep this lane against Guille. Guille trying to get that reflected shot around the side. It's going to be a tough one. Actually, Jetten does manage to pick up that kill with the super. He doesn't stay alive, but a great kill there for SK Gaming, and a good denial of the left lane by SK Gaming. Guille now looking to move in here with the power-up, though SK, they are just so dominating here. They've already gotten the left lane. AC Milan Clash forced to rotate over to the left or to the right side. SK, though, they're all here with 3 members. No contest. SK will be taking this first game of Hot Zone pretty convincingly, 100% to 23.
Yep, I will say, SK's comp is a very, very good one at that. As soon as that map gets broken up, the tick is kind of just taking out of the mix. As well as, I do like the Carl against the Ruffs as well, the vast HP pool he does have with that 6k HP, as well as the piercing damage through the sandbags can really come into effect. Get those down in 2 shots for the B and Colt to be able to thrive a lot more with these open sides. And I feel that's really what they were trying to do there on SK's side of things. I maybe feel like Clash were predicting the SK going the same comp as they did, just due to the fact that they played the Ruffs to try and counter that scenario, but it just really didn't work out for them, and SK are going to be taking this one really, really dominantly.
Yeah, I think so too. SK, they gotta bring this, gotta bring the heat here and get this set closed out. It's gonna be even more even when we head into Shooting Star, since the mirror comp is pretty much enforced, and we'll see who triumphs in that regard. It's not going to be a competition of who has a better comp. It's not going to be that rock, paper, scissors where are you running the counter comp? Are you going to be able to counter what they're running? It's going to be even. It's going to be a game of skill. Who will win? That one is debatable. I think SK Gaming will take us into our 4th set, though AC Milan Clash, they have been kind of subverting our expectations, whether it was set 1 or set 2. Now heading into set 3, AC Milan Clash bringing out the Colt, B, and Carl. Similar to what SK brought game number 1, they're not bringing out the Surge this time, so we'll have to see how that pans out. We already have the teleport from Skyrix. Lana trying to get that leg up on Skyrix. He's not going to get the kill quite yet. Skyrix with some great dodges. Lana just can't seem to hit him, but AC Milan Clash is now looking like they may take the upper hand, a slight percentage advantage in the beginning of this game.
Yeah, and I must say I do like SK's picks yet again with the Surge to try and counter the Carl, and it does seem to be working a bit so far, as the percentage is firmly in their hands with a 20% lead straight off the start. Semantic able to just hold this side really nicely against Trevor, and I feel like maybe a break on this right-hand side of this front wall might go quite a long way for those, but a pinch coming in on Jet, and now, however, Trevor's still going to fall to Semantic, and this is holding firmly the right-hand side in SK's favor, and this is really not looking too great for Clash.
It is not looking good for Clash, and this is sort of what we expected coming out from SK. Here we have, once again, Jetten locking down that left lane. Once things have opened up, Jetten's just a crazy call. He does go down to be there, but SK is still in a good position. Skyrix with the Carl counter is not able to find that stun onto Guille, and AC Milan Clash actually takes back control of the left lane. They may be bringing this one back. Here comes the slow attempt from Trevor. He doesn't hit the slow, but Jetten is able to take this left side here, or at least a little bit of damage. SK now in a 3v2 situation. Are Trevor and Lana able to take this control? Lana with some amazing dodges, but it's not enough. Guille trying to get the super. Does it get on that left lane to keep SK from capturing? And that is going to be AC Milan Clash, and once again finding their footing. Skyrix with the wow, super to get level 3, but it's not going to find much value. AC Milan Clash could bring this back here. They got to get Semantic off of the right hot zone. Trevor is struggling quite a bit with that. 58% to 89, a 31% deficit, and SK once again plants himself on this left point. Jetten is at risk of going down. A great full clip there from Lana as he tries to laser down Jetten. Jetten actually taking a bit of a different approach and now going for the flank from behind. SK trying to push in from all other possible entry points. Semantic at risk of going down. Here comes Lana, able to get some damage. He's not going to get the kill on Semantic though. Trevor trying to push in on the right side, but it's not going to come easily. Skyrix going to be defending the right lane over here. And AC Milan Clash still struggling to push in. The time is ticking down, and AC Milan Clash, if they don't make a move soon, they're not going to be able to capture this in time to take back this game.
I mean, they're on it now, but can they maintain this left-hand side? That's going to be the real question. It looked like they might do here. The comeback capability is there, I think, and Lane just has to stay on the zone, and it might be back in their favor. I think maybe they might be cut short by the time. It's going to be very, very close, as SK need to try and push on the zone too, and they're just going to be able to stay on it. It's going to be very, very close, and they're not going to be able to get it 1%. Gosh. Oh, they've been cut 1% short, which is 1 second of time. Almost brought it back to a draw, but SK are going to be bringing a set back in their favor. And that is going to be 2-1 in sets, as Clash have just brought that back really, really close. And these games never fail to leave me mind blown.
Absolutely insane. AC Milan Clash, they were so close. I mean, we saw that entire time, Lana just keeping control of that right hot zone, and we're like, this is it, this is it, this is it, they got this, they're gonna bring it back. The percentages are going up and up and up, and we're like, is it gonna be close? Are they even gonna be able to make it? I never thought it was gonna be a 1% difference there at the end. What a disappointment there for AC Milan Clash, as they almost brought this to match point. We're gonna be heading into Bounty next up, set number 4, and this is more of a level playing field. It's not going to be a matter of who is picking what comps. It's not going to be a matter of countering. It's no rock, paper, scissors here. It's just skill and who can get the better interactions, the 1v1 interactions on the lanes. We'll see who is bringing the heat this time, though this is a massive win in set number 3 for SK Gaming, as they're able to start establishing the momentum in their favor and start dictating the pace of the game. Hopefully they can keep that up in set number 4. Otherwise, this one is going to AC Milan Clash. Once again, we find ourselves in a position where we're just one game away from AC Milan Clash setting themselves up at match point.
I mean, we've seen both of the teams play this game mode, and it's going to be Shooting Star as well, just to update the chat as well if you have forgotten. It is going to be Clash did lose their one against Navi 2-1, and SK won theirs 2-1 against Tribe. Obviously not much of a downtime because the comps are so firmly decided by the heavy meta on this map. Some spam coming in from Trevor as well as Jetting off the start. It's going to be who can pick up this blue star. And it usually comes down to who decides to use that last hurrah in for that one. And Jetting looking very, very low, and Trevor decides to try and go for it, but he's cut short and not able to pick it up just yet.
Yep, iChaos with the return to Cinder is just ready for any damage that might come his way. He's waiting for that Piper shot to come in. He's trying to bait it out as best as he can to show that he's there, but not show his return to Cinder. Is forced to show that return to Cinder, and he decides, you know what, this is not worth it. I'm wasting time trying to bait out Semantic. AC Milan Clash now with just one star to their name. They've already lost that blue star. SK Gaming with an amazing peep to secure that lead for themselves. SK, they gotta stay right here where they are right now. They don't want to push up too far. They don't want to fall back all the way to the back of the arena. Here comes the Tick Head as well. It's not going to find the connection on Jettin, though we don't see the defense there from Semantic, and Jettin is forced to use that last hurrah. Skyrix on 69 health, but a nice heal there coming in to keep himself alive. Lana also trying to get this kill on Skyrix, but he's on low health and cannot afford to withstand that return to Cinder. SK keeping themselves alive, establishing a firm defense in AC Milan Clash with just 30 seconds left. They got to bring this back with just 3 stars difference.
Yeah, they've got to make something happen, and Chaos not having his super yet is really being an influential factor in that. The last hurrah, I mean, the return to sender is baited out as well, and now another super comes in onto Lenane. Can they get off? Trevor isn't going to have a last hurrah in time to bait that out, and Lenane falls too. An SK 7-star lead, 17 seconds left. It's not looking good at all for Clash. We might be seeing a complete reverse here if they do manage to take this set.
Yeah, AC Milan Clash really trying to push up here. They are 7 stars behind. SK Gaming looking on the verge of a reverse sweep here. Here comes the super from Semantic to keep himself invulnerable. SK Gaming with a decisive lead over AC Milan Clash in Bounty, and it's looking very good for SK as they're trying to bring this one back. They've been on the verge of defeat, and now they are rising from the ashes to send themselves into set number 5 if they can get this next game here and close out set number 4 in a nice 2-0 sweep in the same fashion as set number 3.
Yeah, I mean, these games have been very, very close. Looking through, I've had 2-1, 2-1, 2-0. And then this is 1-0 to SK. And honestly, if they take this, I don't dislike the chances in Gem Grab, to be fair, regardless of the fact that they don't like playing it. Their performance against Tribe seemed very, very convincing. So, I mean, you've kind of got to look towards Clash trying to win this set in one that they should be able to do so, just because, you know, I feel like individually on these brawlers, they're very, very good at them, you know, on the individual stance of things, but they just don't seem to be synergizing together and they're getting the pinches required that SK seem to be doing.
Yeah, we got to see the synergies coming out from these guys. It's, of course, characteristic when you're faced with a tough situation of sort of just relying on yourself and neglecting to communicate with your teammates. But these guys are going to have to dig deep and not allow that to happen if they want to triumph here. Lana actually opting for the Piper 1v1 on the left side. He's not going to be able to secure that kill entirely, but an early game kill on Skyrix for AC Milan Clash is going to establish the fact that SK is now pushing in on offense. Trevor forced to pop the last hurrah for the defense, and SK Gaming Now, once again, trying to push in here. Ace Clash looking for value with the peep. It's not going to find a target, though we do see the tick head coming in for the kill on Skyrix. The return to Cinder is not going to find a target either. And Lana actually looking to keep up the lane control versus Symantec.
Yeah, 1-star lead for SK now, and I will say that tick head placement from Jet left on side that allowed that kill to come in was really, really nice. Baiting out those shots, but Homemade Recipe coming in from the lane, but the connection from Symantec on the other side of things isn't going to require one to connect that, and now the trade comes in, and that's going to give the favor to Clash. Can they tank this head, though? It's going to be undecided just yet. The return center is missed, and Piper is there for the taking. He doesn't manage to connect it, and that is going to be a miss, and that is going to be huge for AQM possibly winning this game.
Yep, SK, they are certainly on the back foot here. They gotta push in, and they're not necessarily playing brawlers that are particularly aggressive. The only real chance that they have is the peep, and that's the safest option. Lana actually getting, almost hit by those heart bombs from Symantec. Lana now forced into the corner, and this is exactly where SK wants Lana. He's forced into the corner, but Trevor able to push them back out. Ace Clash keeping their lead here, and they are going to be taking us to match point. Ace Clash 1 game away from taking themselves to the grand finals. SK Gaming 1 game away from defeat, but also 1 game away from taking themselves to set number 5 and resetting once again to get this complete reverse sweep. It's not necessarily looking great for either team here. They're both in very tough situations. GG for that. For the win for AC Milan Clash, though, SK Gaming, they can still come back here. AC Milan Clash just as well could close things out. It is all coming down to the match point in our next game. The stakes are super, super, super high, higher than they've been this entire match.
Definitely so. I mean, SK need to win this game or it's going to be all over for them. They're going to be kicked down to the losers bracket, and that's going to require another game of playing before they can return to try and face Clash again if they do win this one. And honestly, I think that Clash played very, very well that game, and if they carry that on, SK are in a really sticky situation. Linane in that back left corner definitely should have gone down, and I think you called it too, but he managed to hit 2 shots, which allowed Trevor to just push them out, or that'd have been further stars in Clash's hands. No person is going to go for this blue star early on, and it's just stalemate yet again. Clash deciding they want to carry on these mirror lanes from last game, instead of having the Piper on Nanny on either side.
Yep, Trevor now just trying to find that footing to push up and get that blue star. Jedden is actually looking a little bit better position to get that one, and first star is going to go to SK Gaming as AC Milan Clash is now forced to play into them. Lana taking some major damage there from Symantec. Symantec now looking for the homemade recipe, not going to be able to take out Trevor all the way. Does get him pretty low, but no one shot for Symantec. Lana trying to bait some of these shots out of Symantec to give himself the opportunity to push up. The tick head coming in as well. Lana actually opting to take some damage here as he's not able to hit it, unfortunately. iChaos on the right side looking for the lane versus Skyrix, though Skyrix is getting some assistance from Jetton. He's going to be forced to pop that last hurrah to defend against Trevor. AC Milan Clash getting a kill there, though, with the peep, and AC Milan Clash once again is going to be in the lead for the match point in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, good tap from Linane over this left-hand side too, and they've really got to make sure that they're not going to be feeding this Nanny super, as it can really be turned on its head instantly as soon as he does get that. All Linane needs to try and get his jump, which I feel maybe why he's using that homemade recipe to try and get it. Chaos just really needs to be careful here as this return to sender is popped very early on into the game. Some good jukes coming on too, and a head coming down that side as well might put Skyrix in a bit of a tough position. It is going to be forcing out a return to sender, which can put him in a bad spot if he does manage to pick up this super. The shots coming in, a homemade recipe from Linane onto Jetton puts him. And the turnaround comes in, and Trevor goes down. The shots aren't going to be there from anybody. Linane's forced to jump forward, and that might be allowing him to tap some shots. But the last hurrah comes in, and the turnaround was just there, and they're going to be taken to the last set as Trevor falls down.
Oh my gosh, it's heading to set number 5, and it's crazy. It's like it's just going back and forth and back and forth, and while it is exciting, it's just as tiring because you can only be excited for so long before it really does start to wear down your psyche and wear you down physically. And we've been excited since literally game 1 when SK surprised us with that win in Brawl Ball over AC Milan Clash. It just doesn't slow down. You don't get a break between these games. We're heading into Hard Rock Mine to finish things off for this match. It seems like it's finally going to be coming to a close, and I better not speak too soon before we head into the tie in Gym Grab, as possible as that is. But you know what? Expect the unexpected at this point. Amazing gameplay from both sides. It's gonna be just an absolute amazing set coming up to finish things off, and this isn't even to decide who is winning the amazing $2,000 prize plus the G Fuel prize pack. It's to determine who gets a bit more of an advantage in that last game. This is going to be sending someone to the losers bracket and someone to the grand finals, and I do think these teams will meet again. It's going to be absolutely grueling, though, that journey back for one of these teams, and that is what this final set number 5 on Hard Rock Mine, is going to determine.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very, very close one as well, I will say. We've seen SK have been banning, Gem Grab quite frequently across the open qualifiers. And on the other hand of things, we haven't really seen too many stats on Clash. I feel like they're fairly strong at Gem Grab, but, the amount of times SK have banned it, they seem to be very, very good against Try in that specific game mode. Taking that by storm, I think that was their most convincing game mode, to be fair. So I really do feel like it's going to be closer than you can really say at this point, as it's really just going to come down to compositions, like in near enough any other game mode. But, in that previous one, mirror comps were forced and SK came out victorious. So, honestly, I've got to say SK maybe have an edge here with the reverse sweep momentum in their favor.
Reverse sweep momentum coming in strong, right? That is just amazing momentum. It's one of the tactics that we see people use, right? Is they're able to play off those win streaks and keep it up. The 2-2 in our last sets, right? Getting lots of wins, getting some dominating victories in Hot Zone, and then some near misses with AC Milan Clash there in Bounty. But I mean, heading into Hot Zone, it's all, or rather, heading into Gym Grab, it's all about control. Something that we saw SK do pretty well in Siege. It's something we saw them do pretty well in Hot Zone, but of course they lose Siege. And if we have to draw parallels between two of the most similar game modes, I gotta say it's Siege and Gym Grab. You have these items, these pickups spawning at mid that you gotta pick up to win the objective. And seeing as AC Milan Clash was able to win that, perhaps we can see that in Gym Grab. We do see them winning by virtue of getting damage on the save, perhaps. So something to keep in mind when we're trying to draw these parallels here. I think the team with better control is going to be winning this one rather than the one with the more aggressive plays. Of course, AC Milan Clash, they have great aggressive gameplay in Brawl Ball. SK Gaming, typically we see them play a little bit more passively and just barely inch their way up the field. So passive gameplay styles tend to defeat the aggressive gameplay styles. We'll have to see if AC Milan Clash just kind of flips a switch and is able to play control here in Gym Grab.
Yeah, no, I do think SK are much more of a Gem Grab orientated team, with their passive playstyle, as you've just said. But, sometimes a team like Clash can turn it around in a second if they get these plays right. We've seen, Lenane do it several times with his aggressive plays and, more recent events. He has turned around games on the head with the click of the fingers. So you've really got to worry out for him when you do have this countdown and he's going to be the one trying to go aggressive onto you. But honestly, SK, I do like the way they play passively. Lenane going to be playing this Piper, and with Bell in play, I feel like that might be a bit of a bad decision.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Now on the Sprout on the left side, of course, one of his main brawlers. Lenane also on the Piper, and Guille on that Carl. All of the players on AC Milan Clash are on brawlers they're very comfortable on. SK Gaming, a similar story. Skyrix this time, though, is on the Bell, so we'll have to see how that one pans out. Guille on the Carl on the left side. We did see a bit of a lane switch of iKaos now looking for the matchup versus Jetton, though it doesn't seem to be going too well. Here comes the wall, actually, to close Jetton off. Looks like he's trying to separate Jetton from the rest of the team, so he's not able to get that speed on the rest of SK. AC Milan Clash, they have managed to take 4 gyms so far and tie up this count. SK, though, they're equipped with a few supers, a bit of a whiff super there from Semantic, but it does give him control of that lane. Gay also looking significantly weakened as Semantic tries to get this flank on the left side, as we've seen before. Semantic going for the flank with the Rico, plus that damage amplifier is going to make things significantly easier. SK, though, they have all of their gems here on Jetten, who's forced to play up against either iChaos or Guille. This is interesting to see Chaos and Guille switching up so much.
Yeah, I mean, I must say this mark on Guille is really going to come back to haunt him in the future. It's a really nice pinch, though, from Linane, and this might be allowing him to pick this up, but those two mines are looking very menacing, I will say, when he doesn't have the jump as well. If he has to go aggressive for this final one, it can turn on its head literally instantly. Chaos being taken down and the mark being hit yet again onto Guille with Scarix over there on that side. Semantic got some really nice pressure now, though, and this can really turn the game around on its head in a second as another super comes through. And even if they do get this final gem, it's able to turn around by SK now, as they have picked up that 8th gem.
Yep, 8th gem is absolutely crucial, and we're going to see them pick up the 9th gem as well, and that does put us at risk of going back and forth even more. Semantic now with a tough matchup versus iChaos. AC Milan Clash are going to be able to interrupt this countdown, and SK Gaming finding their opportunity to speed in and punish that aggression from AC Milan Clash. Are they going to be able to keep Lynette away from that gem? Another gem spawning, and AC Milan Clash is going to interrupt it and bring the countdown back for themselves. Guille getting aggressive with the super takes out Jetten, or rather not taking out Jetten. Jetten getting the kill here. 88 health remaining on Jetten. He's able to speed in Skyrix, not going to get taken down by Chaos, and AC Milan Clash looks like they might run this one back. SK Gaming, they're not able to pick up enough gems, and AC Milan Clash once again has brought us to match point.
Yeah, and there it is again, Clash showing some signs of life, as they have done in near enough every single set. But it's always been SK to win these previous ones. And, you know, maybe AC Milan Clash will return to their former form of the first 2 sets and win this one straight out. But, you know, I feel like SK did have some really nice comeback potential there. It was just cut short very, very heavily as SK just don't have that capability of staying in the mid with this, you know, this long range ambush Piper style of play that Linane was trying to play there. And with a Bell, you're going to get 2-shot by that, and you've got to be very, very careful.
Yeah, we'll have to see as we head into game number 2. The set point in favor of AC Milan Clash. I mean, this, I think I agree with you on that whole point of, you know, Lina, he's trying to stay defensive with the ambush Piper. It doesn't really work out for the mid control. The other thing is from SK, we see the Bell coming out as well, which we didn't see from AC Milan Clash. And Bell is able to throw down those traps and deny AC Milan Clash's ability to get those gems that don't spawn on just their side of the map. And of course, it's RNG whose side it spawns on, but the AC Milan Clash, they have to be able to get those ones on the opposite side of the map, the gems that spawn away from them, in order to take that one back. I think we are going to get a quick reminder of our bans as well, just as we head into a very high-stakes game. Bans from AC Milan Clash are Stu and Gene. Bans from SK Gaming are Byron and Mortis. We've seen the 100% Byron ban rate from SK Gaming, and the Mortis is undeniably targeted towards Lina, who would probably rather be running Mortis here than Piper, but we'll see how the Piper pans out in this next game. It's the match point in favor of AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to be looking towards Clash to try and close this out here. They're going to be pulling in this Rosa, which is really nice to put that aggressive push for the Piper to have the ambush at a much more aggressive stance. However, the BB being played from Scarix, and I haven't seen this on this map in so long, but I do really like the look of SK's comp in this double aggressive kind of stance on it when they are going to be playing against this Piper, who really doesn't benefit with brawlers in her face.
Yeah, she does not, and wow, this is going to be a tough one. They're going to have to deny Semantic here, but Semantic is already getting in and getting so aggressive all over Lina. He's able to run away from those heart bombs. Lina actually with the aggressive super, and SK looks to be punishing AC Milan Clash so hard here with that. It's going to be a tough one for Lina. He's trying to get rid of Jetten, but it's just not happening. Skyrix now getting aggressive with the BB, and he's going to find a few important hits on Gia. Actually does find the kill, and SK is able to recover these gems here. And with just one more gem, they will be sending us to a double match point if they can keep this Lina jumping forward. Semantic making short work of him. Guille trying to get in here with a desperate super, is going to take out Jeton, and he does have the flying hook out. AC Milan Clash taking this one back with 4 gems. SK still looking very good here, but the gem count has equalized. And AC Milan Clash, SK Gaming tied here with 6 or 7 gems.
Yeah, I must say, like, this is literally why he's named one of the best players in the world. Plays like that, which you don't expect to see come out, but he makes them happen anyway, and that's the reason why he's one of the best players. And obviously, SK with this control over mid now do have the Bush really, really defensively. Chaos in a nice position now, though, to try and even this out. And the super is collected, but it's going to be wasted as Semantic does bait it out a little bit there. Must be close to his as he does go fairly aggressive, and SK firmly pinned in spawn now, and with this jump from Lenane, he's got a really good escape capability, and with Chaos having this advantage in HP here, he might be able to take down Semantic and turn this directly on its head after that one play from Guille, and he's going to be able to pick up that kill on the right side too, and that might be it in a Guille match, and that is going to be the countdown for Clash as all of SK fall, and they're going to be winning this game if they don't get the countdown reset. All eyes on Guille doing absolute wonders for Clash, and he has brought this game home. Clash will be going to the grand finals.
Crazy, just every single moment of that game, whether it was Guille recovering those gems from deep in SK's spawn as that countdown is already underway, or is it, you know, is it Lena just getting those amazing Piper snipes in the bushes? A situation where you never see Piper succeeding aggressive on Hard Rock Mine in those bushes that are just practically amazing teamwork from AC Milan Clash. SK Gaming, they put up a very good fight, even in modes that they were not very well equipped for versus AC Milan Clash, such as Brawl Ball. Disappointingly, they did not manage to get that win on Siege, which we will definitely be seeing a replay of in our upcoming matches. AC Milan Clash getting the quicker ticket to the grand finals. SK Gaming gonna have to fight for it as they are dropped down to the losers bracket to face off against another enemy before they once again get that privilege to fight for the grand finals spot. We'll get the chance to look at what our next match is going to be up on the docket today. We'll probably get to look at the bracket as well. It's going to be Tribe Gaming EU versus Navi. Both of our teams that got knocked down earlier on in the day to that first stage of the losers bracket. Both very good rosters, but faced off against AC Milan Clash, faced off against SK Gaming. They just were not able to bring the heat. The question is, are they going to be able to bring the heat against each other? One of these will not be advancing. It's a double elimination bracket, and it is the second elimination for one of these teams. Who will be heading to 4th place, and who will be heading on to face off against SK Gaming?
I mean, both of them on their last life here. Very, very similarly matched teams as we've seen, you know, Clash defeating Navi 3-1 and Tribe getting absolutely decimated by SK 3-0. You know, I feel like they're very, very similarly matched teams at this point in, you know, in this current meta. I feel like Tribe really don't have the current meta that they really do thrive from, and maybe Navi do, and I feel, you know, this is why they're so evenly matched. Usually you'd put Tribe down as a bit of a better team, but I feel like this can go literally all the way, as we've just seen in that one too. If one of these teams does play it right and get the early games and early sets that they really do require. However, saying that, the game with the early sets literally did take it all the way to the 5th and final one anyway.
Ugh, the 5th and final set, and we're not even in the grand finals yet, but I mean, we are in the playoffs, admittedly, so at least we have that one, that sort of justification for the length of the matches and just how absolutely grueling they've been. But very soon, we got the map selections and bans coming in from Tribe Gaming EU versus Navi. Once our players are all prepared, they've definitely had their fair share of breaks after such a long last match. We'll see what they have been mulling over, whether they've been reviewing the footage or what they've been thinking this entire time as they've gotten prepared for the losers bracket match that is going to knock out one of these guys. It's going to be a tough journey back to the top for either one of these teams, but it is certainly not to say that this is not going to be an exciting and highly anticipated match. Here come the mode and map selections from both of our teams.
Full list of the bans. Now we've got Hard Rock Mine coming up next. Heist from Navi with Kaboom Canyon. Brawl Ball with Backyard Bowl from Tribe. And then back to Split with Navi. And then Tribe, against all odds, have decided to play that Shooting Star over the... What map will it be? It'll be...
Siege on Nuts and Bolts.
Siege, yeah. Nuts and Bolts Siege. I feel like maybe that's not the best pick for them. They haven't been too good on Siege this year, but I feel like maybe it's still better than what they did on Shooting Star against their opponents in the previous round.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit unexpected, perhaps, but we'll have to see how they perform in just the first 3 sets. Those are some of the most important. Set number 1, of course, important for establishing the momentum. Set number 2 and 3 are going to be your ones that you want to win if you just want to sweep it clean. 3-0 here in the best of 5. We'll have to see Kaboom Canyon chosen by Navi for set number 2, and Tribe Gaming choosing Backyard Bull for set number 3. I mean, I think we got some great sets coming up for our first 3. We'll have to see. Our bans as well are going to be Stu and Bell from Tribe Gaming EU. Navi getting the Gene and Poco out of the way. Navi just banning their classic brawlers, doing their thing. Tribe Gaming EU banning the OP brawlers. So pretty standard game right here. We're not going to see the Gene in play, but we're still going to see the Max. We're still going to see perhaps maybe a Sandy. I think Sandy's been dropped so much out of the meta recently that he's pretty much done for now. But Carl and the Surge to counter it are absolutely going to be prevalent in these games.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to be seeing fairly similar metas to what we saw in that previous game. Tribe obviously had very similar bans to this in their first, and they decided to play that Gene Max, but obviously Gene not being in play, you're probably expecting the Max to just rotate to the mid and then play something a bit more aggressive, like the likes of Clash did in that previous game. Going to be something like the Carl, and we know they really liked their roughs in that previous game just because Surge is really prominent as well. So honestly, expecting Tribe to come up with something like Max mid alongside like a Carl and possibly even a Mortis or a Rosa or something like that.
Yeah. I think these are good ones. I think these are good choices, right? The Mortis, the Rosa could come out here. Perhaps, I mean, even planning for our later sets as well, right? Split, we could see some of those coming out. I think, AQM and SK did a good job of showing us what we can expect to see on Hard Rock Mine and what does catch the enemy off guard, whether it's the Rico, the Rosa, some of those brawlers coming out as well. But of course, we've had our expectations subverted all day long and consistently, and you can probably tell it's a little bit taxing. So we'll maybe wait and see to see what brawlers these teams bring to us. Though I want to talk just a bit about maybe the Tribe Gaming roster. I mean, very strong players on this roster. Some of them former world champions. What do we think about like how they're going to perform versus Navi, formerly Zero Zone Russia?
I mean, honestly, I feel like they've got it in them to be able to perform against any team, but I feel like they've maybe just been a little bit off form recently, not really getting the results that they want to be, and that's kind of given them a bit of a negative mindset. So they really do need to just get that out of their heads, start fresh in this tournament, and just pretend like the first game didn't happen, and just turn up and beat Navi, and then from there, they're going to be facing SK Gaming, who they did get defeated by quite easily. So honestly, you've got to really just reset that mindset, get yourselves in the zone again, and make sure you get the right picks on the right maps, as well as just get a win as fast as you can if you do want to be going on to that next round and have some really solid momentum going forwards.
Yeah, and I completely agree. And I think it can be a little bit arbitrary who wins set number 1, right? You're going in with fresh mindsets, and, one team is going to win, and that starts to set the momentum for the rest of the game. Even in maps where you're, more favored or more practiced, you can still lose it just based off of, like, your gameplay and how, you've been affected sort of psychologically by that first set. So I think, the ability to reset between sets or even just between games, right? That's a big step, I believe, for a lot of players. But being able to just kind of like take a step back, right, and not let it affect you too much is a skill that is very hard to learn, but extremely beneficial. And it's something that we do consistently observe in the top players is they don't let it get to them. They're able to treat each game as sort of an individual unit while also looking back on the past and analyzing, what were the picks, what sort of gameplay strategies did the enemy use that gave us trouble, what did we do wrong, that sort of thing, rather than just dwelling on the loss or the victory and letting it affect you that way.
Yeah, I feel like that's, as you say, it's a really beneficial thing to have in your locker. Just being able to move on and not, take effect by the wins or losses. You've got to have the right mentality at the end of the day, which is why a lot of these teams, such as SK, who really do respect every single team and just take that all into every single game, are at where they are, because they have the best mentalities in the game, in my opinion, and this is the reason why they're so good at it, as well as, having the right mentality going off losses, which is, going to benefit them after just being defeated by Clash. They know they're going to maybe get another shot at them, and I feel this is the kind of things that Tribe need to employ if they win this game, need to be going forward and trying to do the same.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to look at it. We'll have to see. These players are going to be taking a bit of time to get into this match. I can't blame them, right? It's a high-stakes match. There's loads of money at stake. We already got to see the prizing earlier on in the stream. Everyone does get G Fuel, but the money is not evenly dispersed. So definitely going to be hoping for the higher money prize in the playoffs. They fought hard to get here as well. Navi, they haven't really been able to collect any prizing just yet because in the last chance qualifiers, the prize was getting to go to the playoffs. Now they're fighting for the cash, and now they're fighting for the glory as well. Tribe at this time bringing out the Rico, Max, and Carl. Navi bringing out much of the same. In fact, mirrored all the way across the field. We do see an early lead there by Navi, quickly matched by a kill by Tribe. And things are getting a little bit more evenly matched as Spin on the Max is getting control of mid, looking for that next super.
I'm in a bit of a rough position on this side, I will say. I feel like that does heavily favour Jason, and that's a really nice time for KC to come in and provide some assistance along that position. And May in a very aggressive place now, and Tom really does need to get him out there, and he's done an amazing job doing it as well. KC falls in the same aspect as MMA does, but Tribe eventually able to tie this out, but BBG's coming in now in an aggressive stance, is going to pick up these gems, and MMA doing the exact same as they have fallen to a 9-0 deficit just off that one play.
Yep, just one is all they need, and the flying hook is going to save MMA from certain defeat. Navi now trying to keep this defense. Tom is not able to get a super in there. Casey looking for some damage from the sideline, and we could see a team kill imminent. Tribe Gaming keep themselves all alive. 1 gem, 9 gems on Jason and BBGs. These are the brawlers to kill. Spin trying to get some damage in there, but is not able to recover it. BBGs now has those 10 gems, and he just needs to stay away, and Evasive is on the opposite side of the field of Casey. No coming back. Tribe not going to be getting this first win under the belt, and rather Navi getting game number 1 and starting by establishing the pace of this game. And we've already been talking about how Tribe lately, they have been a little bit off their form, unfortunately, and perhaps a little bit more susceptible to that momentum. So how they perform in the next game is going to be the best sort of evidence that we can gather of, have they been able to ditch that mentality, or are they succumbing to it once again?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. It seems like they had a good start, to be honest. It was very, very even, and Navi were able to just come in and wipe them out in a very, very nice play, with all 3 of them just focusing down on those 2 brawlers in that single position. And that was really where the game changed, and the reset was there, but there was just no way of getting those gems out of that spawn of Navi. And that's why I feel like they really need to try and make something happen early on, and try do as much aggression as they did against SK on this map, that we really did point out very heavily that we were playing aggressively, and that's usually out of the usual playstyle. So, I mean, you either do that again or you play the way that you play and make it work.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely something that they need to employ here. I think the over-aggression, right, perhaps did kind of come back to bite them in this situation. So perhaps tone it back a little bit and go for the more control-based strategy. We'll see. We'll see what Tribe Gaming EU brings out this time. So far, Navi looking good, especially punishing the aggressive playstyle that Tribe is perhaps not as used to running. We'll have to see. We will absolutely have to see.
Yeah, no, I do think so as well, as we head on into this next game. Should be coming up relatively soon. And, I kind of like the way Navi were playing that game. They had aggression in the right spots, passiveness in the right spots too. And that's the kind of reason they were able to take this game so dominantly, just because they were playing it absolutely perfect with those max speeds. That's really when you want to make the aggressive plays. And I feel like certain brawlers on the side of Troy were definitely out of place. And I do feel that some of the players had the weaker sides for the brawlers they were playing as well, such as Tom over that left with Rico. I really do think that Rico benefits off having that right side and bouncing it around the wall that way.
Yeah, I think so too, right? And I think we'll have to see how exactly Tribe, tries to use it this time, because we did see Tom actually going a little bit more towards mid. Now he is going on the right side, as we said, versus MMA on the Rosa. This is absolutely a favorable situation for Tom, the DPS, right, versus Rosa. We already see MMA switching over to the left side for a more favorable 1v1 versus KC, though KC does have the advantage of having that wall peek. MMA actually going to get the slow, and this is a very powerful combo that we haven't seen in full force for a while. It's the unfriendly bushes combined with the speed from Max. it is pretty much a guaranteed kill if you're able to tank the enemy's damage, and we're gonna see that speed used once again. MMA trying to catch Spin. Spin with a nice dash there, and Jason is able to get this kill on Spin, though Navi not able to recoup all of those gems. They are, though, keeping very strongly positioned at mid. A Tribe struggling to push in as MMA and Jason are keeping them back. The unfriendly bushes is going to slow down KC. Jason looking for the kill. MMA actually at risk of getting taken down himself. Jason also on very low health. The one remaining member of Navi at mid is going to be BBG's, and he's escaping with these 9 gems. Sort of anticipation of a good future in this game for Navi, as they just need one more gem. Just one over-aggressive player from Tribe is all it's going to take this countdown and take this win back for set number 1.
Yeah, and there the gem is spawned, and they just can't get hold of it. MMA can't get the damage off at this range. He's got to try and make another aggressive play around one of the sides. I feel like maybe just making an explosive play down one of the sides when he gets this speed would really be the play to make and open up a bit of room for BBG to slide in for this gem. He gets it himself, and he's going to bring it all the way back for him, but a nice aggressive TP in from KC is not going to go anywhere as the flying hook goes directly into MMA's fists. And this is going to be Navi with an amazing 7-second remaining countdown. And this is going to be the first set to Navi. And I must say, I didn't expect it at all. But it's not sad to see, as they have deserved that extremely heavily off the back of that massive amounts of pressure they had.
Oh yeah, like Navi, they've been doing a phenomenal job. We've seen consistently good gameplay from Tribe Gaming, but Navi, the dark horse, coming in the last chance qualifiers, and now kind of starting to make even more of a name for themselves. At least under the name Navi, previously at Zero Zone Russia, but now making a name for themselves in the playoffs, looking very good for them as we head into Kaboom Canyon, which I believe was Navi's choice as far as the selection of maps. So this is looking quite optimal for Navi. We also have the Byron in play once again. So the Byron and Colette is going to be the comp to play. Tribe, I believe, they're quite familiar with this strategy themselves. Spin is usually going to be on that Colette, for instance. So we'll have to see how these two teams fight against each other and whether they're able to use that Crow to the full advantage. We've seen Crow just a little bit. It just seems like Crow is not able to be super effective because he's not able to consistently get on the Colette or the Byron to deny the heal.
Yeah, I mean, I must say we saw both of these teams get absolutely decimated on this map. Tribe got destroyed in the first match, and so did Navi, so it's really too tough to say. Obviously, depending on what comps are going to be brought out, it's going to be way too tough to say who's going to be able to take this one, as we saw the exact same on Gem Grab 2, and I must say, Tribe have shown some signs of life, but Navi just being really, really dominant throughout. And they're really going to be looking to try and carry on into this heist and just get that advantage over them, heading on into that Brawl Ball, where I do think they maybe have a good amount of favor in that mode too, as, we have seen Navi have a high selection of Brawl Ball as their favorite mode.
Yeah, this is true. They do really like Brawl Ball, and they do seem to bring out some good plays on it as well. We'll have to put a pin in that one and head straight into Heist here on Kaboom Canyon. Tribe Gaming bringing out the Colette and the Byron, but they have Tom on the Crow as usual. We do have the anti-heal onto MMA, and this is going to be the consistent denial of the heal. Jason actually opting, instead of healing MMA, to go for some aggression. Actually going to get the kill on KC, and this is going to be Navi already getting a super on the safe. MMA no longer has that healing denial on him. KC doing his best, and Tom also trying to get the anti-heal, but Navi has put themselves in the lead early on, and they've proven that they can get these important picks as well. Colette going down, Tom trying to get behind enemy lines and get the damage onto Jason. Jason, though, able to heal himself up with the super, and MMA getting that second super. No hits for Spin on his super to try and take out some enemies, and it is looking decidedly in Navi's favor off the beginning of this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're just pulling out all the stops here. They had such good control at the start, and a splash comes in too. Not going to finish off KC, though, and some heals on MMA would go a long way right now, but Jason just opting to stay in his aggressive position, popping his gadget for himself too, but now the heals do come through, as he knows he's going to get the heals from that one spent ammo on the gadget. And MMA picks up his super yet again, still remaining in this position. No heals to his name now, though, and a super from Tribe is going to be coming in of both KC and Spen, and they do eventually get the pickup, but MMA still in a very advantageous position, heading towards the safe yet again with that super and 47% remaining. I don't even know if this is doable for Tribe if they don't start getting some damage now.
Yep, and here comes the first bit of damage from Tribe. Spin already getting a hit on that safe and reducing it 13%. Tom now jumping forward, trying to get anything on Navi, but he just can't stop them. Jason now on the save. BBG's also getting healed up, getting real healthy. Loads of damage coming in on the safe as well. And just one super from Colette would do the trick. That's all that Navi needs in order to secure this win for themselves. Either that or they just need to have a good defense, as they are ahead by so much. It seems nigh impossible for Tribe to take this one back in the last 15 seconds of the game. Spin and Casey, this is exactly where they've been wanting to be for the entire game. The first super coming in from Spin, and perhaps even another, though down goes KC. Tom also trying to get on the safe, and no connection there from MMA on the safe, but it's still decidedly in Navi's favor as they take us to set point, winning game number 1 in Heist, in a bit of an upset, as Tribe has unfortunately not been able to snag a single game win yet, and Navi just completely wiping the board.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to kind of look towards Navi to be taking this next game as well. Mirror comp straight there, and they got absolutely, I don't want to say destroyed, because they did show some signs of life and did get a small amount of damage on the safe, but, it was quite heavily in Navi's favor throughout, and you can't deny this dominance they're kind of showing here in the past 2 game modes, including this one too. I mean, you've kind of, that mirror comp, it kind of proved that Navi are just playing better at this certain time, and these plays that were coming in from MMA, just getting the supers on safe, it's just really unbearable for Tribe.
I think so too. And I think another thing that Tribe really struggled with that last game was navigating that early game control. They found important picks, right? They were able to get rid of Spin right off the bat, and then we did see, of course, Byron, Crow forced to back up quite a bit. And we also saw more consistent denial of the heal with Crow coming out from Navi. And I think that is a really important factor, especially when you're faced up against the Byron and Colette. We'll have to see how it turns out in this game. Game number 2, Navi leading by 1. Spin just charging in. Can he be stopped is the question. Consistent damage coming in on Spin. Jason trying to get on Spin, and the first kill already coming in from Navi. It's the same story as last time, it would seem, though. Tom getting an important kill on MMA, Casey getting the kill on the BBGs, and things are actually starting to take a turn. Tribe Gaming looking pretty good here as they do look to set up at mid. Same comp, it's just a bit of a change in strategy as Tribe charges in to start things off. Tom getting on this safe, and some great hits by Jason is gonna put Tom in a sticky situation. Yep, not able to make it out of there, and a great kill by Casey as well to start once again punching into mid, as Tribe has done consistently, and setting the pace of game number 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, here we go. We're seeing, Navi with another dominant position at the start, and that super does connect. Kind of unfortunate for Tribe that it does. Going to be bringing it back to a smaller amount of deficit, should I say. 62 to 87 now, and Tom getting tapped up too. Gadget coming in from MMA. Going to be close to another super, just a couple of hits off, I do believe. Spen, however, does have his to hand, and a splash from Jason coming in, and the jump from BBGs is going to be absolutely beautiful, but a nice jump from Tom. On the other hand, too, can BBGs pick up this kill on Tom? No, they can't, as he just gets another jump, and that is an absolutely saving play from Tom, as he manages to keep Tribe's clutch on the lead in their favor.
Yep, MMA getting a nice super there, but Tribe Gaming firing back with the super of their own from Spin. Spin keeping himself alive. KC trying to help out, though he's not able to stay alive. MMA actually going down, and there's the main DPS from Navi going down before he can reach the safe. Unfortunate there for Navi as we head into the last 40 seconds of the match. Tribe Gaming with a nice advantage here, but Navi similarly, wow, actually great play there from BBGs. You almost never see the Crow super turn out like that. Tom going down, and here comes the super from MMA to start equalizing things. MMA getting kept alive by Jason. Tom now looking for the anti-heal, and here comes the anti-heal. Spin trying to get a nice super. MMA also looking to get even more damage. BBGs with loads of damage on the safe. Navi now all over Tribe Gaming EU safe, and the damage just keeps rolling in. Navi is going to be able to keep this lead over Tribe Gaming, and they are sweeping this set. Set number 2 in a 2-0 sweep. 4 games in a row for Navi, and it's looking very decisively in Navi's favor as we head into yet another very favored mode by Navi.
Yeah, I don't know what I just saw there. I swear I just saw Crow get healed mid-air by a splash coming in from Byron. Like, it must have landed directly below him and healed him up mid-air. I don't know if that's possible, but it literally looked exactly like that awesome kind of heals came in, because he was low when he started the jump, and when he landed, he was full HP. So I'm not sure if that is the case, but that doesn't seem like it should be a thing in the game if it is, and they are going to be defeating Tribe in a little bit of a last-second push, should I say. Really nice plays from those guys to take that mid-control really nicely, and I've got to congratulate Tom on his plays there. He was playing an absolutely phenomenal Crow. I felt like he was the one making the majority of the plays for Tribe. It's just whether he can translate them to the rest of his team, and they can start picking it up too, whether or not they're going to be able to start a reverse sweep here. But Brawl Ball coming up next, and I've got to say, Navi are not a bad Brawl Ball team at all, and you can't count them out of this sweeper.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe Gaming, this was their favored mode, right? This is the one that they wanted to play, so they do have kind of the home field advantage, though Navi, right, they are pretty good at Brawl Ball, so it's one to definitely keep your eye on. I was saying, you know, these first 3 sets are the ones that are the most important. Navi, they've already established the momentum. They just got to win 2 more games, and they are headed on to face off against SK, and it's going to be extremely exciting to see how this one turns out. I think Tribe, you know, is a pretty good team here on Brawl Ball, though Navi, right, as you were saying, they're not bad, so we could see a similar story. I mean, I think most of these game modes are you know, game modes where Tribe Gaming is pretty good, but they were shown up majorly by Navi. I think we'll see a repeat again in Brawl Ball. Tribe Gaming, though, they got to get this reverse sweep headed, you know, just get it going really quickly. Otherwise, Navi are going to be bringing this one down and taking us straight into our next match.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. You know, I've got to like the way you said that as well. But, you know, I don't know, Tribe need to start showing something. I feel like Brawl Ball is the mode to do it if they're going to. Obviously, it's got to be. I've said this in so many times. It's like, this is the mode to do it if they're going to. But it is the final set that they do need to win. But I feel like Brawl Ball is one where you can just make these fast, explosive plays and change the game in a second, especially with the likes of Max in play. It can be really, really fast changes in pace, and with this Max Crow comp, that solidifies it even further in the sense that you can slow and speed at the same time. It really does make a play worthwhile to watch, and with those bans, you've got to kind of look towards this Crow and Max comp.
Yeah, I mean, I think like we should, you know, keep those bans in mind. Of course, heading into Backyard Bowl, I mean, the Poco ban is definitely going to have an impact. Gene as well. Gene, you get control with him as well as that wall break. We'll see. We do see the Max coming out. Spin actually on the Sprout this time. Tom characteristically on the Crow, though no healers coming out from Navi. Rather, it's going to be the Mortis, and this is a little bit unexpected, to say the least. Going straight for a spin every time is going to be the strat here. Tribe gonna have to go back all the way to their goal to pick up that ball, which is gonna give a little bit of time to Navi to set up once more. Jason once again going straight for a spin, actually going for KC now. Doesn't have that super ready. MMA gonna get taken down at KC, gonna find this opportunity to speed up. Are they gonna be able to snipe this goal? Jason is the one member remaining for defense. Actually is gonna be able to get this kill, and Jason with the bats and not gonna make the connection on double bats, but will be looking for some damage on Spin, or probably even Tom. Actually does manage to get the kill on Tom, and this is crazy seeing from Navi.
The wall comes in too, just in time for Spen there. Just managed to pick up his super and get that defense off. The speed coming in now so they can avoid some more of these Sprout shots. Really nice play from Jason as well for the super in here, and this might be a walk if they can get the pass off. They're not going to get it, and Casey defends that beautifully, but one of them is still in front of the face of goal to walk this in. He missed it.
What? What?
It just...
What am I watching? What a mistake, a disaster there. I have no idea what I just witnessed. A bit of a scuffed pass and then a completely scuffed trick shot. Here comes the dribble from MMA and the wall to follow. Spin now once again going for the defense. I have no idea what on earth that was about. Tribe Gaming definitely feeling a little bit better now, as they were getting kind of bullied at first, and now Navi making a massive blunder like that. Jason now looking for the damage on Spin, actually does psych him out, does get the double bats, and it gets the kill on Casey as well. BBG's trying to get this one in the goal. Do we see him walk it in? Yes! BBG's able to walk that one into the goal. An unfortunate wall break mistake there from Tribe Gaming, and that is going to be Navi now bringing it to 0-1. Tribe looking to bring this one back. A very aggressive play from Jason, and a pass forward could send this ball up to Jason. BBG's with a nice defense back there. MMA now looking to self-pass or perhaps just walk this one into the goal. What am I watching? MMA with the... Once again, the dribble to the backside, but it just doesn't even need to happen.
I actually don't know what I'm watching at this point. How they've managed to come out of that game with a win, I will never know. Honestly, I have no clue how this is happening. Like, honestly, they missed the goals. I feel like the Mortis was the decisive pick, obviously over the Sprout. But with those chokes, you cannot be like, you can't even be you can't be winning that game. You don't deserve it. You just don't. Sorry to tell you, you don't deserve to win that game with those chokes. Match point for Navi though, and it can be over here. They might be able to bring out another counter comp in a bit of luck. You know, the Mortis there, obviously against the Sprout, is very, very difficult. Even the Crow as well, because the amount of damage that you can do to it is really not too much, and the bat cycle comes in. But, you know, you've got to choose something a bit better than that comp, in my opinion. I really don't see the Sprout working at all.
Yeah, the Sprout, I think, is a little bit suspect there, right? The Sprout, it just never really seemed to work too much to their advantage. They got countered hard, and then when it mattered most for them to get that Sprout play out there with the wall, they ended up walking through it with the invulnerability shield and breaking it, and that just allowed Navi to walk it in right there, and that is upsetting, right? And it is also a testament to why we don't really see Sprout here. It's just because, you know, Sprout, okay, sure, Sprout can get up some walls, right, and they can be absolutely crucial, establishing some choke points, yada, 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 but at some point, right, you're going to have to defend yourself as Sprout, and it's so tough with the absence of, you know, walls that are actually good at helping you defend yourself. We're heading into the match point. Navi, they have taken every single game so far, 5 games in a row. Will they be able to keep up the momentum? This time, Tribe is looking to put a stop to that. They brought out the Surge for the counter to the Carl, and any sort of tank that might go their way. Tribe getting aggressive with this ball, already reducing their enemy to dust. And Navi taking that first goal, and Tribe leading by 1-0 in this game. Game number 2 and set number 3.
Yeah, this is the first signs of life we've seen from Tribe since the first set, where they were able to make a couple of good plays. But honestly, you can't really count Navi out of this game yet. They do have these miraculous plays that they can make with the likes of Carl. And, yeah, but I say that, and then they're going to be able to go and score on this, aren't they? Yep. Tribe take that goal in a bit of a blunder play there. Shouldn't really be given possession or be TPing up there at all. And Tribe take the first game of the series, showing some good signs of life now, and they really do need to win this game.
Signs of life, right? And that's pretty much what it is, right? This is the Tribe that we wanted to see. This is the Tribe that they were probably expecting to be versus Navi, especially here on Brawl Ball. But, you know, Signs of Life is just sort of the beginning, right? You know, breathing, but I'm also, like, having a heart attack at the same time, and that's sort of what we've been seeing so far. Tribe Gaming, they are so on the back foot, but this is the beginning of the reverse sweep. They've been faced with the match point. They lost 5 games in a row, and it is as true the definition of reverse sweep as it can possibly get. They got to win this next game. They got to bring not that comp that they had in game number 1, rather more akin to what they brought this time. They had the Surge that time for the counter to the Carl. Not that it, you know, really did serve its main purpose in that last game, since it did end so quickly, and we didn't didn't get the chance to see the Surge counter the Carl so much as we usually would. But great plays there from Tribe. They just got to keep this one up. The momentum is finally starting to turn in their favor, and hopes are higher than they were before, but they're not necessarily high for Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, this game is going to be really the deciding thing, whether they're going to be able to stay in the tournament or not. If they lose this, there's no more lives left. They are completely out of this losers bracket as well as the winners bracket, and that is going to be all. So Navi really need to try and close this out here if they do want this. And, you know, we've seen it in the last game. Reverse sweeps are possible. Was almost brought back by SK, taking it to the last and final game. Just weren't able to close it out. They are possible. We've seen it several times throughout multiple tournaments. Reverse sweeps are available, and Tribe need to make starting something happen now, or is it can just be all over too soon?
Yeah, and it would be very disappointing considering that they fought so hard to get here with all of those qualifiers victories leading up to the 3rd place spot in an extremely competitive region. We'll have to see how they face off against Navi, once again faced with a match point, though 1 game away from salvation and giving themselves just 1 little game of wiggle room. That's really all they need, though. Navi already getting aggressive here. Jason able to find some damage. Spin trying to pass his ball out, and a great defense from Spin, but is it going to be enough? The tank and BBGs is able to put this one in the goal. Navi just 1 goal away from taking this game, and therefore the match heading into our next match versus SK.
Yeah, they've just got to get one more game, or one more goal, should I say. BBGs is going to be taken down, though, and MMA left all alone to defend. A nice phase shift here from Casey will secure it, and it is going to go in. Tribe don't want to be out of this game, and they have made it 1-1 yet again. 1-1 in sets, 1-1 in games. Whoever wins this will be taking the set, and Tribe are looking quite good to do that after that goal has just been secured.
Yep, Tribe Gaming now on the back foot. They are forced to play defensively following some amazing abilities used by Navi. We do see Spin with the super, and we actually did see a Spin counter Jason on the Carl several times this game. So do anticipate that as we head into this speed, this push from Tribe Gaming EU. Casey, that speed is finally wearing off. They did get a nice bit of ground from it, but Navi is not slowing down. Jason finally going to get taken down, though. BBG is actually putting this ball onto the right side. We see the teleport from Spin, but it gets blocked. MA, once again, the last bit of defense. Is it going to be enough? No! Tom able to put that one in the goal, and Tribe Gaming are keeping themselves in the mix. The reverse sweep is underway. We're heading into set number 4 to keep this ball rolling. Tribe Gaming not only showing signs of life, but finally showing some domination and some of the usual plays that we expect from them as we head into Split on Hot Zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a frustrating map to play in this kind of scenario. You know, with the Colt and the Colt and B comps, they're really going to be difficult to play. But you know, with Surge in play, we have seen it a couple of times in previous metas, and it was still brought in with that B, Colt, and Carl. You know, you might be seeing an appearance of something like Ruffs or something along those lines alongside that Surge as well with the Tick. We saw Clash come in with that comp, and it was taken down very easily by that Colt and B. But played right, I feel like it can still be quite a dominating comp in this meta, but you've always just got to be looking forward to seeing that Colt and B. And with a Carl or Surge, either one can work, but it's just got to be played right.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we see the Colt and B, and we see it, you know, work really well in some situations, even in, like, especially in the 1v1 situations, right? It seems like, you know, the more skilled or the more adept team does tend to win those interactions. But when we start to talk about, like, you know, what's the counter to the Colt and B? Well, you know, strangely, it seems to be tanks, right? Is a counter to these guys. Things that shred tanks like no tomorrow. No, the counter is just to simply have so much health and be able to walk onto the point. That's, you know, what makes Hot Zone so much different from other game modes is you can call it control based, but really what it's about is just being alive and being in a circle. Okay, that's what it's about. It's not about, you know, trying not to die necessarily. Sure, you'll have an easier time at staying on there and getting more consistent percentage captured on the point, but it's not the objective, right? The objective is to sit on that point and be alive. And if you constantly have these high health pool brawlers rushing in, jumping in with the assistance of Gale's jump pad, then you're able to capture this one. And you're able to just to have this permanence on the point when you have high health brawlers that can just kind of dodge and stay alive, don't necessarily have to deal much damage. So that's why we see the Gale, the BB, and the Frank comp work pretty well on this one, even when faced up against the likes of Colt and B, and at least one other brawler, sometimes Ruff, sometimes Rico, or if it's going to be the Sprout or whatever, right? That is what we can expect to see. It's a bit more rock, paper, scissors. We'll see maybe some more outcomp situations arising here in set number 4.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that tank comp, I feel like it just gets shut down so easily by the B, to be honest. Like, even with the jump pads in and the high health pool, the slow and the amount of damage you can do with that charge shot alongside a Colt or a Surge or a Carl, you know, it's just so much DPS and the amount of slows that can come in, you know, it just stops them in their tracks. And it's just very, very difficult to say that comp could beat that. And honestly, it's just going to come down to who plays what. We're going to be seeing a Colt, Carl, and Surge, which I think is a bit more unusual. We're seeing a Ruffs coming in from MMA, which can be very, very good if they get these matchups right.
Yep, Jason already snagging a kill on Spin, but we do see the kill on BBGs as well. Jason actually just wiping the floor clean, getting one clip after one clip. Jason going to be locking down the right hot zone, and Tribe now fighting for the left one. Jason just seems to rotate wherever duty calls. He's staying at mid and going for any target that he seems to be able to strafe with. That is the strat, and we already see that power up going on Jason. No question that he's going to be the power player here. Jason staying alive somehow through the attacks of Spin. Casey also going to go down to BBG's. Tom trying to stay alive on the right point. Nice kill there, but once again, Jason firing away, able to get that kill. Now he's got to defend versus Spin, but he is outranged, and that is going to be a great kill from Casey onto Jason. Though Navi, they've already taken 89% total, and the last bits of percentage are already trickling in on the left side. Tribe, they seem to have been fighting for this left hot zone the entire time, but Jason just doesn't let them. He is a machine, and he's going to be taking Navi once again to the match point.
Oh, Jason, that is absolutely incredible. He's managed to just absolutely wipe the floor with them. Really, really nice play from him. And, you know, he was the one who really did start the percentage increase coming in from Navi, staying alive off that initial play. It's really, really good plays from him. And I must say, you know, Jason has been playing absolutely phenomenally throughout. Absolutely amazing. Colt, he's been playing other brawlers too. It's just been working so, so well for him. Match point again. Whether or not they're going to be able to close it out is anybody's question for anybody. And let's just move on and see in this next game.
That's really the only solution. I mean, we've had our expectations, you know, subverted. We've been surprised consistently, and all we can do sometimes is just wait. Sometimes it's just completely even fruitless to speculate. We'll see what our players bring out this time, whether they switch up the comps or whether they're just trying to out-comp. I can say for sure that Tribe is shaking in their boots faced up against that Colt. I mean, absolutely phenomenal play, and we've seen it versus Navi, you know, consistently, even through our last chance qualifiers last week. The Colt play coming out on just really any map that Colt is playable and doing a great job, even when faced with adversity like comps that sort of counter him or just certain brawlers. Tribe, they got to bring out some kind of counter to the Colt, otherwise they are gonna be toast, because I mean, it was a team effort for sure, but it also at the same time was pretty much a one-man show. Jason here with the Colt just absolutely dominating Tribe. If they want to win, they got to bring the counter.
Yeah, no, I think so too. I mean, it's looking very, very good for Jason and Navi, to be fair as well. Like, Jason's been playing absolutely amazingly, but you know, Tribe still have a foot in the door here. They have that set to their name, and they have some good comps that are going to be coming out. You see in this this comp that they're trying to opt not to break with. It's kind of unusual to see. And there you go. There is the tank comp from Navi, trying to get this early pressure. And honestly, they've got it on the left-hand side. It's just whether or not this Jackie's going to be able to secure enough on the right.
Yeah, this tank comp is going to be a tough one. BBG is already getting aggressive versus Spin, getting stunned there by Spin. Casey picking up that power-up resulting from the super, and MMA keeping control on the left hot zone. Navi, no question, are going to be able to get great permanence on this left side. Just an amazing presence and a dominant force on the left hot zone just by virtue of Rico. But on the right hot zone, it's going to be a bit of a different story. MMA now switching over here and trying to help his teammates push in on the right hot zone, jumping in even. And here comes a super as well. MMA going to stay alive for just a little bit longer. Does go down to KC. BBG is taking some major damage as well, and Tribe finally catching up on the left hot zone. Even when faced with the match point once again, they're not slowing down. Tom with the super as well, and MMA going down. BBG's having a just supremely difficult experience trying to keep control on the right lane. Even with the jump pad, he hasn't been able to get consistent capture. Actually, it does end up wasting that jump right there, though that probably won't affect him too much. This one looks like it is already in the books. Tribe going to be the winner of this game. Navi going to have to go back to the drawing board and rethink what sort of comp they're bringing this time, because the tank and the Gale, it's not working. Tribe, once again, extending this match point. Navi, once again, one game away. Tribe, they've just got to win one game, and they are already at salvation. Going to be taking us into set number 5 if they win this next game.
Yeah, I will say Tribe looked very, very good in that. It seemed like they were in control for quite a lot of it. They didn't really take too much, pressure when they knew they weren't going to be able to get that left-hand side. Tom just rotated over when they fully committed for the right-hand side, which I found was kind of a bit of a weird play to make. They definitely needed to try and keep that left-hand side and just maintain Jackie running onto that side. With the jump pad, you're going to secure at least 2% every time he jumps in or something like that. So, if you're able to maintain this left-hand side and keep the jumps coming in on the right, then it's going to be a win no matter what, and you're just going to be way more patient than trying to triple commit that and have Tom just absolutely chilling on the left.
Yeah, and that's what we saw, right? We thought perhaps that, Tom is having trouble pushing on the left because of Rico, but it couldn't be more false. I mean, we saw Jason trying to push in on the left side versus Tom on the Rico, and it just wasn't happening. Once Tom was on that point, he was able to push up and help control the right lane as well as mid, sort of more towards Navi's spawn. So we'll have to see what Tribe is going to use this time. Are they going to stay with Tom on the tick? Navi probably going to have to look for a counter to that. I wonder what necessarily member of Tribe Gaming EU was there to deal with the cult pick, because I can't necessarily pick out exactly one brawler or necessarily even a pair of brawlers to analyze that one. We'll have to see. Does Navi bring out All Reliable, the wall break comp with the B for our match point? Navi bringing out the wall break once again, and hopefully for them, this time it works.
Yeah, try bringing out the max, so you've got to keep an eye on that in the fact that he's going to provide so many speeds, and that is going to allow him to juke this these long-range brawlers in the Colt and the B a lot better. And may keep in control of the side for now, but eventually taken down as the Silver Bullet does come in and get some shots on. KC going to be missing that super, but BBG's one shot to Spen. And Jason coming in providing some help. Spen going to be speeding up, and a nice shot coming in from MMA, and he gets the spin too. Doesn't get the takedown, but the advantage still in Navi's favor.
Yep, BBG's actually getting taken down here, and it was looking pretty in Navi's favor. Now the tides have turned. Tribe Gaming keeping control of the right lane and the left lane. Here comes the speed as well. Tom forced to throw down those sandbags, and here comes the power-up onto KC. Interestingly, we don't see the Colonel Ruffs coming out from Navi this time. It's the Carl coming out from them, and it just doesn't seem to be working as well. Even with the supers coming out, it's not working. Even versus Tom over here, he's all powered up, and he's able to defend himself now. Loads of control for Tribe as Navi is making desperate attempts to get back in here. The wall break as well. The power up for Spin as he pushes onto this point, just dancing around the point. Here comes the final push, or perhaps the final push. Jason trying to get this kill here. Spin with the final kill. KC also able to run this one home, and Tribe Gaming taking us to set number 5 versus Navi, faced with the match point every step of the way. Unfortunate for Navi. Tribe Gaming, though, with the reverse sweep. As I said, every step of the way, they got to bring it back here.
They're holding on with their dear life now. This is absolutely mad from Tribe. They want to bring this back from 2-0 down. Let's honestly not going to say let's hope we don't see the same thing happen that happened with SK almost pulling off the reverse sweep and Clash winning it. But honestly, it'd be nice to see a complete reverse sweep. You can't count out Tribe yet. Navi obviously going to be quite good on some of these brawlers with MMA playing that absolutely incredible what's it called, Nanny on previous games, and then Jason playing the Piper too. It can really be quite devastating if they do connect these shots as well as they have been. But on the other side of things, Tribe have some very good brawlers on this map too, with the players playing them, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I think this doesn't really eliminate too many amazing possibilities for either of our teams with the Gene, the Poco bans. Bell ban, right, Stu ban, not really going to affect these guys too much. We haven't even seen them play these brawlers, so, not much change. So I think, most things are still left pretty open. We're just not going to see the Gene Max with the bans, so that's what we can expect. I mean, anyway, we're heading into Shooting Star anyway, so it doesn't really matter even what the bans are, because the meta is so locked in here. The Piper, the Nanny, are we going to see the Piper versus Nanny on both lanes, or is it going to be Piper versus Piper, Nanny versus Nanny? It's been a large deciding factor, as we've observed previously, so we'll have to see. I mean, Navi did a good job with their Nanny in previous games, so perhaps that can give us a little bit of insight into what to expect for set number 5. Tribe Gaming, still, they've been faced with the reverse sweep situation, the match point, every single step of the way. Question is, when are they not going to win 2 games in a row following a loss, right? They seem to be able to dig deep and not get affected by that first game, but they really do want to provide themselves as much wiggle room as possible. Flexibility is absolutely key when you're faced with these high-stakes scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, Mirror Comp's going to be forced out now, and it's just going to come down to who's going to be able to play it better. And honestly, it's anybody's game at this point. We've seen 2 sets straight to Navi, 2 sets straight to Tribe. It's an even playing field at this point. And honestly, with these Mirror Comps, we've taken a good amount of time, so they must have been, trying to get the game plan right. Early pickup from BBGs, but Spen has denied that as he gets that pickup and almost another one. Oh, and another pickup from KC on the left too. Tribe with a 3-star head start and the blue star in their hands.
We have Tribe Gaming in the lead here, but on the right side, what do we see? Nanny versus Piper once again. And this is a bit of a callback to our first match of the day. We saw that interaction, and it went in Nanny's favor, though it doesn't seem like MMA's having a good day. Finn, with just so many stars to his name already, MMA already getting very aggressive, trying to pick up some damage on Sven. Tom, however, acutely aware of this and giving the assistance. Tribe Gaming actually leading by 5 stars here with 1 minute left in the match. MMA going down once more to Spin, and Spin is looking very, very clean here. BBG is at risk of going down as well. Casey looking for the kill. Wow, BBG's can't be touched until he's forced to walk into Tom's mines. And Tribe Gaming looking very clean here. Navi, wow, actually a great kill there from MMA to start to equalize things out. We do see the blue star on the side of Navi, and here comes the peep. And that is going to find the kill on KC. Navi now in the lead by 1 star.
Aim of the game for Tribe now. Do not feed this Piper super, as this Nanny head does need to connect, and it's going to 13-11 back in Tribe's favor, and that 10-0 head start really didn't cement them much of the game at all, as Navi have shown some really nice signs here to be able to bring this back. Missed shots on that peep, on that tick head is really going to be quite dangerous, as now they're going to have this control back with the lack of... oh, and that's the lead. That is the lead for Navi, as they do take down KC with a homemade recipe. They've got to try and do something. Spen jumping forward. He's going to take some heavy damage. Full tap by MMA, and Navi are going to take this game if nothing else happens, and it's not looking likely. Match point in favor of Navi.
A crazy play there from MMA to deny Sven as soon as he landed. That's what happens when you play an aggressive Piper super, right? It's pretty clear where you're gonna land. Anyone who's played the game for, just like a handful of hours knows where Piper's gonna land when she uses her super. But MMA just completely taking out Spin as soon as he landed. That really just struck a chord with me. It completely took me by surprise, especially after we saw Spin dominating that interaction the entire game. Then we see MMA come back with just a couple kills, and it seems to completely change the pace of the game. Once again, Navi leading by 1 game. We're on the match point. If Tribe Gaming EU has established a rhythm, it seems to be just, hand over the first game and then win 2 games. Hand over the first game, win 2 games. And we're already seeing that pattern beginning to emerge once again. But now the stakes have absolutely multiplied. We are in the final set. Navi is really the one who should be a little bit uneasy right now, because Tribe Gaming, if they're able to keep up this pattern, should be the expected victors in this scenario. We'll have to see. Let's head into game number 2. Already Spin with the thumbs down, the Protesto to start things off. Tribe Gaming, though, able to pick up that first star and already start to dictate the pace of the match. Navi, though, actually playing defensive and allowing Tribe to get even more and more aggressive. They're already picking up that first star, and now they can really play defensive, and justifiably so. BBG's not going to walk into that mine from Tom, and Tom trying to find this trap on an MMA. He's not going to be able to get the kill. Tribe actually does manage to take one back. It's not going to be Tom, though. Tom is in an adverse situation. Here comes an amazing pinch. Tom actually does get taken down. No kills for him, though he did reduce MMA to 10 health. What a close situation there. Navi, though, still leading by 1 star.
Mid recipe almost connected on KC there, and that would have been the end of him. It had that head not really getting too much value from BBGs. Now Navi in control of the blue star and the star lead as well. Tribe have got to try and confirm a kill, and a nice tap from MMA is going to feed him that super. Casey does not have his on the other side of things, and no Piper jump to hand. It is going to be dangerous. He does juke it on the first time round. Last hurrah, not going to be baited out, and it's coming back to haunt him. Doesn't connect again, and he's able to just pick up Tom on the slightest explosion. He didn't pop his last hurrah just because of that, and that is going to be the extended lead to Navi. 3 stars in favor, and they've got to get MMA down now.
It's getting so close here. Navi with all of these stars to the name, most notably MMA. MMA is looking for the damage here. Spin's not going to be able to hit that homemade recipe around the corner. Tom has to trap him in the corner. Do we see the synergy between Tom and KC to get these crucial stars to completely change the tide of the game? 15 seconds remain, and the stakes are so high. KC piloting the peep in here. It's the key kill. Does MMA have anything to deal with this? 5 to 6, 1 kill will determine the game. Here comes the peep from MMA. MMA not going to get taken down by Tom. Just a few seconds left. Jason not going to get taken down, and that is going to be Tribe Gaming falling to Navi. Navi will be headed on to the losers finals to face off against SK, and Tribe Gaming EU is getting eliminated in such a close match. They unfortunately fell 5 times in a row to start things off, but they weren't ready to quit just yet. They brought it back from the match point 4 times in a row, but eventually succumbed to their wounds. Unfortunately, Tribe Gaming EU will not be advancing, though they do get the 4th place. They get a nice $200 and the G Fuel prize packs. It's 6 tubs of G Fuel. That's like a year's supply of G Fuel if you drink it every day, which if you do, I think you're a madman. But that will be Navi headed into the next stage of the tournament. Congratulations to them. And I mean, I think we got to get a look at the bracket as well. What sort of competitions we're in for coming up, Trev?
Yeah, I mean, we have got SK versus Navi going to be coming up next, and then the winner of that will be heading on to go against Clash in that grand final to see who will be crowned the champion of the spring split of Brawl Masters. Obviously, this is brought to you by G Fuel as well, and this is a huge upset for Tribe as they almost confirm the reverse sweep. They are going to be the first team knocked out of the tournament, as you see in the bottom left there. Tribe Gaming have lost 3-2, and now SK versus Navi coming up very, very soon.
Yep, SK Gaming versus Navi, it's going to be one to behold. The two teams that were at the same stage of the tournament but didn't face off against each other. So we're going to see who, really was meant to go to the finals on the winner side of the bracket. Of course, we're going to be heading to a short break. Make sure you cast your votes or something like that. Make your predictions and don't go anywhere. We're going to be taking a short break to give ourselves and our players a bit of a break. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters. I'm, of course, ready set, joined by Trev, and we have an excellent match coming up. SK Gaming versus Navi. One team that lost in the first stage of the tournament and had to fight their way back here to this stage. SK Gaming, on the other hand, they won their first match, but they lost their second. Now these two will face off to see who is destined for the grand finals.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to be an absolutely fiery matchup too. We've just seen Navi come through the losers semi-finals to face off against Tribe, and obviously now going to be coming up against SK Gaming. Off the back of a bit of a long-winded win, having to go the long haul and win that third set and take it 3-2. They're going to be quite tired heading on to this game, and having SK having a little bit of a break, maybe a little less fatigued, which might give them a bit of an advantage heading on to this game. And you can't deny the fact that SK are SK.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely undeniable. And, you know, of course, their identity is more than just, you know, their players and their name. It's also their statistics. Of course, they have earned their track record. Take a look at some stats from both of these teams. Most banned Brawler from SK Gaming, they've banned Byron every single time. Most banned Mode, actually same across the board. We do see both of these teams mostly banning Gem Grab, so safe to say, we will not see Gem Grab coming up. Sorry, Hard Rock Mine, but so long. Navi, on the other hand, they are banning Gene most of the time. It's always the Gene and the Poco ban coming from them, so that does open up possibilities for SK Gaming, as far as, you know, to know what to ban. It's the ABBA style bans here in the draft format. But as far as the track record between these two, I mean, we did see SK Gaming win a lot more sets than Navi, just because they've been playing more in the qualifiers. Though Navi, they got knocked out so quickly in the open qualifiers. You see the losses are kind of the same, right? And that's just because Navi, they did not play in the open qualifiers as much. They made it here by virtue of the last chance qualifiers. They trounced all the people who had done really, really well in the open qualifiers and had high hopes of heading to the playoffs. And then Navi shows up and says, no, go away. This is our spot. This is our spot. We're going to be the fourth team. We have the mode and map choices coming in from both of our teams.
Yep, nuts and bolts coming up first from SK Gaming. Obviously, very, very confident in Siege, regardless that they're losing it to Clash. Kaboom Canyon coming from Navi. It seems like that's always their first pick. We've seen it second pick a lot, and that's usually because Navi is the red away team. Shooting Star next up from SK Gaming. Obviously, watching that performance from Navi, they're not too scared about it, regardless to that win. And then Hard Rock Mine is going to be played ready. We're not seeing it fully banned out, and that is going to be leading us on to our final pick, which we're still waiting on.
Just go ahead and fire me, man. I thought Hard Rock Mine was going to get banned out, but nope. We're going to be seeing it for set number 4. Backyard Bowl is going to be the final one, and that's surprising considering that that's one of the, you know, one of the first maps that we expected to be played there. SK Gaming probably feeling a little bit shaky there on Backyard Bowl, just following their last match, I must say. And starting things off as well on Nuts and Bolts, right? I think that's going to be a strong start for SK at minimum, just because they are very good at Siege and they consistently win sets of Siege. In fact, just a quick little fact for you. In the last match, they dropped the first set of Siege since like March. They've been consistently winning every single set of Siege in every single major competition since March. And that is absolutely incredible, and it goes to show how consistent they are. Still shocked that AQM managed to take them down there, but we'll have to see what SK is bringing to the table this time versus Navi, whether they still got it or, you know, whether it was just a fluke versus AQM.
There is the Gene ban as well. You know, I'll never get tired of Navi banning the same two brawlers every single time. SK might want to stir it up a bit and try ban Poco themselves, but I feel like they're going to be fairly confident if that is the play to make. Just because, you know, they are very, very good at Poco themselves too. They do like to favor these healing comps, so they're going to be going with Byron and Mortis. Clearly not a fan of Mortis in the current meta, as they're not just targeting, you know, Linane with it, but also quite scared of Navi with it as well. Yeah,
I can't blame them, right? We see amazing Mortis play coming out from Navi, but you know, it's a bit odd, right? We do see the 100% Byron ban, of course, coming back into play, and you know, like the 88%. Yep, okay. I mean, it's just a tale as old as time, right? The Gene and the Poco coming out from Navi. We'll see how SK uses this one to their advantage. The Mort though, I'm a little bit on the edge about that one, because that means that we are going to be playing Bell. It's definitely decisive by SK. They want the Bell to be in play. Surely their adapted to, you know, the sort of new strategies that Bell brings to Siege. We'll have to see as we head into set number 1, and we will see these two teams vying for who gets to control the momentum of the rest of the match.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, Bell being in play, I'm not sure it's going to be used too much in Nuts and Bolts, but definitely in that second set of Kaboom Canyon, it's going to be playing a huge factor in it. And honestly, moving forward, Hard Rock Mine and Backyard Bowl as well, if it goes that far, I'd imagine maybe SK are trying to bank on beating them 3-0, and that's why they've kind of left that in play. However, you know, Nuts and Bolts probably going to be seeing some double thrower comps, so maybe not going to be seeing too much Bell there at all, regardless of the fact of that that mark that you can do on the boss.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that one. Like, Nuts and Bolts, you know, probably not going to see her there too much. I mean, the mark is very useful, but besides that, she's not going to really be able to perform just because, you know, it's a pretty closed-in map. Kaboom Canyon, no doubt, right, going to be able to see that. But here we go, and of course, the one brawler that we're used to always being banned, and somehow we miss it being banned, or rather not being banned. Semantic on the stew here. We don't see the stew coming out from Navi this time, but it is a bit of a mirror match as far as the throwers go, but BBGs versus Semantic, it's going to be the bolt collector, so to speak, sort of 1v1 over here. Semantic on the stew and BBG's on the Carl. Already that first spot going the way of Navi. Gonna have to see how SK handles this one, as they're probably gonna be trying to get this control back after this first siege. It's usually tough to push back into mid after the first siege because it gives your enemy free mid control. Skyrix unfortunately messing up that wall there, and that bot is gonna connect with the Ike, doing a little bit of damage. Of course, bot is not really the biggest risk here. It's Navi. They've done so much damage to that safe already. Only 63% remains. SK Gaming need to take back mid.
Yeah, if they don't, then it's going to be very, very disappointing early loss from here. They've taken a lot of damage, and I don't even know if they can risk losing this one, but they're going to have to try and defend it anyways. It is going to be Navi securing it with that bolt they have just picked up. Nice dashes from Semantic, though, does guarantee a bolt there. Jetting over the right-hand side, too, getting one, and Skyrix might be able to pick this one up too, but an aggressive play from BBG's is going to be cut short by Semantic dashing directly onto that and stopping his spin.
Yep, here comes the bot in once again. SK Gaming, they haven't managed to pick up many bolts, which is absolutely shocking. Another whiffed super by Skyrix as well. Is he trying to get the bot just barely able to sneak through his wall? That's going to be their first game going to Navi, in fact, which is completely unexpected. I think perhaps Stu was not the pick here. It didn't work out for SK Gaming, perhaps as they expected to. So that's certainly unfortunate news, but it's also shocking news as well, since we did expect SK to get this game decisively.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't too sad about seeing the Stu pick. I feel like it's quite a good one at that. Honestly, it does counter that call. So I feel like overall it's quite a good pick, but I feel maybe it was the other two sides that weren't really doing too well, and we saw some dominant pressure from both that Sprout as well as the Barley over those kind of lanes. So not only did the Stu not win that favorable matchup against Carl, it was the other side as well that really did affect it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll absolutely see. SK Gaming, they got to come back here. Navi looking, you know, pretty good, actually. If they can keep up this momentum headed up in the next game, then they will be severely disrupting SK's supposed plan of starting to sweep this one just one set after the other to get themselves back to the grand finals very quickly. Navi, just as they were the dark horse in the last chance qualifiers, they seem to be the dark horse here in the playoffs, right? They're just coming out of nowhere. They faced off against AQM to start things off, went down since, I mean, of course, a very powerful team. Now looking to take down both Tribe Gaming EU and SK Gaming. We'll see SK Gaming looking to be on the back foot at this point.
Yeah, they're not really looking too good after that one, but a triple tank comp coming in now, hoping that they are going to be playing that triple thrower or double thrower again. And it is going to be the case as a nice dominant start comes in from SK. If they can secure these, and Semantic putting that pressure on is going to open up the sides for Skyrix and Jet to come in and pinch. Not going to be picking up that bolt though. That is very, very dangerous to leave that unattended by Skyrix there. And the throwers are going to prevail off the start, leaving SK Gaming just staring at the throwers about to go in on their safe.
Yeah, this is a bit terrifying, actually. Here comes the bot, a level 2 bot, nothing to be too scared of. Really, what SK Gaming needs to take care of is the throwers. MMA getting forced back, but not for too long. Jason also getting pushed back a little bit. Here comes the bot to take care of a little bit of damage on the safe. Navi ready with this Super wow, actually surprised to see it Jettin perfectly timing that one to zoom through it. Skyrix now looking to push up on the left side and get a bolt here, but BBG's is not going to let him have it too easily. MMA also throwing down the sticky syrup so BBG's can make his escape, and Navi is still up on the bolt count. SK Gaming, though, they're going to get this great opportunity to pick up a lot of bolts here. Not going to equalize things, but are going to put themselves in a great position for the final siege, where they'll probably have the chance to take this game.
Yeah, having that amazing play from Jet in there as well, taking down the Sprout, who's going to be providing a lot of the pressure going in on this push, really just going to deflate their entire offense. And you can see that as the boss is defending a lot better than the first time. And a 7 lead with tanks, you expected to pick up at least a couple, guaranteed, especially with Jet spinning up this mid, looking to try and pick this one up nice and early. A nice pinch comes in, and this is looking like the push is going to go to SK, and only about 20 confirmed.
Yeah, this is actually looking quite good for SK Gaming. It was not looking so great off the bat, but now they're pushing in and they have a lot of bolts to their name. Navi, they just got to get a good defense, and we can already see Jason is equipped with that super. He's ready to go. We just need SK Gaming to force that out of them. Level 11 Siege Bot coming in, and Jason is in a strong defensive position. Those bolts mean nothing for the defense. Gotta see that Sprout wall come out. Here comes Jason. He's ready to pop it off. Skyrix and Jettin are now looking to push it on the right side. They have enough health to get on the safe, and the percentage is getting close, though Skyrix is not able to connect with the safe. Now Semantic is trying to get in here. Jettin as well. Jettin not able to touch the safe. Wow! And SK finally able to take this game in a close one. Navi now tied up in the first set. This is the expected outcome that we were, thinking was going to happen with SK on their most favored mode. Navi, they were looking very good until the bitter end there. The last couple seconds there, they took enough damage to give the lead to SK. Seems to be all about winning that final siege and just tying up, or, just getting control for that final siege here in Siege.
Yeah, I will say the only reason that they kind of I knew that he didn't have that gadget towards the end where he's going to be able to switch the wall side and get that perfect defense. Literally directly at the end, he used that guard and mulcher gadget, getting that 1,800 HP back in his locker. And then you kind of realize, oh wait, they're not going to be able to defend this at all, because that is the only reason you really play Sprout on the defense so well. Being able to use that wall, get your super back, use it on the other side, and just switch the sides, and he just didn't have that available, which is why the defense just wasn't being able to be played perfectly like like SK had done in the past.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, the garden mulcher, right? Perhaps we switch that out just a little bit, right? But so far so good. A bit of a rocky start for SK Gaming. They're seeming to find their footing now, getting that last siege in the bag, and now looking to pick up another. We'll see what the comps are in just a moment once we get into that game. Navi, though, they don't want to fall too quickly here. That same comp as game number 1 is not working out so well as it was before. I mean, SK, they know Siege like the back of their hand, so there's not much you can do to surprise them. They just need a little bit of info on you. And here we go into game number 3. We see Skyrix on the Sprout, and also the Carl coming out from Semantic, Jettin on the Barley. Navi, though, running a much different strategy. 2 tanks and Stu is going to be Navi's answer, and they're already going to get mid control right off the beginning of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, there you go. The tanks are looking very, very strong, much better than the tanks came in from SK in the previous game, and it's looking very, very good off the start for them. However, these supers from SK are going to be deployed very nicely on this defense. We've got the Sprout wall. Look at this pinch coming in from MMA, and that's going to be quite a lot of secure damage if they do decide to go in here, which the BBG's is looking like he might do.
Well, do we see enough damage come in? We do see the bot going down, but not before taking out a nice chunk of SK's safe. Do we see enough aggressive play from Navi to keep control of mid? It is a pretty much a stalemate at this point. It's anyone's game. Skyrix trying to get this wall in here, and a nice stun. MMA actually goes down. A great wall there from SK. And do we see the bolt count equalizing? In fact, Navi actually going to get this next siege. SK starting to power themselves up for the final siege. It's not going to be impossible for Navi to get back for the final siege, but it's not going to be an easy one either. 4-1. SK looking pretty good here for the final siege if they can get this defense.
Yeah, SK have got to get this defense right, and it's not looking likely as the tanks start to flood in now. It's not looking like they're going to be able to defend it. It's going to go down, and that is going to be Navi taking the first set there as SK are defeated in a very, very nice manner by Navi. Second push is going to be all it takes, and that's going to be the first set to Navi in, one that SK are very confident in.
Yeah, this is definitely surprising. I mean, SK, once again, seems like they're being bested at their own game. Navi just, completely surprising them. I want to say that it's because Navi knows what they're going to play because they've watched back the tape, but it's not even a matter of comps, really. It just seems like Navi is kind of, outdoing them with mechanics and, getting good offenses and getting good defenses as well. Good choices there with the throwers as well. For the final game, perhaps, yes, an outcomp situation, but this is absolutely surprising. SK Gaming, they definitely have all eyes on them with their track record in Siege, but that one's already in the books. There's no going back. We're heading into set number 2 here on Kaboom Canyon, and I think it's going to be a mirror match between these two teams.
Yeah, you've kind of got to look at it that way, with the Colette, Crow, and Bell in play. It's been played very, very frequently in this set, and you've got to kind of worry about Navi having to have a forced mirror comp against SK Gaming. I feel like that kind of gives them the favor just because of the synergy that they have together, as well as, being so good at these singular brawlers and being able to win these solo lanes really does favor SK Gaming as well. But Navi, they've proved themselves in that first set in one that SK did pick, so if they carry this on, it could be going very downhill for SK.
Yeah, it's looking unfortunate there, but Navi, I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what Navi brings out. They've been looking strong so far today. Went down to AQM, now face off against SK Gaming, looking strong. SK, I mean, this is a little bit shocking, right, to see this kind of performance from them. Definitely did have a little bit of a mental toll on them just from it being taken down in Siege so far, and, also going off of a loss already from AQM, getting bested in Siege, probably withered away their confidence just a little bit, and we know that, confidence and momentum are absolutely important, so that could be why Navi has a bit of an advantage here. They do have the advantage of momentum on their side, like kind of the wind at their back, so we'll see as we head into Kaboom Canyon. I mean, it's going to be a mirror match. It's a matter of who has the better mechanics.
I mean, honestly, it's not a guaranteed mirror match, to be fair. We've seen quite a lot of different things coming out. We've seen Piper as well being available. Hasn't been played today, but I think it was last week we saw Navi employ that strategy, when it was against, the teams in that last chance qualifier. I feel like they did kind of take that strategy and use it really, really well with that double range. But honestly, Crow's been coming through so prominently, and that's what we've seen them play throughout the past rounds, as well as SK2. So I feel like you are right in saying it's a mirror, but I don't think it's quite guaranteed.
Yeah, we'll see. SK Gaming, they're bringing out the Colette, Bell, and Crow. No Byron. Well, because, of course, they banned Byron. But Navi bringing out the Amber, Colette, and Crow. We'll have to see what use they make of these brawlers. Of course, the main difference is going to be the lack of an Amber on SK's side. SK, though, already pushing forward, braving through the storm. Skyrix setting up in a strong position here on the left side. Gonna get pinched pretty hard, it would appear. Semantic actually looking to get the damage amplifier, misses the damage amplifier on MMA, but Jetton is all over this safe as well. Skyrix somehow staying alive, gonna look for this kill on BBGs, does get the kill, and he has the super ready to go as well.
Gonna be allowed to heal up a little bit on this side now, but no, just opting to try and get that final shot on. 50% already gone off Navi safe, and it's very, very worrying against this comp playing with an Amber. With Jetton on this side, you're not gonna be able to push at all, really, and you see the auto aim coming in from Jason, which is, the best strategy to employ when you are playing that Amber in this kind of position. 51% gone, though, and it's honestly looking very, very good for SK as they do place that defensive mine, too. They've just got to get Colette back into the position where she can start using these supers.
Yep, we'll have to see. SK now backing up here as Navi is looking to make the offense. Jetton ready with the super. Skyrix similarly ready with the super. Probably going to use it for offense most optimally. Skyrix actually goes down. Jason now actually circles back a little bit to refuel, and Jetton does find this opportunity to push forward with Jason retreating. It's one of the disadvantages of playing Amber and relying on the reload star power, as you do kind of have to return to that puddle, that home base every now and then. Skyrix at risk of going down, but doesn't get hit by the fire field. Jetton and Skyrix all over the safe. Semantic just as well getting on this safe and whittling it down to nearly 30%. Semantic now looking for the defense, and Jetten looking for the super. Skyrix not going to be able to snag this super before going down. Does manage to dodge Jason's fire fuel right there. MMA goes down, and here comes the final bit of damage. Skyrix in a very powerful position. We just need to see a few more hits. One more hit will do it. MMA trying to defend as best as he can, but is distracted off of Skyrix, and that is going to be this game going to SK Gaming.
Yep, and that is going to be SK taking a very, very convincing win, 100% to 0. Oh, I mean, yeah, 100% to 0 in that sense. Very, very nice play from SK there. I will say this is the kind of team we expected to come out in that first set when they had selected that siege. But you know, it is a lot more of a bit of a risky game mode to take, as you know, any team can win siege depending on how well the bolts are managed and who gets different bolts and different sieges. You know, but Heist is all down to whoever wins that mid control, maintains it for the longest amount of time in this game, and there's just no turnaround ability if you hold it for, you know, the majority of the game.
Yeah, I agree as well. We'll see how these teams use that to their advantage in the next game, right? Headed into headed into Heist. I mean, Can you blame me? Can you blame me with my brain being all over the place? This is an exciting match, right? And just amazing teams facing off against each other. And, you know, our expectations being subverted left, right, and center. Let's take a look at game number 2 here. Skyrix on the Colette on the left side versus BBG's Jetten trying to get the control as well. The anti-heal coming in, though doesn't really matter. No heals. It's just going to prevent these brawlers from being able to fall back for too long. And MMA almost going to go down. There we go. The last hit from Jetten, and SK Gaming now looking to push up. Navi forced to defend here as they're at risk of going into set 3 and letting this match score equal 1-1. Semantic getting that nice kill on Jason and finding the opportunity to finally push up. Here is the bear trap as well from Semantic. And SK Gaming will be pushing up to mid, and an aggressive super as well. Mutually assured destruction there on Jetten. And loads of damage finally coming in from Navi, that 5600 from Skyrix, and SK Gaming now in the lead. Yep,
MMA going to be missing that super as well. I will say, just a note that he did use that on the wall, which is why there's no damage, and this is giving a huge advantage to SK. 19% might not seem a lot, but when you've got this mid control and it's difficult to get back from the likes of SK, it's going to be very difficult even with this 19% advantage to get back into this game. A nice slow coming from Jetten and a secured kill too is going to be what it takes to get this jump on the safe, and this is going to be huge damage. I'm surprised he didn't auto it directly onto it and guarantee some more damage, but I think that's just due to the fact that they've got huge amounts of control now. They don't really need to get the massive amounts of damage when Semantic's going to be able to retain this mid for long enough for Skyrix to come back up.
Yeah, this is absolutely true. Let's take a look, though, here at mid. BBG is getting aggressive and now getting some damage on the safe. Finally, the first bits of damage coming in from Navi on SK Gaming safe. This is where they need to stay. If they're able to set up shop here, then they will be able to take this back and potentially win set number 2. Skyrix taking some major damage, as actually Navi has been pushed back significantly. Skyrix looking for the kill here, doesn't manage to get it all the way, does get the shield from the poison and stays alive in that regard. Jetten looking for some damage. Here comes the jump from BBG's and opening things up for MMA to get in here and deal some damage. Jason ready with the super as well, but it's not going to make that much of an impact. We just need to see Navi on the safe. MMA does not have a super. BBG's is trying to get on the safe as well. It's so close, 60% to 51, and that is going to be SK Gaming, in fact, taking this set, sending us into set number 3.
Really nice sets to pick up as well. I will say I really like the way they played that. Just didn't want to feed MMA that super. That was all over. They just stayed passive until they managed to take him down by peeking those walls. And then they had to just go in and tank the rest of those shots. And they played that absolutely perfectly, I will say. Going on to this bounty, though, we've seen Navi play absolutely amazingly against both Tribe, and they also played it really well against Clash the first time. They are actually undefeated on this bounty map. And, you know, you kind of got to look towards SK to have to pull something out of the bag to be able to win this one for how good Navi's been looking at it.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, you know, SK, they just got to play like normal SK, but Navi, they are playing like normal Navi at the same time, and we're not exactly as familiar with what that means until now, right? They've completely just come out of nowhere. In fact, you know, I think Navi has a little bit of history. This roster has, in fact, just, you know, come out of nowhere. They qualified through the last month qualifiers in our last Brawl Masters and made it all the way to the finals. They took second place And if history is going to repeat itself, then that means that Navi is headed to the grand finals. We'll have to see what sort of fight they put up here on Shooting Star. SK Gaming and Navi both playing the same comp. It's the mirror comp as well. We do see the tick 1v1 here at mid. SK Gaming already taking a slight lead with that blue star as well. Looking good for them, and Navi is now going to be forced to play on offense, which is, of course, suboptimal here on Shooting Star.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't seem to be going too bad for them, as they have got quite a lot of that control back. Now Jason over this left-hand side getting some control of that too. As well as, you know, Navi are just fully in an offensive position now, and that's exactly where they need to be heading on into these last, into this deficit, I should say. And Semantic knows he can't shoot MMA at that point because the return to sender would not do too much, and Navi take this shot and take the lead as well with that kill. Blue Star was going to deny it, but they managed to get another one, and SK are on the back foot now.
Yep, SK now trailing by 2 stars. Navi still pushing up, though. They don't want to risk. Yep, exactly like that. Jason getting taken down by the Peep, and that is exactly the situation that Navi needs to prevent from happening. MMA now looking for some damage on Semantic. BBG's just as well trying to keep up this offense. Navi, they've fallen back pretty far. It looks like they would rather SK kind of fall back and just bait them into the defense. Navi, they know that their ticket to success is going to be the Peeps over here. A great peep there from MMA, and Navi is now going to be once again in the lead.
Yeah, Navi taking the 2-star lead, but Blue Star not in their favor, which means any kill from Navi will be, any kill from SK will be confirming this win now. Jetton having to tank that with his last hurrah, and a homemade recipe coming in. MMA's going to fall, and that is going to be the lead going back in favor of SK, and the deflation of the push too, as 2 of them are going to be going down. Skyrex does not fancy using that super aggressively to try and get a kill, and now this is going to be another game in favor of SK, and honestly, it wasn't looking too likely during that.
Yeah, I don't think so either, right? I think, you know, most of the time, there were periods where Navi was in the lead, but SK, they were pretty consistently in control of that match, I believe. Even when Navi is on the back foot and, you know, SK gets killed here and there, right? They're able to fire back, and it's not just with the Peeps, right? They're not having to rely on the Peep from Nanny to get those kills. They're able to get it through good positioning, through sharpshooting, and the like. So I think that is kind of what puts SK in the advantage here. Navi, their strategy has typically been to play defensive and just rely on the Peep to get kills for them. We'll see what SK does once again to counter that, and if Navi changes up that strategy as we head into game number 2. SK looking very good here so far. They'll take it to the next set if they just win this game here. A great kill actually by Jason onto Jetton, and Navi will be taking the lead, but once again, they're falling back onto defense and hoping for MMA to get some damage on Semantic. We do see the lane matchup, though Semantic is falling back and trying to bait these shots out. Most of the shots are out, and Semantic and Jetton advance up this right side to finally get a little bit of damage onto MMA. MMA falling back very far, though. Not going to let them have this one easily. Semantic also with a great snipe onto the Tick Super, which is going to save Jetton one of the last hurrahs. Good teamwork here so far from SK as they have equalized things. An important kill bringing them back to 3-3, though Navi still in possession of that blue star.
Yeah, they've got to be careful now, though, and that last hurrah could not have come at a better time from BBG's there, and he does stay up just because of it. Now you've got to be looking towards, you know, Skyrex and MMA both try and get these supers, and that is going to be really the deciding factor, as the Piper really only has the jump to dodge it, and if you can bait that out, it's a perfect guaranteed kill on that side of things. So, you know, pressure on SK to try and make something happen, though, and it's going to have to be either a nice pinch or that super.
We'll see once again, SK has to push up here if they want to get this blue star back. Navi also just has to stay in possession of this star. 20 seconds remaining, and it's so close for SK. Jetton trying to get just a little bit of damage. It's going to come down to Jetton to keep the control. Skyrex needs to get a kill. Semantic in a similar position. The wall break from Semantic. Is MMA going to be able to save himself with the return to sender? Navi not dropping the star. Jason with an aggressive super. Going to get punished. Oh. What on earth did I just watch? What a blunder. SK going to take this set.
think he was trying to get beyond the wall, but there was just not enough room to do so. He could not go backwards due to the fact that the Pete was going to be there when he landed. So he had to try and make a decisive decision, possibly going to the right and hoping one of his players was going to be able to tank it on the way across, or go up and try and get behind that wall with a nice little decisive play. But it just didn't work out, and that was turned on its head just at the end, and SkyRix could not have got his Peep at a better position.
Yeah, and this is an OP friends list if I've ever seen one. I mean, I'm definitely envious, though very soon we're going to be heading into our next set as well. It's going to be here on Hard Rock Mine, the one that we thought we were not going to be sent over to. So, I mean, what can we even expect? Neither of these teams really wanted to play this. They usually ban this out in the draft mode. Of course, you do have to be adept at all these modes in order to prevail in competitive Brawl Stars, but, I mean, in Brawl Masters, when you're able to ban out one set, right, ban the one that you don't like or the one that you're not good at, that is Gem Grab in this case. We'll have to see.
Yeah, honestly, Gem Grab needs to be picked up from Navi here, or is it going to be all over for them, and they're going to be knocked out in a similar fashion to what Tribe did. But you know, there's still some signs of life from them in that game. You know, they should have had 2 fairly decisive wins there, but some good turnarounds from SK in the long run. And moving on to Gem Grab now, I really do like their chances of it, as we saw some really nice plays from them too. But on the other side of things, SK, regardless of be banning Gem Grab a lot, I've said this time and time again, they've been playing it very, very well when it is actually in play.
Yeah, this is absolutely true, and I think it's something to consider as we head into Gem Grab pretty soon here. I mean, our teams have been just chomping at the bit, getting ready very quickly between games, so perhaps we can expect that. I mean, it's just been one after the other. So here on Gem Grab, right, probably going to see some of our more familiar brawlers come out, right, some of the Max, some of the Rico as well. You know, only time will tell, right? I think another thing that we can expect is Jason on the Colt. So, I mean, also keeping in mind the bans as well, we have the Mort ban, which is definitely going to throw a bit of a wrench in Navi's plans here on Hard Rock Mine, because generally, you know, you can't play Mortis here, and it's generally a good pick as well if you want to get rid of some of the throwers or some of the, perhaps Rico, some of the more annoying lanes. Something that we did actually see in our last match, though, was the Rosa coming out, and I think that is an optimal strategy as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the Rosa is a really, really good strategy to, you know, take in. But Mortis being banned is really going to shut off quite a lot of those aggressive comps. However, you know, it's just looking towards that flying hook from Carl that's going to be so good to get in those positions, as well as the Max being in play too, regardless of the Gene being out of there. You've got to look back towards the Max mid that we've seen coming time and time again, as well as the Rico. You know, I've got my eyes on that Rico, Max, and Carl comp, if I'm honest with you.
Max, Carl, it's very, very powerful. You have that flying hook coming out, and you have the super as well just to boost them up. It seems to be that, you know, both teams kind of have a timer on when they're going to make their next push, and that's just determined by Max and her star power that gives her passive charge on her super. It's just an amazing ability in the game. We used to see everyone using the ability that just made you reload faster when you were running, and now it just seems to be the passive supercharge, because Max's super is so important and her main attack is not really that great. You know, you can use it to get some damage, right? Perhaps a kill here or there to hunt someone down, or, you know, to cover your trail as you're retreating, but it's all about the super, and it's all about the pairs that you can get with that super. Who are you going to boost up, and so on. So that's what we can expect to see. Of course, let's head into this next game. SkyRix here on the Surge, Semantic on the Stu once again, and Jedden actually on the Max this time. Navi running something more of what we're familiar with, but nothing close to what SK is running. They have Jason over here on the Rico getting pinched very hard to start things off, and SK going to take the early game control.
Yep, nice TP in from SkyRix there too, and that's going to be 2 gems laying on the floor. 1 shot, 2 MMA though. Jetton does manage to heal up just in time, and I will say, I think both of us keep on forgetting that Stu is not in play. However, honestly, I wouldn't really expect to see him here anyways. He does replace that little speed turret, going to be so prominent, and the speed along with that TP is just so good. Semantic can't get the dashes off onto MMA to prevent that little spin in. But honestly, they should be able to pick him up anyway with a nice pinch in here, and they do. Flying up wasted 2, I think I saw there, and level 4 on Surge is going to be absolutely huge as they guarantee 8 gems.
Yep, looking great for SK. They just got to hold off Navi for a little bit longer. It's the final push that Navi has available to them. And Jetton with some amazing dodges. He's able to withstand most of the damage, but not the final shot. BBG's trying to get through here. BBG's manages to get all the gems, and actually Navi will be running this one back. SK now looking to recoup this. Jetton trying to get in here, needs the next super, but it's not going to be made easily available to him. Great super from Jason, and Skyrix with the teleport. He's not going to find that target easily, gets one hit on BBGs, but it's not enough time. Navi actually going to be able to take this first game in a complete reversal. SK unbelievable, losing this one, and this one will be sent to our next set point. Navi threatening to take this one once again to set number 5.
Huge turnaround there, I must say. Like, you've got to respect Navi's ability to turn that around, but honestly, SK still looking very, very, good in my opinion. I still think they're the favourites to take this, just because if they don't make that one mistake of getting clipped by the Rico, as well as some pinching coming in and getting that positioning correct, I feel like they were going to win that game 10-0, and I feel if they correct some of the mistakes that they made, it's going to be the exact same again if they do bring out a really nice comp.
Yeah, I think so as well, right? We'll have to see if there's any sort of counter or any, anything like that coming out in our next game to determine the outcome of, this is crazy. Navi looking very good headed into the next set, perhaps, if they can keep up the momentum. I do think SK had control most of the time, right? And Navi able to bring that one back just with a bit of a misplay by SK. Navi, they've bought themselves a little bit of time. I don't think they won that game just by their own virtue, seeing as SK pretty much had control most of the game. Navi, they've finally given themselves a little bit of room, and they are able to go back to the drawing board and kind of evaluate, how can we maintain control for most of the game?
Yeah, exactly. They're going to have to try and change something up because, that Stu pick against the Carl, you can't have that matchup. And obviously, the Surge too, it's just so good. It's not the best matchups to have on lane at all for Carl. So, if they get the comp right and the sides as well, and don't get fully out-comped to then have to turn it around in a very, very forced scenario, I think they're going to have some good plays here. And honestly, we might see it go to this last set.
Yeah, I think so too. I think there's a very good chance. Let's get into game number 2. Navi, they got to win this one to take it to game number 5. SK, if they win this one, they're taking it to match point. Semantic on the Carl over here on the left lane, and we do finally see the Sandy coming out from MMA, which is interesting. We have not seen Sandy as much since the last patch, but it's a welcome change for sure. Navi actually getting good control here off the bat, though SK pushing up majorly, just extending their back line towards more of the center of the map. Jason here on the Stu is looking to punish anyone who gets too aggressive, though we don't see it work out so well. Skyrix taking full advantage of the low health of Stu and finding the opportunity to push in on the left side. We might see the play actually, Jason on the left side taking out Skyrix and now has a sight set on Jetton. A great sandstorm there from Navi to get control of a very, aggressive portion of the field near SK's spawn. Skyrix and Jetton now looking to make the advance, but Jetton doesn't have enough health. Here comes the pinch as well. Skyrix looking to go down. Semantic also at risk of going down. Here comes the pinch, and Navi will be taking this one back yet again. They just need one more gem.
Yeah, and that is going to be it. 10 gems in the hand of Navi. It's going to be going to the last set if they can hold on to these gems. And I must say, really wasn't the biggest fan of the Sandy pick, but apparently it worked out anyway. One super this whole game is all it was going to take. And the Flying Hook cannot do anything about it. Set 5 yet again. And this tournament just seems to be going on all night long. And honestly, with this gameplay, I'm not too sad about it.
I'm not too sad about it either. Just my poor body and mind are sad because the emotional investment in this tournament is a little bit taxing as well. It just seems like at every single turn, you are proven wrong, right? Everything you thought you knew about these teams is wrong. You thought SK Gaming was going to win Siege? No, sir, right? It's not going to happen. We'll see how it turns into the next set. We're heading on to set number 5 here in Brawl Ball to end it all. And Brawl Ball, of course, if you've been keeping up with the tournament, is the one that we see the most draws on. So I think it's not even going to be just a set 5. I think it's going to be like more than 3 games. But count on Ready Set to say something and then have it immediately proven wrong within the span of like 2 minutes. We'll see how it turns out in set number 5. But one thing that hasn't changed is that this is absolutely a furious matchup between these two teams. Starting at set number 1, we did see Navi get that win in Siege, but every single other one has just been a 2-0 victory for either side.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I do not have a clue who's going to win this final game. This final set. Navi have been looking really good in some game modes. SK have been looking better in others. But honestly, I feel like SK should have won that first game of Gem Grab, and I feel like SK still can take it all the way here if played right. However, we are going to be seeing some more of that surge possibly coming in that we saw SK running so frequently in this map. And Navi, I think they like the surge too.
I think they do as well, right? And we've seen it come out on Hot Zone, most importantly. Hot Zone, of course, we did not see played today. It was banned in this match. So, I mean, headed into Brawl Ball, I think it's one of the possibilities that we could see. We're going to have to see some sort of counter as well. I mean, Surge is great for dealing with Carl, and Carl is just one of the more frustrating ones to deal with it here as well. There's a handful of counters to Carl that are pretty accessible and, are pretty versatile as well. We'll have to see if our teams use them, but in the absence of Carl, those Carl counter types can still do pretty well, but they're never going to excel, right? They're just going to be able to hold their own. And I think that's what we can expect headed into set number 5. We'll have to see what brawlers our players choose. Are they both going to run the Carl? Because we have seen them both run the Carl in our previous sets. So only time will tell, as I always say. We will be waiting eagerly for set number 5.
Yeah, I mean, you say the Carl, but I say that's countered by the Surge, I feel like Surge can be very prominent here, and if not, if Carl's got to make that play that he's forced to make, then it's going to be very hard to get into that situation. We saw Clash even bring out the roughs to fully counter the Surge, as it's just a really difficult brawler to take care of on this map when you can literally win near enough every single scenario if played right.
Yeah, I think so. I think so too. We'll have to see as we head into set number 5. It's an absolutely grueling one. These past 3 matches, every single one going to set number 5. I mean, Trav mentioned it. Not exactly upset that they've gone to set number 5. It's just my mind, my body, my poor voice that are tired by now after just set number 5 after set number 5. I mean, it does go to show at least how well matched these players are, right? No question, it's why they came so close in scores towards the end of the open qualifiers. They're all pretty close as far as points that they'd earned through the 3 open qualifiers. Then Navi, once again, I mean, kind of subverting our expectations, coming in out of nowhere with the last chance qualifier. To call back, sort of, though, to the storyline that we have here with Navi, I mean, Navi, in the last BrawlMSTRS, they did nothing for the open qualifiers, and then they come back in the last chance qualifiers, win first place, and then they arrive at the playoffs and take second place. They headed to the grand finals, and we've said if history is to repeat itself, right, it's right here. Though versus SK Gaming, it looks like, okay, maybe let's reevaluate. Maybe this is not going to happen. Maybe it's not going to once again realize itself, this sort of history, but it looks like it just might. Navi coming off of a nice 2-0 victory heading into Brawl Ball, which is a good game mode, game mode that they are good at. SK Gaming in a similar position where they're pretty good at Brawl Ball, but I think it's once again going to be a very well-matched set.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. It's just really difficult to say who's going to win this, and we're going to be seeing the roughs coming out from Skyrix. They do not fancy that Surge, and a max double tank from Navi is going to be played, and honestly, I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's going to be feeding a lot of power-ups, as you see they've already managed to pick one up, and that's a wall break coming in too, so not only are they going to be playing the roughs, they're going to be playing the roughs with the wall break, which kind of means they heavily predicted either the Surge or tanks.
Yeah, we'll see. We have the Max coming out as well as the Colonel Ruffs. Looks like the Ruffs is actually here to not just power up teammates, but for the Surge counter. But it's not going to work out so well versus Navi bringing out the big man, Frank, this time. It's the double tanks plus the Max. SK Gaming already closing in on this goal. They got to get this one in. Skyrix now with the Ricochet as well, looking to get a kill on Jason. Jason not going to go down quite easily, though. Skyrix now with the positioning on the left side, looking to get MMA and Jason both low on health. Here comes the defense. MMA not able to run it out far enough. SK Gaming going to take the first goal of this game, sending our score to 1-0.
Yep, super available from both of the Maxes as well, and now we're going to be seeing the power-up coming in too. If we do actually get to see it, it's a very aggressive push, and this might be a goal forced in by Jason as they just don't have it, and then the gadget comes in just in time, and they managed to force that one in. The wall break kind of allows it, but there's nothing else they could have done. They needed that knockback to come in, and honestly, with the speed, SK looking very good, but now, when it runs out, Navi back in favor.
Looking good, actually, for Navi so far. Here they come once again with the tanks. MMA trying to put this one in the goal, and a great stun. Jason with an amazing catch right there, and that is going to be Navi bringing us to match point. Unbelievable synergy there. Actually, MMA, I thought he was going to go for the goal, but no, he goes to pass to Jason. Jason is ready with the super and just the alley-oop into the goal. We've seen it time and time again, the pass from any sort of brawler on to Frank as he has that super already underway. It's an amazing strat, and it goes to show that Frank is not just, you know, some sort of crazy brawler that you bring out that only works sometimes or only works on a fluke. He works well. You just got to use him in the right scenarios. Amazing gameplay by Navi. They're one game away from taking themselves to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, as SK, you've got to be worried now, to be fair. They're staring in the face of a loss, which they don't usually take, and 2 in a row. I think that's near enough unheard of for SK in this years of competitive. They've really got to pull something out of the bag now, as it's just going to be going straight to Navi as they are on match point, and it's going to require 2 straight games from SK if they do want to take this and go on to the finals to play against Clash.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is going to be a tough one for SK to fight themselves out of. Just because not only are they faced up against a formidable foe, but they're faced up against an opponent with a history and an opponent that just completely comes out of the blue. I mean, coaching staff, right, must be sort of analyzing Zero Zone's past footage and trying to cross-reference it with Navi and just positively confused. Let's take a look at our final, or potentially final match. Navi now with 1 game in the lead in their back pocket. SK Gaming already gonna manage to grab a pick here. Samantha getting aggressive. BBG's trying to get the defense, and this could actually already be the first goal for SK Gaming as they look to close in around Navi and just suffocate them in their own goal.
To keep this control now, but an aggressive play from Semantic is going to force the hand a little bit to try and push out, and a nice tap coming in from Bell there, securing the kill. And this might be a dash play from BBG's now as he does try to go for it. A little bit of assistance would go quite a long way now, and BBG's does have that speed. Going to be looking to try and be tanked for. This could be a goal now, and it's forced in. BBG's takes the goal, and it's only 1 goal away from Navi going to the finals.
We need to see the max speed from either one of these teams, but we don't see it coming out. It's the key to success is the speed from Max. Who will get it first, Navi or SK Gaming? It could be a close one. It looks like both Maxes are actually very close to getting this super ready. Skyrix also passing this ball forward. And here comes the speed from Jetton. Navi now going to be forced to fall back as they don't have speed to their name. We do see the response, though. MMA trying to get aggressive with the stew. Semantic trying to pass this one forward on the right side. And Navi actually cornering the ball. 1 minute remaining in the match and 1 goal away from victory for Navi as they're on the verge of heading to the grand finals.
Yep, 1 goal or 0 from SK will be the ones that secure this. And Navi again might going to pick up these kills, and this could be it, as if MMA can get some shots off, but the bounce shots coming in onto Jason now. Too difficult for them to handle, and they do have to retreat. MMA now behind the wall with Super, though, and Max Super as well. 45 seconds. SK have to make something happen, or this is going to be their run all over, and Navi will be facing Clash.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. SK now pushing up once again. Navi trying to get this defense. They do manage to get a good defense. All they gotta do is drag this one out. If they can get a defense for 30 seconds, then that's all they need, but it's not even mission. All SK needs is an opportunity, just a little window to run this ball all the way back. Jetton trying his darndest, but it's not happening. Navi able to put this one into the goal. And the underdogs, or at least the unexpected winners, taking down SK, sending them to 3rd place. And that will be Navi heading on to the grand finals to face none other than AC Milan Clash.
I think this is the first time I've seen SK take 2 losses in one tournament in the entirety of this year. It's just so weird to see Navi defeating 2 of the top teams of Europe. You know, a lot of people underrate the EECA region, but this is just a showing how good they are. XO go down to them in the last chance qualifiers, followed by Tribe in this, and now SK as well. Clash are the only team who stands in the way, and that is going to be the final match that we are going to be watching tonight.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see as we head into our next game. This is absolutely exhilarating. We see the competitive spirit here at the EU playoffs in spring 2021 getting completely rocked. Our grand finalists are AC Milan Clash and Navi. Only one of them will be advancing to the champion title. We'll see in our next match coming up. Of course, both of these teams are going to be competing for their lion's share of the prizing. We'll get a chance to look at that later, but for now, we got to take a quick break because, good grief, these last 2 matches have been absolutely exhilarating. We will see you guys after a short break. After that, the grand finals. Welcome back, everyone, to Brawl Masters for our grand finals. Hope you're all super, super excited for the match of the night. It is going to be Navi versus none other than AC Milan Clash. Navi already sending shockwaves through the EU competitive sphere, especially here in Brawl Masters, just blowing some of our more familiar teams out of the water, not with dominating victories necessarily, but still taking down some of our fan favorites. And as much as we hate to see it, we love to see new teams advancing up into the competitive sphere, don't we, Trev?
Yes, we do, and if we see a similar story with Clash, it's going to be the biggest upset of this competitive season. I'm telling you, taking down EXO in the qualifiers, taking down Tribe in this, and then taking out SK. If they can close it off with a win against Clash, I mean, I don't even know what's going to be going on through the competitive mindsets of people. ECA on top, if that is the case. Navi going to be playing against AC Milan Clash in this final, and it promises to be a really, really good one.
Absolutely. AC Milan Clash, I mean, they've had consistently great games, just absolutely dominating performance. You're familiar with the players, of course. They, sometimes go for risky plays, but it's always calculated, right? And they go for these clutches and they're able to pull them off so well. Navi, on the other hand, right, they have been able to pinpoint the weaknesses of their enemies and just completely hammer away at them. And AC Milan Clash, being a very well-documented team, might run that risk versus the likes of Navi. We'll have to see, will Navi even pick up a single set versus AC Milan Clash? They certainly managed to do so against SK, who had a very close brush with AC Milan Clash as well. So, if judging only by that, I think this is going to be an absolutely amazing match coming up very soon.
Yeah, no, I do think so too. I mean, it could be just as close as the previous matches we've seen, which really does amount into some absolutely huge games, as well as it going the long haul, which we have been seeing the past 3 games in a row. So, I mean, I don't really know what to say, to be honest. Clash have been so good all the way throughout this year, but Navi showing up and taking down some of the EU's favourites really does just shake up the mindset of how we've been going through all these predictions. As, I think every single time we've kind of had a little hunch that Navi was going to lose, but they always managed to pull off the win in that 5th and final set. Whether it'll go that far, we don't know, but honestly, I don't think Clash will want to take it that far, and I'm hoping, well, they'll be hoping that it'll be going quite a short distance.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, we've had some very close matches, and in fact, that they've gone all the way to the tail end of set number 5. I don't know if we're going to see that once again here with AC Milan Clash versus Navi. We'll have to see who exactly is the one who closes this one out quickly, but it's not going to be an easy feat for either team. AC Milan Clash, of course, very well established. Navi now breaking into the scene, and as you said, they're more from EECA as well, so probably not as familiar of a name to our folks in the EU or NA regions or anyone watching right now, but it's certainly a name that's going to stick in your memory after this match. Let's take a look at our map choices rolling in, and it looks like our first set is going to be on Kaboom Canyon, set number 2 on Bounty, set number 3 on Brawl Ball, and set number 4 on Gem Grab, set number 5 on Split.
Yeah, and honestly, Clash picking this first Kaboom Canyon game mode because of how hard they destroyed them in that first initial game. Shooting Star was obviously the one that Navi won. So, you can see these calculated picks returning from their previous game. Backyard Bowl was yet again won by AC Milan Clash. And then Hard Rock Mine, I believe Navi are probably feeling fairly confident on it, regardless of the fact that they haven't really been playing too much of it. But then again, they didn't want to play Split just because of the fact that they did get beaten on that too.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, that's something to consider, is just sort of the history of how the rest of this tournament has gone and what we can expect headed off of that. Navi, of course, picking Hard Rock Mine and Shooting Star, some maps that they have managed to bring back with pretty dominating victories, though we are still waiting on the bans coming in.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. You've kind of got to look back to the previous game where they did get beaten 3-1, and they did take that Shooting Star set, and that is the one they're going to be picking first, so obviously very, very confident against Clash on that side of things. But then again, coming in now with the Brawler bans should be coming fairly soon. Poco going to be kicking it off. What a surprise. Navi never fail to surprise me, to be honest, with these bans. Always something different. Obviously, sarcasm. It's probably going to be Gene coming in next as their last ban as well. But now AC Milan Clash are going to be having those 2 bans. And they're usually banning the likes of, the Jesse usually. But through these playoffs, they haven't really banned that too much. And you're probably looking at something like the Bell and Stu.
Yeah, I mean, as for waiting on these bans to roll in, I do want to kind of ask, like, pick your brain on this one. Why did we see Jesse banned every single time? We've seen, AC Milan Clash, sometimes they suffer a little bit when Jesse is in play and they didn't ban it, but I feel like it might be a little bit of a red herring, right? Just a distraction to make people think like, oh yes, Jesse is a solution, right, to beating these guys. But now that they're really in the big leagues and facing off against, some very tough opponents, and they're in the playoffs for just so much cash to win, they're no longer banning Jesse. What's up with that?
Yeah, I'm really not too sure. I mean, I guess possibly it's because the maps just really don't benefit as much as some of the other maps they've played. But yes, what a surprise. Gene ban coming in from Navi. And yeah, as we said, they are very, very common bans from Navi. But we will be seeing on the other side of things, the Surge ban is going to be there. And it's going to be there to stay, as they really don't want to play up against this in either, Backyard Bowl or Split if it does go that far.
Yeah, I mean, Navi, they have brought out the Surge so many times. Let's take a look at some of these stats that they've accumulated over the course of Brawl Masters EU. I mean, AC Milan Clash mostly banning Stu. We saw the Stu ban once again, always getting rid of Siege. Though, I mean, do they even really need to get rid of Siege? We already saw them versus SK taking that Siege set. And no surprises here, taking Brawl Ball as much as they can get. Navi, once again, banning Gene. They ban Gene and Poco every time. I wonder why they do that. Like, do they not have any hopes of distracting or confusing the enemy?
I mean, I don't think so. I feel like it's a really weird strategy that they do employ. Having the same bans over and over again just really isn't the best strategy, in my opinion, as you're going to be susceptible to some, some vision of, comps that are being played, especially on this as well, just due to the fact that it is going to be the same maps throughout this entire playoff. So it's really surprising to see people not hard counter them even more, just because the bans are the same every time, and therefore the comps should be too.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I mean, we do see some of the same brawlers coming out from Navi most of the times. I think what really these teams are lacking in is knowledge of what Navi looks like how are they playing, because like we were saying, they came completely out of the blue, and I think maybe even decidedly so. They didn't do too well in the first two qualifiers, but I mean, they did face off against very good teams in those qualifiers, so that does, provide a good excuse as to why they were not in the later stages of those first two tournaments. But now, I mean, they completely made their debut in the last chance qualifiers in the absence of the two teams that seem to be beating them down most of the time. And now, I mean, they're a good team, and seemingly no one has information on them. The only thing that we really know for sure is, I mean, they always ban Poco and Gene. If that's anything to go by, that is what they always do. But as far as their comps, it's kind of a mystery. We just are lacking the documentation.
Yeah, but then again, on this first mode, you're seeing the Bell out of, well, not banned, should I say, it is in play. And you're going to be seeing the Crow and probably, the Colette as well, depending on, how these players are feeling about this map. But we did say the exact same thing from AC Milan Clash last time. However, Byron is in play too. And that's the strategy that they did employ the first time they played Navi, and that's really what made them win so dominantly over them. So you might be seeing that again if they can overwhelm that Crow slow with the Byron heals.
Yeah, I mean, something to consider as well, right, is that we have the Byron coming out as well as the Colette, right? That combination. We'll see if AC Milan Clash pulls out something unexpected here, right? Because they pulled out the Brock on Backyard Bowl to completely surprise their enemies. They were able to take that Brawl Ball set off of that one. Will they bring out something different on Kaboom Canyon? Something that I have seen personally in NA is now someone bringing out the Brock in Kaboom Canyon and winning with it. I wonder why exactly that works. I think it does tend to counter the Colette. You just choose more long-range brawlers, right? More brawlers that are able to outrange Colette and are really able to counter her. It's something to consider as we, are preparing ourselves for this almost guaranteed mirror match where you're either just switching out the Piper or the Crow in the situation.
Yeah, I mean, looking towards the second one as well, we are going to be seeing the absolutely guaranteed mirror match as we've seen it throughout the whole day. Third game, going to be the same probably again with the Crow Max and and Bell comp, and it just seems like mirror in these first three games.
Yeah, it is. It's just a mirror. It's I wonder why we are seeing these first three maps being picked the way they are. I think both teams just kind of want an equal playing field as far as skill level, right? Because AC Milan Clash, they know that the greatest enemy that they're going to have to face up against is the fact that Navi knows so much more about them than they know about Navi. The other thing is that, you know, Na'Vi, they would probably also like to have an evenly skilled match if they have that confidence that they are on the same level or greater than AC Milan Clash. Something to consider, something to chew on as we're preparing for set number 1 to finally get underway.
Yeah, I mean, Kaboom Canyon as well, you know, it is a really control-based map too. It really does rely on huge control of the mid, and I think this is, you know, where Clash really do come into their element. They probably are the better mechanical team, and I feel like that's why they thrive so much in these kind of mirror match game modes. Obviously, we saw Navi taking the shooting star, but I feel like from memory, Clash weren't doing too badly against them, and it was a couple of turnaround plays by like a Peep or MMA absolutely popping off like we did see in the Tribe and AQM games off the start. But, you know, it's just too hard to say who's going to be able to win this, and honestly, I think it's going to go quite heavily either way. Yeah,
I think so too, right? It could go either way. I mean, we're just getting ready for a Kaboom Canyon. I think it'll go back and forth, right? It sometimes does seem to come down to who gets that control on mid to start things off, and then just is able to just snowball off of that momentum. Something that we sometimes see with Crow, right? He's able to deny the heal and keep people in their spawn. It's such an open spawn point as well here on Kaboom Canyon that it's tough to push out of when you're not well equipped with any sort of sharpshooter to get rid of those pesky crows or any of the like from whittling you down before you can even get up to mid.
Yeah, no, I do think so as well. You know, if you are down on this map, it's so hard to get back in that kind of sense too. And as you said, with the range brawlers, if you keep that Colette at a range, they're not going to be able to take control of this mid, and you can keep them there in that defensive position for near enough the whole game if played right. And, you know, I think it's the perfect time to do it. If you have this Byron in play, you have the Bell in play, you have the Piper in play, you can maybe make a mixture of those along with a Colette, and it can go really far if you do choose to play it right.
Yeah, I mean, just any sort of comp that does kind of center on the Colette seems to do pretty well here, since Colette is going to be getting most of the damage most of the time because she's able to get in there and get out of there with her super as well. Byron sometimes does a little bit of damage on the safe, but I mean, Byron, right, he's not going to be able to do that much. His main purpose is to get Colette healthy, heal her up. Sometimes we also see the dog getting in there as well, Colonel Ruffs, with the power up onto Colette to keep her in there and get even more damage on that safe as well. We'll have to see as we head into game number 1 finally getting underway.
Yep, and here it is now. We are going to be seeing that Bell, Byron, and Colette comp coming in from Clash Guaranteed, and I didn't quite see the Navi comp. It is going to be the exact same. Clash came out on top last time. Will Navi make a change? And it looks like probably not, as they tried to go for a bit of a defensive stance on it instead of just doing the exact same as Clash and running for that early damage.
Yep, Trevor on the left side in a sticky situation, keeping himself alive, though. Jason actually going to go down on the contrary. MMA actually trying to get aggressive as well, but he's not going to be able to stay alive at mid. AC Milan Clash closing in on Navi's safe already, and they've done a nice chunk of damage. They're looking to keep this control. They also have a bear trap set down, which is going to slow down Navi's push onto their safe if they even make it that far. Jason on such low health, using that heal to deal damage to the enemy rather than heal himself, just goes to show what a desperate situation Navi is in right now, where they're trying to get control of mid, but they just can't. They're trapped here. iKaos with another super onto the safe, and an excellent response from iKaos onto the super from Navi. And AC Milan Clash now looking very good. 1% remaining on the safe, and they definitely have this one in the bag unless Navi has an amazing comeback.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be done right here, as Guille is just going to be able to shoot this shot off Jason. And Trevor coming in too with the splash. It's going to be done. And that is going to be the first game well under wraps, as Clash take it very convincingly. As we saw last time, this is their map to take against Navi.
Yeah, I think so. AC Milan Clash finally setting the momentum of this game to take it against Navi. Navi, they, I think, were not doing terrible. They just weren't able to get control of mid. And I think it's just a race for mid on this map. You got to get control of mid, and then the rest of the match tends to go your way. Navi, you could see that they were getting pretty desperate as they were just rushing in one after the other. And sometimes, if you're high health brawlers, then that can be a good strategy to just keep your opponents from healing. They're constantly attacking you. But in this situation, it only takes like a couple of hits to take you down, and your respawn time is fairly long. So it's not exactly a great strategy. You're not able to keep your opponents down that way. In fact, you're just making it easier for them for just giving them one after the other in a 3v1 scenario.
Yeah, and the different strategies that were employed there, we saw Navi go for a bit more of a defensive play, and they are going to be pulling out that pipe and now trying to do the exact same thing, playing this range that they have, but they're just not able to connect these shots as much as Trevor can heal, and now all three of them come in for the pinch, and this is where it should happen if it's going to. But amazing taps coming in from Guille. I will say though, MMA doing a great job over this left-hand side too. Guille's just going to wait out the shield and double tap him there, gets that pick up, and now only 13% behind, but they do have the mid control, and this is going to hugely benefit AQM if they can maintain it.
Yep, Trevor healing of iChaos over here, who's fighting for mid control pretty much single-handedly. We're also pretty evenly matched across the board. Two Colette supers gone one each way, and actually iChaos not going to survive this super. He doesn't return from that mass tax attack. Guille trying to get in here, but is bested by Jason. BBG's on low health, does get taken out by the safe, his own safe taking him out. And AC Milan Clash now finding their footing once more with another super from iChaos to deal even more damage to the safe. AC Milan Clash looking pretty good off the start of this game.
Yeah, Guille seems to have some kind of like sixth sense to be able to shoot people in the bush here. Connected a couple of shots into MMA when he couldn't even see him. The mark is now connected too. And this splash should finish it off from Trevor. It does just do just that. And they're at a bit of a damage deficit now, and Chaos does need to get the super off to bring it back in their favor, 2% in it. And this could go either way if played right by Navi or Clash. Just depends who's going to do the better job, and Chaos just looking to try and get another super. And same with MMA, and now Navi are looking very, very good.
Yep, Guille actually trying to push up here, but Navi keeping him back. MMA with another super onto the safe to keep their lead in this game. They just took it back. MMA trying to stay alive. He needs some healing out here, but it's not going to come easily. No Byron from Navi, but it's not even needed. MMA not going to go down. Trevor trying to get that last shot. Does finally get that last shot. MMA falls. Jason with the damage amplifier onto Trevor, and it's the last person you want that damage amplifier on. He is so important for supporting Colette out here. MMA trying to get that damage onto Trevor. MMA actually going to fall though. Trevor with an amazing defense against a bit of an overzealous Bell out here. MMA now looking to push back up to mid. It's a very close game. Navi, they just need to keep the defense. 5 seconds remaining. iChaos with the final shot and a 1% difference. Navi keeping the lead. A 1% win for Navi, and that is going to tie things up in set number 1.
Navi take this win, and they also take that momentum back from Clash. 1-1 in this set, and it's nowhere near as convincing as that first game was, or in the previous set that we did watch in the first initial game between these two teams. Clash did look very, very good at certain parts of that game, but I felt like Navi had the dominant pressure throughout, and honestly, I feel like if Clash just show it with the same comp against the same comp that Navi were playing, I feel like they'll just learn how to play it a bit better against it, and I feel like they're going to absolutely dominate them if it does stay the same.
I think so too. I think in the mirror match, right, it would be a little bit different. AC Milan Clash, of course, looked good last game. At Navi, they won it by a very narrow margin. So even just like the comp difference there, I don't know if it made that much of a difference. It was only enough to get a 1% difference. So I think in this stage of Kaboom Canyon here, AC Milan still leading here. Navi, they gotta bring something a little bit more. They just gotta be able to keep the control at mid. They seem to fall back to their safe far too often, and they're going very aggressive and just running into the enemy's shots, and it's just not what you need to do. You gotta find yourself in these 2v1 situations as well. So what we saw the most successful teams doing is they look for scenarios with a high win rate percentage rather than just kind of rolling the dice and going for a 1v1 against a very skilled player. Even if it's on an even skill level, you still want a calculated victory with a 2v1.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. You've got to be the top synergy team to be able to do that at a consistent level. And I feel like that takes a lot of teamwork to be able to do it, and that takes a lot of time. So therefore, from what we see, Lenane being a new player onto Clash, it is a bit more difficult for them to synergize. Navi, as a complete team, have been together for a long, long time. But, it can go either way, as we're seeing the same comp from Clash coming out, and they're going to be playing the Brock. I know you love to see that. Brock and Piper coming in from Navi, and this is going to be difficult for Chaos to get up. But I say that, and he just jukes his way all the way up the map without a single shot connecting.
Yeah, unfortunate. iChaos, though, able to circle back out here and return to mid for the control. We do see Navi actually bringing out the Brock this time, which is an interesting sight for sure. We'll see if it works. The big rocket coming in. Rocket Fuel looking to deal some damage to iChaos. It's not going to find the connection necessarily. There we see MMA taking out iChaos. Navi actually looking for the full comp to outrange AC Milan Clash here. It's not working so well so far, but they have managed to get some rudimentary control. Jason, though, at risk of going down, Trevor takes down Jason, and Navi once again is on the back foot. iChaos with some damage on the BBGs doesn't manage to take him down entirely. Navi looking for the defense. Here comes the super as well. Guille goes down. Jason goes down. And MMA is at risk of going down as well. iChaos is outranged by both MMA and BBGs here, but they're a little bit timid to approach him, especially with Guille over here on the right side now looking to push up. BBGs has to find an opening on the right side here as we see it, this 13% coming from iChaos from the left lane.
BBG's just trying so aggressive there on Trevor, but it just didn't pay off really. And the bounces coming in between Chaos and Trevor are going to be executed perfectly by Jason, but they do manage to get it off after the second bounce. Chaos now trying to pick up another super, but with this mark on him, it can be very difficult to push these brawlers who he's already at a disadvantage with. But the heals from Trevor are there, and they are doing very, very extremely good work. And now Chaos just able to stay up a little bit longer than he should be allowed. Is going to allow a lot of damage to come in, and he's still there and still being a very prominent part of this attack.
Yep, BBG's now on the right side trying to keep the defense up, but Navi just doesn't seem to be able to weather it. Trevor as well ready to back things up as Navi finally advances towards his safe. Trevor pinched over here though is going to go down. No shots fired at iChaos though. It looks like they have no more shots left. Jason missing a few shots on iChaos, and that is extremely unfortunate. The whiffed super is really going to bite him as we head into the last few seconds of this game, and Navi have to know it's already over. Set number 1 is already done for. AC Milan Clash going to take set number 1 and send us into set number 2.
There you go. That is all over and done with. Bounty coming up next, which was Navi's good mode in the previous time these two teams matched up, but I can't count Clash out of it. I feel like their team play is going to come in absolutely huge here and really, be very, very disappointing for Navi if they do take this loss, as that's going to be 2 sets down, and we know what that's happened. We know what kind of momentum that does before, but honestly, from today's events, I can't even say 2-0 up's going to win directly at this point, because we've seen so many potential reverse sweeps, we've seen some really nice plays, and they just keep on getting cut off short, but it always seems to go the long haul, which probably might happen here as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I think there's a risk of it going the long haul, but AC Milan Clash, they've shown a pretty dominating performance so far. And Navi, they only won by 1% in game number 2. We'll have to see, though. Navi, they have brought good games in Bounty, so that's heading up right next here on Shooting Star. We'll have to see what AC Milan Clash has been able perhaps to glean from Navi's matches. AC Milan Clash, they won 2 matches in a row, and they were just able to watch Navi do all of their matches in the meantime while they waited for the rest of the tournament to progress. 3 games that they're able to sit back and analyze, so they can definitely use that to their advantage if they have gone back and rewatched things to break down what exactly Navi's strategy is as we head into Shooting Star.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think there's too much strategy behind it. I think it's just mirror comp, and you've just got to play it well. I just think that it's mainly pinching and being out of position, which just comes from real good team play, which you can't teach yourselves in a matter of seconds, which is what will have happened if they were trying to analyze it like this.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Lynette over here on the left side, bringing out the Piper. Jason taking a major hit there. Lynette not going to go for the homemade recipe, though. Looks like he's either saving it or is just simply not running it. I wonder what exactly the strat is here. Trevor on the golden tick now actually trying to pinch Jason in this corner. Does manage to pick up that kill, and that is the optimal brawler to have your stars on, is Tick. We see Lynette picking up yet another kill and getting some great wall break to eliminate that positioning for Navi. Most notably Jason on the left side. Another kill from AC Milan Clash as they have kept their lead this entire time. BBG's also going down. Not going to be able to get rid of that tick head in time. Actually, never mind. Lynette able to get this one out of the way. Trevor with the tick head for support, and Jason at risk of going down. His last hurrah used by BBG's, and Navi is severely behind as we head into the last minute of the match.
Jason is here, and he's trying to get some taps on Lenane. Pinching coming in from BBGs now, but the head is still there, and it's there to be messed with. No, he's not going to connect with anybody, and BBG's falling very low now, and the shots come in from Chaos. Return to sender goes back as well. Jason, only one shot. He does connect a shot onto Trevor, though. Jump forced out as Lenane pinches back on MMA. Now the head comes in too. Lenane gets the kill on Jason as well, and now if he only can pick up the kill on the MMA, he does. It's going to give them a 12-star lead, 17-5, with only 20 seconds left. It's not looking good at all for Navi.
Yeah, not looking good for Navi. 19-5, 15 seconds remaining. There's almost no coming back, and that might be it. No connection with the peep onto Lana, and that is going to be this game going to AC Milan Clash, because Navi, there's nothing they can do at this point. AC Milan Clash taking us to set point once again. Navi, they gotta just alter their strategy here, or perhaps just analyze what sort of mechanics AC Milan Clash is using. It looks like the Piper 1v1 was suboptimal for Navi there, and usually what we see is the interaction between Piper and Nanny that is optimal for Navi, so perhaps we do see the lane switch coming up in our next game. Otherwise, this one I think is almost certainly going to AC Milan Clash.
Yep, I also think so as well. We're going to have to see something change from Navi, because that performance was just really subpar to what AQM have been providing throughout the day. You know, they are taking these mirror sides, which Clash do, and I feel that's an unusual experience to take. Usually you have that Nanny against Piper quite firmly, but it's working out for them as they do take this early lead, regardless of dropping that blue star. Lenane caught out, though, with a pinch from the Tick and the Piper. It is going to take them down, and a pickup on Trevor, too, gives Navi a 4-star lead.
4-star lead so far for Navi, and it becomes a 6-star lead very quickly. Loads of wall break on the side of AC Milan Clash is going to come back to bite them as they have fewer places to hide. Though AC Milan Clash, they're not deterred by this very defensive play from Navi that is so characteristic of them on Shooting Star. Trevor now dodging some damage. We saw the peep just fly past him, and that is going to be another key to success for AC Milan Clash, is their ability to dodge out the peep and not have to use Last Hurrah or the Nanny gadget, of course, return to Cinder. Navi 2-8. It looks like AC Milan Clash is either just trying to get kills or they're trying to keep control of them, gradually lowering down that control on them. In the last few seconds, they want to take back this match. Jason taking some just huge damage there, but he's not going to go down quite yet. Trevor and Lana able to push up on the left side now. BBG's also trying to push up, but he's being held back by Trevor, who's just circumventing his attacks over here. iChaos also with amazing dodges, and the return to center to his name. 5-8, and a great kill by iChaos as we head to the last 30 seconds of the game.
30 seconds left, and 20 seconds, and they really don't need too many pickups here. They very, very low as it is. Navi are looking quite timid on this back line. MMA pushed in aggressively, is taken out by Lenane, and the head goes down too. One kill remaining, and it can be on anybody. Trevor seems to be going over aggressive, though. Last Hurrah comes in. The head, it might be connecting. It does. It comes in, and they just turn it on the head like that. Oh my. Navi are going to be taking this loss, and the set goes to AC Milan Clash. Oh, I don't even know what just happened. Every game seems to just go the opposite of what we expect. And that's going to be 2-0 for AC Milan Clash as they close this out with a 2-0 victory in Bounty.
It's insane. We're already heading into what could be the final set. AC Milan Clash now looking to bring out their best game mode to perhaps end things off in Brawl Ball. I want to remark, though, on the peep just coming out at the last minute, I think it just goes to show that the last minute clutches, they're not just for Navi, man. They're not just for Navi, they're for AC Milan Clash too, okay? You're not exclusive. We can get a peep in the last few seconds of the game, or just right before that countdown ends to turn things in our favor. Amazing win there by AC Milan Clash. Navi, though, they're going to have a really hard time coming back in set number 3 when we head into Backyard Bowl. Navi, they're going to have to dig deep and just sort of evaluate what sort of opponent they're up against. AC Milan Clash on Brawl Ball, it's a little bit unheard of. Even SK, despite being able to put a tiny dent in that set of Backyard Bowl versus AC Milan Clash, that they were not able to triumph, and Navi now is going to be the next competitor. We'll have to see how it turns out.
Yep, and it might be the fact that, they're just very, very good at Brawl Ball. It might be the end of Navi here if they don't pull something out the bag. But I will say, I've said it in the past as well, Navi are a really good Brawl Ball team too, and we saw that when they played against SK, able to take that game 2-0 in that final set, and it did close it out. So, I mean, looking towards Brawl Ball, always going to be in favor of Clash when you're playing the game mode. But Navi are also very, very strong on it. It could be coming down to comps here if Navi pulls something out of the bag, which they always seem to do in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? They do seem to come back, right? But Ace and Clash, they can pull out some crazy plays to prevent those from happening. They'll come back themselves. Navi, once again, they're using the BB, Max, and Frank. It propelled them to success versus SK, and we might just see it again. We gotta see the super come out, but Jason already going down on the Frank. Do we see the ball going in? Nope, not gonna go in. And Ace and Clash with a superb defense as they run this back up to mid and go for the offense.
Yep, honestly so. I mean, Jason here on this top right-hand side, collecting the ball there, and all supers available to Clash if Chaos can only get his. He did mark up a second ago, though, and Guille using that jump on that marked-up Max is going to be absolutely huge. Linane has his super as well, going to pass it over to Guille, who knows he can't pick up the ball at this current time. But regardless of that, look at the pressure they have now, and if Jason uses super, oh, that's a really nice catch around the corner there as he gets that shot off and picks up the kill. Linane with his speed, though, can be absolutely huge. When the Crow respawns, they're just going to hold off. Oh, no, they decided to just go for it straight up. Super coming in, and the mark is going to amplify that damage absolutely hugely. And a double slowing toxin comes in, and it's looking like Navi won't be able to get this.
Yep, Chaos now trying to push up here on the right side. Is he going to be able to get this all the way up? Guille now passing once again, and not quite going to find too much value on that. Here comes the speed, though. They're looking to close things in on the left side, suffocate their enemy, if you will. Lana able to get up here, trying to find a little bit of damage versus MMA or Jason to be able to speed themselves in here. Really, Ace and Clash's main weapon here is going to be their speed, because Navi, they absolutely have the tankiness on their side. Not only are they fast, but they have a lot of health pool. You're going to have to just run right through them, and that might happen. Here comes a pass, but it doesn't make it past BB. Once again, Navi trying to push out of here. They got to heal up first before they can push out of here. Here comes the speed as well, and they push this up to mid. They're just brute forcing it all the way to the goal, but they're not going to make it far before they're stopped in their tracks. An amazing bubble as well coming out from Navi, and it's still not going to be enough to propel that ball all the way to the enemy goal. The damage amplifier as well on Jason. He looks for this next bit of damage, but Guy is able to recoup this ball. Is he going to be able to put it in the goal though?
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking likely just yet, but as the wall break comes in, it's going to be very, very difficult for these tanks to have it. I mean, Linane going aggressive very early on, and he knows that he can't take that shot as he's just going to walk through him if he does. And that is going to be the first game of Brawl Ball going to AC Milan Clash and bringing it to match point.
Well, AC Milan Clash looking to close this one out in just explosive fashion. Already bringing this to match point. They've only dropped one game this entire match, and this is shocking because, I mean, AC Milan Clash versus SK was a very close match. Navi versus SK was a very close match, but AC Milan Clash versus Navi, this is a much different game from what we saw before, and we're already at match point. Navi, they gotta bring something out besides the tank and the mechs. It's no longer surprising. You're not gonna catch AC Milan Clash off guard here in Brawl Ball. You gotta bring the clean, normal gameplay and just out, sort of tech these guys, have better mechanics, and win this in a mirror match. I think that's gonna be the best bet here for Navi.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, that is so predictable, and you said it before the game. Being able to analyze these comps as Navi use the same bands and they seem to bring out a lot of the same picks as well, that just walks straight into the hands. They literally use that comp to beat SK Gaming in the previous match. If you don't think that's going to come out, then you're pretty stupid in my opinion. Because, literally used in the previous game, I'm pretty sure that Clash are going to account for that and make sure that it doesn't happen to them what happened to SK.
Yeah, I think so too, right? But we will see as we head into the last match. Navi, they gotta dig deep and just kind of analyze, mull over things, right? Meditate a little bit, take a deep breath, and forget about the losses of yesteryear and head into the last match with a clear mind, or at least potentially the last match. They don't want it to be the last match. Navi, they gotta win 2 games in a row in order to take this one back. MMA getting very aggressive and already starting to get this offense. Lana able to get over here on the left side, but it's not going to be enough. BBG's is going to be able to put in the goal. Here comes a pass. He's able to put it in. BBG's with an amazing pass into the goal, and Navi will be taking 1 goal in game number 2.
Yeah, I think Chaos picked up that ball then and walked back onto his line and he dropped it, and that was able to get straight back into the hands of BBGs. But some good pressure coming in from AQM now after that goal. They really do need to make something happen. Nice pinch from Chaos and Gear there as the takedown comes in on the right hand side too. Speed available, and this can just be walked in if there's enough tanking. The jump comes in too, and the walk is going to be there. That is going to be 1-1, and only one goal required for Clash and one goal required for Navi to stay in this game.
Well, Navi and Clash are both looking strong here. They both had the max super straight off of the respawn following that goal. So we'll have to see. iChaos now looking to push this one up the left side. MMA actually trapped between Guille and iChaos. He needs some help from BBGs, but we do see Jason fall. BBG's trying to get the defense. MMA likewise. And AC1 Clash closes in on this last goal. Lynette trying to get forward here. He's not going to let MMA touch him. MMA trying to get the wall peaks as well, but he's all by himself versus 3 enemies. And is AC Milan Clash going to even go for him? Guille trying to get the anti-heal onto BBGs. iChaos trying to get the kill. iChaos does manage to get the kill, and it's a 3v2 once more. AC Milan Clash, they gotta be fully aware of this bear trap on the right side. What are they going to do with it? And the pass from Guille, he's not going to be able to go in. The pass from Lynette to Guille was not able to get that ball in. And is Navi going to be able to score this one off of this explosive push? Unlikely. Jason now succumbing to the bear trap, and the fight returns to mid.
Yep, marked up Guille now on the right-hand side, though. That can be really devastating for overtime. He might be better off just stepping on this bear trap, and I don't think he knew it was there, but he did do it anyway. Speed picked up from the nade now, and the ball is cleared just a little bit more. Guille going to be coming up now with the full health pool, as well as not having a mark on him can be hugely advantageous now. Super available from both MMA and BBGs, and that can be an explosive play, so Lynette and Guille know this, and they have to get the ball out of that risky position.
Yep, Lynette trying to push out of here. We do see the tie as well, 1-1. BBG's in a tough situation as he is marked with that damage amplifier. Does try to get some damage on iChaos, but is not able to secure the kill. MMA does pick up a kill as well, and Navi has a little bit of room to push up as well. Jason looking for the long-range control. First of all, going for Lynette. He's going to be a power player to get rid of Lynette, though able to get this speed off, and he's so fast. We might see the goal right here and right now. The pass over to the right, actually, as Lynette tries to get rid of BBGs. Does get rid of BBGs. Here comes the pass. Lynette is not going to use that super, though. The pass to Guille and the super in. And AC Milan Clash are your grand champions of Brawl Masters EU Spring 2021. Congratulations to AC Milan Clash. Phenomenal play, phenomenal players as well. It has been a grueling journey to the top, but it has been most certainly well earned. And once again, we see history repeat itself, and Navi emerging from the darkness in the last chance qualifiers to once again end up in the playoffs at 2nd place. It's just Season 1 all over again, but it did not fail to bring its own set of excitement and new challenges. Congratulations once again, AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, a huge congratulations to those guys, well deserved as well. I will say I was a bit skeptical about that last game. I thought the pass could have come way earlier than later in that kind of scenario, but eventually it did come in, and that was the game with it. Huge congratulations to AC Milan Clash, and obviously Navi taking down those 2 powerhouses of EU teams. Huge congratulations to those 2 coming in second. Obviously, thank you very much for Brawl Masters for an absolutely incredible season, and that is going to be it for the Season 2, as this has been the playoffs. There is a quick look at the brackets powered by G Fuel, and we'll follow a little bit of AC Milan Clash's journey as they take down Navi to start with, then SK Gaming, back to Navi again, and then they reign victorious. On the far right-hand side, the champions are going to be there, and that is going to be a huge win for them.
Yeah, Navi showing that they just got a little bit of tough luck in the beginning, facing off against AC Milan Clash as they fight their way back to fight them again. I mean, AC Milan Clash, what a journey they've had. Navi, similarly, what a journey they've had. I think we'll get a chance to look at the prizing as well, because now that things are pretty much over with, right? All of our teams should be receiving their amazing, fantastic prizes. Let's take a look at our final standings, though. First place is going to go to AC Milan Clash. Navi with 2nd place, SK in 3rd place, and Tribe Gaming EU in 4th place. And this is just, I mean, this is an absolutely amazing tournament that we've just witnessed. It has been completely dragged out to the bitter end with set number 5 in almost every single match, with, of course, the exception of this one and our first match of the day, but one to behold a spectacle, to say the least.
Yep, 3 or 4 matches in a row going to that set 5. So we've had a long-winded cast today, and I'm sure you guys have absolutely thoroughly enjoyed the games too. But yeah, this is going to be it as AC Milan Clash do win this playoffs. And that is going to be it for the spring split of Brawl Masters.
Yep.
Anything else you've got to say, ready?
Yep. Well, I mean, I just want to say, guys, thank you all for tuning in this season. Another thing to add is make sure you follow us on the Brawl Masters socials. It's twitter.com/BrawlMasters. Or you could also go to discord.gg/BrawlMasters if you want to get updated on the next season of Brawl Masters and how you can participate in those amazing open qualifiers. NA playoffs are going to be tomorrow. Not exactly the same time. They're going to be, if you're in Central Time, 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So make sure you're there. Make sure you're excited for the NA playoffs. We're going to see who of our top 4 NA teams are going to be receiving that amazing $2,000 first place prize. But until then, we will see you. I've been Ready Set. This has been Trav, and I will see you tomorrow. We hope to see you for the NA playoffs.